enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance to show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Don't you believe in geometry? I think you brought up geometry at some point, but I couldn't.
Now that two people have told you your way of measuring Earth water curving is ridiculous, you still gonna double down?
You say that
Don't revert it to me. I'll answer the question. It was a direct question to you.
Everything that has to do with globe physics, by you, I mean,
Oh my goodness!
people here in general, is ridiculous. So why would I accept your claim?
Why are you here then?
Any particular thing is ridiculous.
Why are you here?
Oh, curiosity and
So you're wasting our time.
entertainment purposes.
You here to
Just
see
wasting
me?
our time.
What?
What a joke!
I'm back. Made a
Oh,
brilliant.
and I'm done with
How are things?
I'm done with this guy. I think my point was made.
I take it you caught all that, Bev.
No, I was away for a little bit of that.
Okay.
Just talking to the missus about the lad. I guess, Hex, are you still okay? You calm?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Can we get... I'm guessing that you had a thing with Rakia then. Do you have a point to
Had a
being here?
shouting
You
match.
said you were
Sorry?
here for entertainment purposes, right? Is that mental stimulation?
Well, lacking in that's the wrong word. If I can't get any education or clarity in my questions, then I'll settle for entertainment. It would be
Education.
nice to
You're after an education then?
settle my
You come here. You come here for
curiosity.
education.
Well, I'm not expecting you to be able to teach me anything
Oh,
correct about
so-
the way the Earth is shaped or anything, but
Well,
If you could, I would certainly be willing to listen to it. But,
you're interested in shapes, are you?
We don't really deal with shape here, do we?
Shapes. Well,
don't really.
you've seen mountains. Have you seen them? They're all different sort of shapes, aren't they? Pointy shapes, round shapes.
So what do you mean? And any shape is okay as long as it is in the globe?
Pardon?
You don't care what shape the Earth is as long as it is in the globe?
As long as it...
Is that how...
Did you just say it isn't a globe?
I said that you aren't interested in what shape the Earth is. And I'm not making a claim. I'm asking if that is what you were saying. As long as it is not a globe.
It is not a globe. I agree.
Are you planning on taking that out of context?
On what?
The only one that has been defeated. Could be anything but a globe.
Sorry?
Is that your claim?
As long as it's a globe, it's that it can't be anything. Globe is already out. It can be anything else except that.
Really? That's interesting. How
Is it-
have you determined
Is it
that?
actually, Hex? Is it your claim that it is definitely a globe? Is
I would
that you?
claim that,
Is that
yep.
you making a positive claim?
Yes.
Brilliant. So you
I'm
wanted
not-
to come?
I'm not
You wanted to
claiming-
come and talk about the Baller's Canal?
Yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what I think it probably is, and I've already seen you mangle the idea of drop and hump, and so I presume that is what this is about.
The Baller's Canal. It's a very, very, very simple thing.
Do you think it's time to walk Hex through the 7?
Well, I think that was the thing, right?
Because
Before we can go to the Baller's Canal, Hex, we're going to have to take you through.
Could I guess?
7 very
because,
simple. Go on.
Could I guess? Because of the drop, the supposed drop, you think that a globe earther must think that corner B is lower than corner A, and corner C must be lower than corner B, and corner A.
Let's not jump the gun.
Yeah,
Let's go through the 7 first. We need to establish. We need to establish fundamentals, the basics. So let's go through the 7, and then
7
let's step it
Here we
up.
go. 7 what? Start number
7
1, right?
what?
Always. Always
So
start
7?
at number 1.
No,
Absolutely.
The 7 what? I saw a video somewhere where someone was arguing against the geode shape global.
That's way too advanced. That we're going to go way back.
Like 7 examples.
Hex, are you smart enough to be quiet and listen to someone who's trying to teach you something? You said you were here to maybe learn, right? You think you can be quiet and maybe listen?
He doesn't think he can learn.
Right, but if he's going to give
well,
be quiet. You have to be quiet and quit
I'll
talking.
try that, yes, but I'm not interested in interminable walkthrough of.
How do you know what that is? You haven't even heard the number 1.
Because he's painful.
No, I
It's
haven't.
too
Okay, I'll
painful
listen.
for anybody to
I'm
do
not
this.
interested
You
in
haven't
a
even
long,
started. You can't be quiet.
I'm not interested
You sure
in
you're
a
smart enough?
long walkthrough of geometry that
But you're
I
going to
agree
just
with.
ramble on and entertain us with your rambling.
It's just the basic facts
what-
that we
what-
get, so we can understand
yeah,
each
okay,
other,
yeah.
Hex. Okay,
Yes.
right? Okay,
What-
so
Yep.
okay. Number 1, first fact: a straight line has no curvature. They're not really that hard. These.
No, but as I say, it's something that is not in question. That is not we.
Okay, well,
I-
it should be. We
we
should be
don't-
able to go through them very simply and then we understand each other where we're coming from, right? So you agree, a
Okay,
straight
as long
line
as you
has
don't
no
start
curvature.
Repeating them, yes. I think we agree on the geometry. It's the physics we disagree on. Okay, but
okay,
straight lines aren't curved, right?
Okay, straight lines don't have a curve in them at all.
Bam.
Well,
Number
that's a
one
good
done.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Nice one, Hex.
Yeah, that's a good start. I was looking for the other one. And I need to sort this out.
Good that you took the first step, mate. Good.
Oh, where have they gone, DP?
They're in server PNGs on the level.
Yeah, I've got them all there. I had them all there.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Perpendicular. There you go. There we go. Right. So,
Have you
here
got
we
them
go.
all?
Yeah, yeah. Next one. Perpendiculars is the relationship of a straight line to another straight line, but that sort of is the proof as well that an angle needs two straight lines, particularly the right angle, which is the correct angle, and having one straight line necessarily means that you can make a perpendicular along that line, right?
Right. Is there a point to this?
Yeah, just so we can get it. They're the two geometric facts that you said we can definitely agree on, right? There's no doubt in those two being geometric facts, right?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Brilliant. So next one, we go to we now link this sort of stuff to reality. Right, now can you think of anything that we would use in reality to make a straight line?
Rulers,
Here you go.
theodolites.
Have you heard of
They actually make straight lines, but they can mark a straight line with one.
have you ever heard of a perpendicle?
I don't think so.
Well, okay, it's a pretty old school word. You imagine
Yeah.
people with big hats on saying it. So yeah, perpendicle is anything hanging by a straight line, a string.
A
Like
plumb bob, more
A
or
plumb
less.
bob, right? So that is a straight line, right? The very definition of a perpendicle is something hanging by a straight line, right? So that's what a plumb bob does. It hangs in a straight line, but a little bit more. It's well, it's perpendicle, so it's obviously a straight line with a perpendicular, but it's vertical, right?
Yeah. How do you, oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Perpendicle. Okay. Yep.
Yep. You like that? It's a good word, isn't it?
A plumb bob.
Yeah, a plumb
Right.
bob. Making a vertical.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yes,
That-
that was the
that
next
point.
one, right? There we go. And we have a level is the tool for establishing a horizontal. So a plumb bob establishes a vertical,
All the levels are level. Yep.
and a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yes.
They're two lines, right? Now, do you know the relationship of those two lines?
Oh, let me guess. Didn't you already say they were perpendicular? No,
No,
just
that was just geometry, wasn't it? So
Well.
the actual geometry.
Well, okay. I guess this is edging into physics. There's
Wow,
no
physics.
no geometrical reason why a horizontal has to be perpendicular to a vertical. It just it's a physical fact. Yes.
Sorry. Well, they are. They're described as that. So the
Oh yeah. They are, but
We-
that's edging out of geometry and into physics.
yeah, into reality. Yeah, definitely. This is the point, right? To show you that the geometry is very and extremely closely linked to reality, because the geometry is a formulation of logic from reality to form proofs. right, within reality, but not only within reality, on paper as well. It's an axiomatic system set up in order to describe reality. Euclidean, anyway, at least. Right, so this is how closely linked level and plumb and vertical and horizontal are.
No.
Right. So that's how many have we done there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, we're getting close, aren't we? Remember what the next one was, DP?
You can't do this in your own words.
Pardon?
You need to. Do you need the script?
It's been a while since we did this. We actually made this.
These are our own words. It's not scripted.
Right, so you've got that, and then because level and plumb intersect perpendiculars, we have, I guess, the last one. A water level, being a level, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
In reality, right? You're happy with that?
Yeah.
So we are happy that vertical and horizontal are straight lines. There are tools in reality that can establish a vertical and a horizontal. And a water level in particular is a device for establishing a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you probably know, I have some reservations about talking about a horizontal plane. I realize that a plane is definitely, or can definitely be horizontal at a point.
No such thing.
And as a matter of fact, I think, I guess any plane would have to be horizontal somewhere.
I'll just make a
What?
point
Sorry.
that there is no such thing as horizontal at a point.
Of course there is.
No, there isn't.
You put your measuring equipment at a point in space.
What is a
and
point?
Measure
What-
horizontal.
What is a point, Hex?
Your equipment may take up
What
Some
is a
space.
point, Hex?
Your equipment may take up some space, a lot more space than a single point, but the center of your equipment, where the horizontal is measured, determined, whatever you do with it, that can be defined as a
So
point.
you mean a location marker,
Yeah.
which is
Well,
not.
It doesn't
it's
have
not-
to be marked, but yes, a location in three-dimensional space.
Right,
And
well,
a point
not
is-
a line.
Sorry? Was that about a line?
I said a point is not a line. This is what DP's telling you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now if it's called a horizontal plane, then everywhere on that plane is horizontal because it is a
No.
horizontal plane. Yes, it is.
Everywhere on that plane is, well, parallel isn't strong enough because it's a continuation of the horizontal at the point where you...
Have you got a
Establish
definition
the
of a
horizontal
plane,
plane.
or are you going to take all of the definitions that we're going to use? Right, because I can
I
give you
expect-
definitions of
I expect
plane
that-
from
Yeah.
mathematics. Right, plenty of them
expect-
from loads
I-
of different places. What
I
have you got?
I expect that your definitions of plane
Somebody laughing in the
are
background there.
okay. I don't know. But that's
Tell 'em to keep
geometry, and as I say, I think we more or less agree on the geometry.
Okay.
So please don't go through the definition of a plane unless you have a definition somewhere that claims that a plane is necessarily horizontal over the whole surface, or even that a
No,
horizontal
a
plane is
horizontal plane would be horizontal. The same as a vertical plane would be vertical. It's the horizontal is the bit before it that tells you about the plane that you're talking about. The plane is described in geometry as a flat, two-dimensional surface that extends infinitely far. Would you agree on that being the definition of a plane in mathematics?
But I don't agree
I'll say
on-
it again. A plane is a flat, two-dimensional surface that extends indefinitely far. That's the mathematical term.
Yeah.
And that's good. And it
What I
also
don't
says
agree
flat
on-
surface.
Yep.
Wait a minute, let me just get this
Yeah.
one out as well. A flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would lie wholly on it. Like, and then it gives a definition.
Yeah.
The horizontal plane. That's the definition within that thing in definition for a plane.
That doesn't necessarily mean that there is such a thing as a horizontal plane. It's a matter of definition, but not that definition.
Oh, right, just the wrong definition. Have
personally-
you got? Can you give us the definition then, please, of a plane?
Horizontal
First
plane?
off, no. First off, give us the definition of plane that you want to use from
It's a
mathematics.
flat surface.
okay,
We're
brilliant.
agreed on that.
What about horizontal then? What's your definition of horizontal?
Perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, so it's a straight line.
How?
So if you put a plane on that straight line, then that would be a plane in the horizontal position on which all perpendiculars to that plane would be, what do you call them, parallel. That's another mathematical term, isn't it?
Do you have enough imagination to try to understand the globe?
No, go on. You will have to try and explain it, but try and use all the mathematical terms like I've just used, and I'll try and imagine what you're talking about, right?
All right.
So vertical,
Imagine-
horizontal, plane, parallel, perpendicular.
Imagine that
See if
down
you can throw a
is,
perpendicular in.
Imagine that down is towards the center of a globular Earth. That means that down is not in the same direction everywhere. If you
like
move
a
across
like
the
a
surface,
radius.
yes, a
Like,
radius.
so we
radius-
imagine
radii-
a radius of a circle is called down. Yeah.
radii, or however they're said in plural, are not parallel to each other. Some of them can be.
Obviously.
Right. And therefore,
Did you
in
say
the
some
same
of them?
way,
Did you say some of them?
vertical. Well, ones that are opposite each other, ones that are part of the same
The
same
ones that are part of the same line.
diameter. Those
Yeah.
would, of course, be parallel, unless you want to call them
Parallel to
anti-parallel
what?
to each other. Unless you
What
want to call them
the
anti-parallel.
sorry, the what's it called again? The
Diagonal.
diameter. It's not diagonal. The diameter.
Oh, the diameter. Yes. Sorry.
The diameter is parallel to what?
Two radii that are part of it may or may not be parallel to each other. I'm not sure
They,
whether
you know, they would be
two-
sharing the same
line
straight
yeah.
line segment, right? Because we
Yeah.
have another one of that. It's another
no,
one of
the
these strange things
radii-
about geometry, right?
the
It comes with
radii-
proofs.
The radii do not share any segments, but they are both part of the same diameter, and
And that
their
diameter
extension-
would be a straight line and
Yes.
not parallel to any other diameter. Because we're dealing with pure
True,
geometry here now, aren't we?
yes,
Yeah. You're just trying to link the word down to a radius somehow of a
Yes, but
two-dimensional shape. You want to label one of the parts of that two-dimensional shape down. Now, does it have a direction?
Wait
This
a minute.
down
Not
of a
two-dimensional, I'm
radius.
talking about Earth. But do you understand that is the part of the flat Earth model? That
What
is
is?
globe Earth. Sorry. That is the claim that mainstream science makes. Down
What,
is
that
towards the center of the
radiuses
Earth.
are called down?
No, well, radiuses of the Earth, yes.
Really? Your radiuses of the Earth are called down, and do you call them anything else?
No, not called
Oh.
down, but down is towards the center of the Earth, more or less,
If you imagine,
in
if you
globe
imagine it as being a circle
or a sphere, yes.
or a
Or a
sphere.
ball, if
Okay,
you
yeah, yeah.
prefer.
Right. So if
You
you
wanna
if
get
you
to them.
imagine that a sphere or a circle has a radius, which they do, but then all those radiuses are called down. Is that like towards the center? Like, you know, in that.
No, the radius,
could you?
radius isn't down. One end of the radius is
Okay.
down. The
Well,
radius is
how would you
vertical.
describe that as a vector in physics? Because obviously, if we're entering the world of physics, then you would want to be giving that a vector, right?
Well, down is a vector, and
Mhm.
up, is, of course, is another vector. But
Okay.
vertical is just a line.
Mm-hmm. So that's both up and down. But you said it was down before, didn't you? But vertical is definitely both up and down, isn't it? It doesn't actually have a vector in one direction, does it?
I don't think I equated them. I was talking about down for most of the period. But
Yeah, 'cause I know.
I think we're getting away from the point. Do you understand that is what globe physics, mainstream physics, claims?
I wouldn't know.
Down
Are
is
you?
toward the center of the Earth.
Are you
don't
speaking?
know.
Sorry,
Are
sorry,
you
Hex.
ignorant of-
Hex, sorry.
Yes?
Okay, are you speaking right now for mainstream physics?
I don't know about speaking for it, but I have some vague idea about what it is, and it does claim that down
Is it your
masses
claim?
attract each other. Do you deny that
Is it-
mainstream science claims that masses attract each other?
I wouldn't know. I mean, are you talking?
You
You were
wouldn't
talking.
know.
You were talking
Are you
about
that
down.
ignorant?
You were talking about down before, Hex.
You
Now,
don't know
where have
what-
you gone to masses attracting each other from the word down? You were trying to explain how a radius to a circle is called down, and now you've gone to masses. I mean, what's going on?
Why are you asking me to explain
Well,
things that
you
are
wanted
part of mainstream science?
You wanted to. I'm not asking you to explain part of mainstream science. I'm just asking you to clarify what you are actually saying, because you seem to be all over the place. We like to have a bit of clarity here, right? So let's start again. We'll go over a recap. We'll go over a recap.
No.
No,
You
don't want to go over a recap.
You do not like clarity. You thrive on confusion.
Now,
Really?
when he's asking you for clarity,
Right,
He's
well,
trying to recap and ask for clarity, and you're going to say that? This is where I would cut you off.
Could you ask me a specific question? Because we've been all over Robin Hood's barn, and
You mean the 5 questions you've avoided already?
No, he's already done it. We've done that. We've established that vertical and horizontal are straight lines. We're definitely done with that. And
Yes.
he's then gone to a circle and tried
And
to
in
say
globe-
that one of those lines
you
on
were
a
the
circle
one,
are
you were
called
the one who
down.
brought the circle in. I was talking about a globe.
Well, how would you wish to describe a globe?
Do you not know what a globe is?
I've
or
got
do
one
you-
here. I've got one here.
wondering
It's
about-
it's spherical. Is that
Yeah,
what you want to talk
you avoided.
about?
What else do you want to know about it? And
But-
it weighs. We're talking about the Earth. It
Yeah.
weighs a lot, and in
No, we're talking about a
mainstream
globe.
physics-
Right, I've got one here in my room. Right.
I'm not talking about a map globe. I'm talking
It's
about
not a map. Don't be silly.
a
It's not.
ball.
It's not a map.
Oh, it doesn't have continents and stuff on it. I thought that
No.
what you meant when you talked about
Dude,
a globe. You're just
I'll
talking
say it
about
again.
A ball of some
It's
sort.
a globe. Do you know the difference between a globe and a map? Do you want me to educate you on that, or do you
Not
know the difference between a
particularly, not
globe and a
particularly.
map? Hex,
Are you claiming that a map has to be flat?
do you know the difference between a globe and a map?
Depends on what you mean by globe. If you're talking about the ones that have that are supposed to represent the Earth and have continents and oceans and stuff drawn or pasted on them or whatever, however they make them, printed, I guess. Is that what you mean by a globe?
Like I say, I've got one here in my room.
So, is it a
Yeah,
marble
there's a
or is
picture.
it a?
See, there's a picture in the live chat. Can you see that picture in the live chat?
Oh, live chat. Where's that? Bob. Vertical. Somebody hugging.
A globe.
Well, okay.
Yeah?
Let's call it that.
Is that?
Yeah.
Is that? So that's the globe that we're talking about. Now, see that globe in that picture there? Can you see that globe in that picture?
I'd call that a three-dimensional map, or at least it's certainly the
There's
equivalent
no
of a
such
map.
thing as a three-dimensional map. There's
Sure there are.
topographic maps, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about one that's globe-shaped. But is there any point with
To
this?
scale?
I think we...
To scale. I've been looking at this for ages. But like in that picture, if you want to go back to it, right? Because this is another one of the things that we have to do. First, we do vertical, horizontal, perpendiculars, horizontal planes, parallel. So we all understand the geometrical terms, like you said.
Do we ever get to the
Earlier.
baller parallel?
Yeah, we're just establishing these things now because we have to understand also the meaning of the word down.
Yes. On
Okay.
the flat Earth, down is some sort of universal direction, and I would be very curious as to if you have an explanation of how it works and why it's the direction it is, but I'm not expecting one. And on the globe Earth, it is towards the center of the Earth.
Okay,
More
so
or less.
can we say then, if we make a line that we all know that we can, a straight line, to go back to what we're talking about, and that straight line will be called a vertical, right?
If it is vertical, yes.
A vertical, right? Okay, then on that vertical we will make an arbitrary mark,
Okay.
right? Somewhere. Let's call it, I don't know. Let's call it a datum.
No?
Right, okay?
Are we talking about on a flat Earth, on a globe Earth, or are you going to stick to stuff that has them both in common?
Just in reality, right? Like every day.
Hey, we disagree on
every
what
one of
reality
us.
is.
What? No.
Hopefully, we can agree on what the flat Earth is, more or less. What the globe Earth is. Though
Why are you
I'm not
shape
really-
obsessed, Hex?
What?
Why are you shape obsessed?
Like, can I just Hex?
That is the main difference between
Forget
our
about
worlds.
shape.
Yep.
Forget about shape. Right? Just have you ever seen a plumb bob?
Yes.
Brilliant. I have too. I've got one here. Now, let's just make a line, a plumb bob. Put a little mark on
you
it.
already said that. You said that
okay.
several minutes
Now
ago.
put a mark on it. Now, on that, from that mark, could you explain what up is and down? Would you be able to express that from a mark on a vertical?
Well, from my viewpoint, up is away from the center of the Earth, and down is towards the
Just
center of the Earth.
reference the vertical line that we have just put a mark on.
I guess the end of the string towards the sky is up, and the end of the string towards the ground is down.
Brilliant.
Damn. There you go.
Up and down. Now,
No model involved.
now
Let's
let's say on that vertical line,
Yeah.
we are where we had that little mark. We are going to make a perpendicular to that vertical.
Line or plane? Why don't we go directly to a plane?
Well, okay. Well, you have to really, don't you? Because a vertical's a straight line, but you can all go around it at 360. So a perpendicular to a straight line, a vertical, would be a horizontal plane, wouldn't it?
Yes.
By definition.
Depends on which model of the universe we are using.
Well, you've got a different
And how we
definition
define
of
horizontal plane.
Yeah, okay. Well, like I say, you give us yours. I've already give you ours, right, from mathematics, and
I have already at some point, but it may have been a long time ago, said that I don't think it makes any real sense to talk about horizontal planes or lines, because on the globe Earth, which is where I think we are, the horizontal being perpendicular to vertical, which is a different direction everywhere on the surface of the Earth. Horizontal would also be a different direction everywhere. So that you can take your infinite plane and you can measure horizontal at a point. But if you go somewhere else and measure there, it will be a different direction, so that if your plane was perpendicular to vertical, therefore horizontal, at the point you first measured it, it will not be horizontal at the second point.
Wow.
So can we talk about horizontal
geometric
plane
proofs?
If it isn't horizontal everywhere? I mean, if I take a green,
is this the nervous bit?
Green plane.
You just nervously just ramble.
If I take an infinite green plane and I put a red dot on it, and I stand where the dot is.
Yeah. Is it a horizontal plane, did you say?
No, just a plane, a green one. Would it be fair of me to call that a red plane?
Are you busy? Got some really bad. Who's that? Rye? Is that you? Can't tell with your green hot mic.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Hold on.
There you go.
Yeah. Also, sorry if I started getting a little strident there. That was not my meaning. But if I have an infinite green plane and I paint a dot, paint a red dot on it, and I stand on that dot.
Whoa. You just said a plane. If you have an infinite plane, a green plane, and you paint a dot on it, right? Well, a plane is a geometric figure. You can't paint a dot on a geometric figure, can you? So, are you confusing geometry and reality there? Or do you want to say if you've got a flat surface? You can't. It won't be infinite, will it?
All right. Which is part of a plane. But if it's green and I put a red dot on it and I stand on the red dot, is it fair of me to call that a red plane or red surface, or is it only red where I'm standing?
It's got a red dot. You would be all right to call it a red dot.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm all right saying that your plane is horizontal at a point. I've said that several times.
The whole plane would be horizontal.
No, it wouldn't. It would have to be a.
If it's perpendicular to the vertical, then yes, the whole plane would be called horizontal. Pretty obvious.
Only if all verticals are parallel to each other, which they aren't on the globe Earth.
Oh, but all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel to each other. I mean, that's a geometric rule. Okay.
Yes.
Is that why you can't? Is that why you can't have a horizontal plane being horizontal all over?
Yes, because it's the vertical is different in different places on the plane.
Really? Have you just stating that, or is that just like your model dictates that is what would happen?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does. Because otherwise, you're just talking shite about a model. You've got no geometric proofs, or you've got no proofs of anything that you're talking about.
You can't prove horizontality geometrically because horizontality and verticality are physical. They aren't geometrical.
They're perpendicular to each other, right? At every point. Everywhere where you are, right? Where you are now, I bet if you have a vertical, a horizontal will be perpendicular to it, right? We sort this sort of stuff because geometry is based on logic, right? Then we can use logic to help us out, to help us understand things, but pretty simply, really.
Yes, if you were interested in understanding it. But the point is that in my worldview,
Wow.
verticals are not parallel, and therefore horizontal is different in different places. In your worldview, obviously,
Well,
verticals are
do not
perpendicular.
tell me about my
Hold on.
worldview. In reality, because that's where I live, vertical and horizontal
That's a claim
are
that requires evidence.
what you need evidence that I live in reality. Are you sure you're all right, Hex?
Well, I need evidence that what you consider reality is where you live.
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
If you measure them in the same place, yes.
Always. Wherever I am, Hex,
if you live on a flat Earth.
I've never had a problem not measuring vertical and horizontal to be perpendicular, right? They always are. It's sort of a general rule. It's like a natural law type situation, right?
Have you ever really tried to measure vertical at one point and horizontal at a point, say, 50 miles away?
Not 50 miles
Can you
away,
really?
but yeah, I think
We can't really say that they would be perpendicular to each other.
I think I can establish a horizontal over quite a big distance. Yeah, I think it's already been done many times before. So we have developed a method to help people understand right line geometry, the geometry of reality, and to hopefully help people understand how to prove a straight line in reality.
Geometry works on the flat Earth as well.
Geometry works in reality, right? That's all I'm bothered about.
And on the flat Earth.
Well, I don't know. Like you can have whichever Earths you want. Like I'm just talking about reality. You can talk about wherever little fictional worlds that you have, and all different types of shapes you can imagine, whatever. But I'm gonna say, in reality, I can prove stuff, and I use geometry to help me do that, right?
What can you prove? You can naturally prove geometric things with geometry, but I don't think you can actually prove any physical things using your knowledge and information and methods.
The proofs from geometry make architecture. You realise that, right? There is a use for geometry, which is earth measurement, literal meaning, right? To measure the earth and stuff, right? They measure land, they measure plots of land, they measure for construction, right? They actually use this geometry in reality. Yeah. I do as well. I mean, I use it all the time. I think it's great. And you also understand that proofs actually come from geometry, right? The proofs come from mathematics and the foundations of mathematics, which are based in geometry, right? So the literal proofs come from geometry, and we use geometry to prove reality. It's as simple as that.
Well, you can't prove reality with just geometry. You need to inject some data about reality, in which case geometry may be useful for comparing.
That's word salad. You might want to start over. Take a mulligan.
I would sort of like to start this whole conversation over.
You've done terrible. You need to.
It would be nice if we got to the Baller's Canal.
Okay,
eventually.
well, I can. Let's see if I can do a video. Is my video working?
And if you have any, you could just tell me whether I'm correct in my assumption that this is A is lower than B, which is lower than C, which is lower than A, and therefore A is lower than A, and therefore you got some sort of a either a paradox or a misunderstanding.
You should understand it then. Looks like you've already got it. Do you know how to get around it?
Don't know what you mean by get around. Well, you inject some reality.
Yeah.
Understanding.
Okay. That's what we're using. That's why we called it the Baller's Canal, because a canal in reality is definitely a thing, isn't it? Like we can have practical examples of this stuff.
Yes.
And have you, incidentally, I'm struggling to get my video working.
Okay.
Do you know horizontal? Do you know what it means?
Is this something that's different from horizontal, or are you just pronouncing it weirdly?
It's the little tal bit at the end, isn't it?
In that case, no, I probably don't know what it is.
But if you do realise you're still live, that could be why you're struggling with your camera.
Yeah. I think my video has to go on, but if as soon as I do that, I can't put the white screen on. Let me see if I can check the whiteboard. Close that whiteboard now. If I
Is this not a simple enough thing that we could just?
Yeah, it's better if you
Just
can
walk me
visualize
through
it.
it?
It's always better if you can visualize it. Words tend to get mixed up, don't they?
Yeah.
Many people have been ruined on the whiteboard, Hex, but there's no need to be scared of it. Nervous laugh again.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how much time this is supposed to take. Oh, hey, I could open YouTube on one screen and the chat on another.
That's cool.
I'm going to watch videos while you're going through the whiteboard.
Well, where is the whiteboard? Oops.
No, it's
Well,
taking
now what
ages
happened?
for me bloody camera. I
That
think
might be
because
me.
the camera's
Sorry
open
about
up
that,
on
if
me.
it is.
It's not loading
Is
up
that
on
me?
the camera. What?
Is that you, or is that something I've got?
I don't. You're piping something through. I'm not doing anything.
Well, now it stopped. Or did you mute me or something? Oh,
No.
now it started again.
Nobody muted you.
Well, if it is me, I'm sorry. I've got way too many windows here.
Something like 250 might it be?
Well, tabs. I only have about must be less than 10 windows.
Less than 10 windows, but 250 tabs.
I've got more.
Let's just close these down. I can open things.
We know somebody else who's got like hundreds of tabs open in one go. Wonders why it slows his computer down.
I guess I should be careful that I don't close you down.
I don't know how to put the virtual camera on this new set. This is something I should have worked out, shouldn't it? Who are you listening to?
Sounds like FTFE.
Nah, it's an Aussie,
Yeah.
that, isn't it?
Sorry. If I can figure out which window you're on, I can close the rest. So that I don't want to.
I can't even get my camera working. I can get it working on OBS, but I can't get
On
it
the
working.
horizon.
I can't get it working for you guys to be able to see it.
Oh, maybe I should just.
Who is it you're listening to, Hex? Who's that?
I don't know. Sorry, I can't find it. If I open,
You've got a window playing.
I
that
can
you can't
reopen
find.
this, and then I
It's
can.
only got 10 windows there. It'll be the one with the
Yeah,
little
yeah.
speaker thing at the top.
Yeah, I know. If I can figure out where you are I can close the rest. What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Where?
I'm confused. Where?
I'm here.
This is in Discord, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Say
you
the three
are
words I don't know anymore again. Just say those.
me? I don't know. So what? I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. But what's the name of this channel again?
Next level.
Next level.
Mm. Yeah.
Or
I'm pretty annoyed at
Live
this.
chat.
I don't know why. I'm gonna have to.
okay.
It's working. I can't get a picture or anything to the camera. I don't know why it's not doing it. I guess I'm.
Hex is gone anyway.
He's only got 10 windows. He can't work out which one's
Which
playing
one?
It's feeding through as well. It sounded like he was in an airport as well for a bit. He'll be back.
No, here he is.
Yeah. Did you find your window? Sounds like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I can get my camera working. But if I can get my camera working like this, I don't think I can get it piped through to Discord. I don't know what's it doing.
Last resort, you could always use your phone to show your whiteboard, Bev.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Camera not available. OBS 64 extension. No way is it going to make me close that. I can only use it. I need to know how to get the virtual camera then. On OBS. Well, I guess. I think I've got a picture of it. We can work through that. Maybe somebody can do a sideways view of it. There we go. Look at that. Look how long ago that was. It's back in the 535 pound days.
Whoa.
That's the original big one.
Yeah. And now there's only the £35 outstanding now.
Can you hear me now?
Whoa, I don't know what you've done to your sound. Go on. Have you moved away from your mic?
I switched mic. Got my headset. Does it work?
Is it voice meter banana? You just swatched your channels over. Did you open the wrong channel?
Should I try switching back to the other mic?
Is it a case of you put windows open to get views for your mates and all of the channels? You know, it's like just put it on in the background.
Oh, I've closed all the windows now except this one.
Right, well, I've got you turned up, and you are pretty low again. Like, yeah, I think you did this last time you came in. Well, not the last time you were in, just but you know the time before, the first time you came in, the other night.
Maybe I can switch back. It says my voice has been disconnected.
Yeah, maybe. Give it a go.
Yeah, their settings. Voice and video.
Get this going.
High definition audio device. Does this work?
Well, that was a bit better.
Is it?
What did you do there?
I switched microphones and picked up the microphone.
Oh,
Oh
Puts
dear.
yourself off.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I've got another bloody camera and it's not even accessing it. I don't know what's going on.
Well, back again, Hex. But you're constantly green, so you might have to drop out of Discord and come back again.
You've done there.
Sorry,
This is
I'm
fun. There you go.
constantly what?
No, you're all right now.
Are you right now? Yeah.
Oh,
It's hard to tell because sometimes Discord messes us about with all sorts of different stuff. Right, well, I guess I could do I could take a picture with my phone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got
in there, right? So
there's a picture.
There's
a picture of the Baller's Canal here.
Yep.
I think it's a little out of whack because it's got seems to have a right angle and 3 1-mile lengths. And if it's
Where's the
got
right
a right angle, if it's a right angle at A, then BC should be longer than AC and BA.
Is there anything that says that that is a right angle to you?
Well, it looks right, but okay, I suppose it's
It's not marked up as a right angle. It's just a triangle.
just drawn as one. But okay, all right.
Yeah,
All
1
right,
mile.
I'll give
It
you that.
says 1 mile, 1 mile, 1 mile.
Yeah.
The proportions may come through a bit funny because of the way it gets squished and done in when you making
There's
it, right?
that. Sorry, yeah, that's not important.
Okay.
Yes, I see it.
So that's just what we go, and it goes A, B, C. There's 3 corners to a triangle, right? 3.
Yes, yes,
lines
yes. And this is going to be exactly what I asked about in my wherever that was that you replied to, isn't it?
Okay.
You're
right,
going to
well,
say
here.
that you're going to say that there's a drop from A to B and there's a drop
No,
from
I'm
B
not.
to
No,
C.
I'm
No,
not
you're
going to say there's a drop. No.
Well, okay, you're going to say that on the globe
No,
it
no.
would
I'm
be,
gonna-
or somebody is saying
What I'm
that.
going to do is ask
all right.
you
Oh,
because
listen.
there's a guy.
Yes.
You've got DP sat there, and he's got an auto level, and he's at point A.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now he's set up with his auto level, like it says there, horizontal. It's set up horizontal, so he's auto level. He's looking out horizontal. Now the surface of the water by his feet. What happens to that water in the canal that goes from A to B?
Well, the way you've drawn it, it would all run to B because there seems to be a slope.
Yeah.
And
In that picture, yes, there is definitely a slope.
yes.
But
Okay,
don't,
but if we
don't
ignore
be,
that,
don't be swayed by what you see, because that was for
All
me
right.
to explain when we were at the beach. But so don't really get that because I don't want to mislead you or put any words in you to you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
in relation to that horizontal line that he has with his auto level over that 1 mile distance, and that being the canal, what would happen to the distance? Do you know how an auto level works?
Do you mean in relation to the altitude?
The altitude of
Height.
what?
Well, the line and the water in the canal.
Okay, well,
Or am I jumping ahead?
do you know how an auto level works? First off,
It provides a line, or it levels itself so that you can look out horizontally, and then you look at things in the distance.
and you get a measuring rod, and you put a measuring rod on something.
Yeah.
Usually, you take a back sight onto that to establish the height of the auto level, right? In relation to the back sight, the original datum point, right? So let's say right at that corner where it says A, for that mile stretch, he is holding a staff, right? And we are measuring the height of the auto level at, let's say, 1 meter above the water at point A.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's a canal, so it goes off a mile.
Yeah.
What happens at point B? in relation for the water to that horizontal?
The horizontal line will be approximately 8 inches higher there than at A.
Right, so would that be the horizontal lifting up?
Yes.
Or the water
yes.
dropping down?
The horizontal is going up, even though it is the water that is curving away from the horizontal straight line. The water is curved, the line is straight, the line is horizontal at A, but it is sloping up at B.
Well,
and the water is what's it called? The same altitude everywhere, as long as it's not flowing.
So if you have the horizontal sloping upwards towards B, then the opposite direction it would have to slope down, right?
No.
What do you mean? It's not a straight line.
I mean
then, is it?
that the Earth it's not the line that's crooked or curved. It's the Earth that is curved, and it curves away.
No, you said directions. No. Sorry, you said the horizontal sloped upwards. That was what you said.
Further away from, since vertical is perpendicular to. Since vertical is vertical is if this is a even elevation, then vertical is perpendicular to the surface. It's towards the center of the Earth, so that the vertical at point B will be angled off to the right.
No, dude. No. We're just talking about the water and the horizontal. Now, you stated that the horizontal sloped upwards from A to B at a rate of 8 inches. So that horizontal line has a grade to it. Is that what you're saying?
If I understand the word grade correctly, but this grade varies with the distance.
Okay. Do you know how you change an elevation? It's rise over run. Have you ever heard of that? I think I might have said it to you last time.
Yes, but since... Yeah, okay, so 8 inches over a mile, but since
that
the Earth
can't
is
be a
curved,
horizontal, can it?
Since the Earth is curved, it's not the same everywhere.
How does the horizontal become the hypotenuse?
Hypotenuse? Because the vertical at B is sloping away from the vertical at A, and therefore you don't have a right. You don't have a right angle between the vertical and the horizontal anymore.
Yes, you do.
Got a right.
They're perpendicular.
No, you have a right angle at A, but at B, vertical is leaning to the right, and therefore the angle is no longer 90 degrees. The angle between the vertical and the curved surface of the Earth is 90 degrees.
Wow, this must be really hard. Vertical and horizontal are definitely let's say that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. We agreed on it earlier, didn't we?
If they are measured in the same place. That's why
wherever they are measured. Anywhere. Anywhere.
Your horizontal line is horizontal at A. It is not horizontal at B, according to the globe model.
Vertical
and mainstream science.
Yeah, vertical and horizontal will be perpendicular at A, B, and C. All 3 points, or in fact, anywhere along any of that bit of the canal, vertical will be perpendicular to horizontal. Yes, anywhere and everywhere at the same time, all of the time.
But in the on the globe Earth, in mainstream science, the verticals will not be parallel, and neither will the horizontals. You measure horizontal at some other place, it will not be parallel to the first one you measured.
But horizontals are parallel, right?
Only if they're measured in the same place.
The horizontals, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And due to geometric law, that if any 2 lines are parallel to the same line, they will be parallel to each other. Therefore,
They
all horizontals are parallel to each other.
You do not have the same.
Horizontals are
You do not have the
parallel.
same horizon at B that you do at A, and
But the horizontals would always be parallel to it, no matter where it was.
only on the flat Earth without gravity.
Just in reality. That's the way it's
No,
defined.
in reality, verticals are different. That's why I think we should stop talking about reality, because we disagree on that. We should be able to.
Sorry, Hex. Come on, we only talk about reality here. We really do. We don't want any bedtime stories or some fantasies or sci-fi stories that you've got.
Yes,
we
you
don't.
do.
We don't really. No, we don't.
That's all you've got.
Sorry? No, we just have reality. Vertical, horizontal, perpendicular, parallel. You know, just everyday terms that everyone can use, everyone can understand.
It seems to me there's no real point in us discussing reality when we don't agree on what it is. You'll just say,
Well, look, we can carry
this
on.
is the way it is, and I'll just say, no, this is the way it is, and we won't get anywhere. If
Okay.
we could figure out what would be different in your worldview and my worldview, and
we're getting
measure,
there. We're getting there.
see how they-
We've only done one part of it, haven't we? We've only done one. We've gone one length of the canal, and we've gone to one part of it.
I think we're getting nowhere fast, but
Okay, well, let's go to the second part, because now we've gone to B on the water, and we are 8 inches, above the horizontal is 8 inches above the water in your ideas, right? So then let's go from B to B to C. Let's go from B to C. What happens to the horizontal line there?
it will be 8 inches higher than
Be
that
8
C.
inches, okay.
Let's see. Well, for some reason, I was thinking we'd go around counterclockwise. No, clockwise. That's stupid. It's counterclockwise. Okay, from B to C. So yes,
It slopes up again.
The line that started off horizontal at B will be 8 inches higher at C than it was at B, and it will no longer be horizontal.
So let's go from C now back to A.
Same thing there.
Horizontal goes up.
8 inches difference.
8
Yes,
inches, right.
8
So,
inches.
okay. So the horizontal that we started with at point A, after we've returned back, will be 24 inches above our initial mark.
No,
Although the water would be the same.
That's a different horizontal.
3 different horizontals. You know, understand how auto level works, differential leveling.
From A,
And we
you
started
go,
at A and we went all the way round and got back to A again.
Yeah.
We closed the loop in one big journey, and you say 24 inches, that horizontal that established by the auto level, should be higher than the initial... No?
No.
We did have...
From A,
you had
from
3
A,
eighths. No,
From
didn't you?
your horizontal goes up 8 inches to B.
B, yeah, and then we carry
And
on
then
that
you,
horizontal.
No,
Yeah.
you drop down 8 inches and make a new horizontal, which rises 8 inches to C. And then you drop down 8 inches and measure a new horizontal, which rises 8 inches to A, and then you drop down to exactly where you started from.
Is this on your model of a globe, or is this
Yes.
in your imagination of what surveyors do? Which one?
Well, I think that most surveyors would take the curve into consideration, and assuming let's see, 8 inches.
Where
yes,
was the curve? Because you just talked about sloping
in the
horizontals.
8-inch rise.
No, that's a slope. It's a grade. It's a rise over run. That you do understand. Like we asked you that. We've even got a meme in
It
there.
is-
Rise over run.
It
The vertical.
is-
It's a triangle, right? You have
It-
a horizontal distance, and a vertical rise, 8 inches, and a mile. Like, we had those are the two distances we had. They were definitely straight line distances, weren't they?
Where?
If we're making a triangle, then surely that's... And then you had... See, like, when we do rise over run, we have the horizontal as being one of the straight lines and vertical as being one of the straight lines. And then the grade being the change in elevation. It normally measured as a slope if you're talking about a grade. Yeah.
It's really very simple. In the globe Earth model,
Really?
the verticals are leaning away from each other, and therefore the horizontals will be at angles to each other.
The horizontals will be at angles to each other.
Yes,
What
because
sort
they're
of an
measured in
angle?
different places.
What sort of an angle would you put between a horizontal and a horizontal?
I don't know. I can't be bothered to figure out the math, and besides, it depends on whether you want to take the average angle or the angle at the destination point.
Well, we know where the angles are. You know how to make an angle, don't you? You definitely know how to make an angle.
Yeah, but since the Earth is curved in the globe Earth reality model, the angle to the line that started off horizontal is going to change. The further you go,
What? Sorry?
the greater the angle will be.
Sorry, wait a minute. You've got an angle and it's two straight lines. Are you saying if you extend one of those lines, the angle will change?
I'm saying if you have a tangent to a circle, or a globe in this case, that the angle between the tangent line and the closest point on the globe is going to increase as you get further from the tangent point.
You are saying that if you increase one of the lines of an angle, the angle will increase. Is that on a globe model? Because it's not in reality. I've never heard of that before,
If one of the lines is curved, yes, the angle will
You can't
change.
measure an angle to a curve, though, right? Or do you think you can on a globe model?
You can measure an angle to a tangent to a curve.
A tangent's just a straight line. Like, we know that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
therefore you've got two straight lines and you can measure the angle. But
Brilliant.
as you move along
But
the curve,
You're saying
will
if you
change
extend
angle.
one of those lines, the angle will get bigger.
no,
Oh.
I'm saying that, well, you extend one line, but the other line doesn't start at A. It's a tangent to the curve. The curve starts at A. But,
Right, go on. So where's A?
where is A?
Yeah, on
I
the
don't know.
on the
It's,
line that you are calling a tangent. I guess that's a infinite line, right? A
At
tangent.
tangent point, I
Okay.
guess.
Oh, right. So you're putting a mark on the line at the tangent point. Where are you measuring an angle to? Up or down from the tangent point?
Well, you've got an angle. If you start off horizontally at A, then you will have an angle between that line and the surface of the water at C,
Down.
and you will have another.
Whoa! Wait a minute.
Bring
Wait
it
a
down.
minute.
And you will have an
No,
angle
have you-
between the
I'm
line
sure-
and the vertical at C.
Proposition 16, I think. Let me check. I'm sure. This has been floating around for ages. Clearly, he'll be pissed he missed this. Book 3, right? Do you know much of Euclid?
No.
No. Oh, that's a shame. me check. Oh, hey, I've got it. It's even got a pencil mark on this. It says tangent chord. Straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from the extremity of it falls without the circle. That'll be your tangent line, right?
Yeah.
And no straight line can be drawn from the extremity between the straight line and the circumference so as to not cut the circle. Wow, isn't that weird? That means you can't draw an angle downwards from a tangent without cutting the circle. Isn't that weird?
Not really. Particularly not, since in this case down is automatically towards the circle. But
you can't. That's what it says. You can't make an angle without cutting the circle. So you can't actually see, because if you're calling that one line horizontal, you can't look down from it, can you? Especially if you're dealing with the surface, because the proof is within the geometry. You cannot do another straight line below the tangent without actually cutting the circle.
Oh, you mean parallel to the tangent? Is that what it's saying?
You can't. No, you can't have a line, because that would be the tangent, right? You can't measure an angle downwards because you would cut the circle. I know you don't understand that much geometry, and this is proposition 16 in book 3. Now that's quite far on that, isn't it?
Or do you have it posted somewhere?
Proposition 16, book 3, Euclid, the elements. Look it up.
Why? You had it there. Just repeat it. Just a little bit slower.
Repeat
more clearly.
Did you not record it? Are you recording now? But just rewind it back again. Or just look up Euclid.
YouTube.
Euclid, the elements, book 3, proposition 16. Now, if you don't really, you've not really studied any of the earlier stuff, it might be a little bit tricky for you. You might need to go back and backtrack so you understand what it actually is saying.
I'm not seeing a rewind thing on this YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. YouTube. Oh, that's because I'm looking at YouTube in Discord. I don't know how I would find it in YouTube, because if I click on live on YouTube, it just doesn't do much of anything.
Yeah. Are you not recording this?
Nope.
Actually, did I hear you say the other day you were called Eric?
Yes.
Okay. And
probably, if you were paying attention.
There was a really weird thing that happens. I mean, this is what Logos does to us. It sort of drops stuff on us. And I don't know why I was doing this. It's the first time I'd ever watched any of, what's he called? Steve McRae. Do you know him?
I've seen stuff by him.
Yeah. Well, I
think I don't remember much.
What'd
you say? Book 3?
I was watching that, and he was doing a program with Chesh. They were like behind a judges thing, as though they were judging people, judgment or something like that. It was called, and they were actually. It was all about them saying that they didn't trust Fight the Flat Earth with his qualifications. They said that they don't believe he actually has some of the qualifications he said. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but
Proposition 16.
We've had those sort of suspicions for a while. But in that, the guy was talking about having Brenda over, and I don't know, partner or somebody with him called Eric. And that was like the second time I'd heard the word Eric. I've never heard it for ages. The only other one I know is Eric Morecambe. Morecambe and Wise.
Aha. Yeah, I was just going to ask whether that was Wise, but I think there are a fair number of Erics.
That's not you then, right? You don't know Brenda.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, I've got proposition 16 here. Do I start at the beginning or
Yeah, go on.
here's this?
Read it out. Let's to make sure you've got the same one.
Straight line from A, that's the tangent point, at right angles to AB, that would be the tangent.
To the it'd be right angles
will
to
fall outside the circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true, right?
Unless you want to count the tangent point as part of the circle, but it's part of the circumference. Okay, cannot. Okay. Is any of this other stuff important? Suppose it does not. I do not suppose it
Yeah,
does.
it's all.
Well, I'm
It's
willing
all
to
important.
accept that.
Like, you can't just miss bits out.
I'm not interested in the proof of that. I accept that the tangent does not.
Okay, so you accept then
circle.
that you cannot measure an angle down from the tangent point because you can't see. Because it would cut the circle.
Where is that? Do I really have to read the whole thing?
Where's what? No, you equivocated the tangent as being horizontal. So therefore, the surface of the circle would be what you would call the surface of the water. And you would not be able to measure an angle downwards because the surface of the water would be in the way. It would cut. Wouldn't it? The angle would cut.
Where is this angle you're talking about?
So you're the one that's talking about the angle. The grade. Do you not remember? Like, but by you having a grade, you make an angle. It's a triangle. When you're just talking about a straight line, there's no angles needed. Horizontal just goes straight and returns back on itself because it's a totality of the horizons, right? It goes all the way round and comes back to the same point with no end being higher nor lower than the other. That's what horizontal is.
There's a bit here about right triangles.
Yep.
Therefore, the straight line, was that the bit drawn from the point A at right angles to BA? Yeah, you don't not fall within the circle.
Don't do your head in to be doing this live Euclid.
Where is your angle that can't be measured?
There's no angles in Euclid. You have to take it as a logical step, a logical statement.
But the angle DAC is right, therefore the angle ACD. Those sound like angles to me.
Sounds like the basis of algebra, doesn't it? Euclid, when you read it like that.
Okay, so he's got the proof that the tangent does not.
That no line can be drawn below that tangent point that does not cut
Let's see.
the circle.
Where is that?
It's a very, very good proof. But obviously, it depends whether you will understand
this is it.
Geometrical meaning behind it.
Into the space between the straight line AE and the circumference CHA. Okay. Another straight line cannot be interposed. Yeah, a tangent is stuck to the surface, so to speak. So what did that have to do with your canal?
The horizontal.
Yeah, that's the tangent.
Did you say something about horizontals being at an angle to each other?
Yeah.
Well, didn't that just say that no other straight line can be drawn underneath it without cutting it? So that therefore means that you cannot have an angle from a horizontal to another horizontal.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Shows you cannot make an angle downwards from a tangent because you can't do it in reality. Not possible. First of all, you have to assume that the surface of the water is circular, which obviously that isn't true. That's horizontal.
I don't think anything here agrees with what you're saying. here. I don't see anything about drawing an angle from the horizontal. It says you can't squeeze a line in between the tangent and the circumference of the circle.
Did you
But
just whatchamacallit?
That isn't
How long have
really-
you been holding that back?
What?
How long have you been holding the whatchamacallit back for?
Whatchamacallit? You mean the phrase whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
Whatchamacallit? Yeah.
But that's not really applicable anyways because
It's a great candy bar too. Whatchamacallit.
Yeah, whatchamacallit?
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Don't think they have them here. Got Snickers and Yup and
So they just
But,
have the geometry whatchamacallit where you're at. Not the candy
you're-
bar.
yeah. But,
Euclidean
your-
whatchamacallit.
Your horizontal is not going to be a tangent unless you put your outer level right down in the water, which probably
Okay, so
is a good
we can
idea,
just
but,
deal with it being a line of even altitude then. All right, it's away from the surface. We can stop calling it a tangent. Brilliant. I'm
yes, because
well
it
with
won't
that,
be-
right?
it
So
won't be a
it's
tangent.
just a horizontal line, right? Brilliant. We've done away with all of that other stuff. There's no need
no,
for us to call
no.
it a tangent, right? And
No,
then there's
no,
no
it's not a
need for us to bother with circular geometry. But
it wouldn't.
we
it
can
wouldn't
just
be,
do away with that problem that you had.
It,
Book
it
3,
would not.
proposition
It would
16.
not be. It would not be a line if you're defining lines as straight. Because if it's got the constant altitude, it will be following the curve on the globe Earth.
A
reality.
horizontal, sorry. A horizontal would follow the curve.
Who said anything about horizontal? You were
I
talking
thought
about
you were talking
a
about-
line of.
No, I was just
On the
talking
same
about a
altitude.
horizontal made from the auto level at an even altitude, away from the surface, doing away with any circles or anything. You can stop imagining
No,
circles
you're-
underneath
no.
it, can't you?
Now you're presupposing the flat Earth because
No,
that doesn't
No,
work
it's
on the
just a
globe Earth.
horizontal, dude. Auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal, right? Now, that
at
is
one point.
away from the surface because it is a surface of even altitude, isn't it? In fact, a water level also does the same. The tool establishes a line of even altitude. What
Nope.
we call it a horizontal condition. In the famous Merriam-Webster's dictionary, which I know you definitely like that dictionary, don't you?
Well, it's easy to remember.
Yeah.
The name of it,
Yeah.
but I don't.
Horizontal condition.
I've never heard of that. But
Have you not? I'll get it for you, just so you remember it for next time. Okay.
yeah. Okay.
There you go. I'll do that. I'll put that one in there first.
But
You're learning a lot, right, Hicks?
Yeah.
yeah.
And you thought you weren't going to learn anything.
For one thing, I find that if I Google horizontal plane, almost every result I get up is medical. A horizontal plane is
Sure.
a plane through the body that perpendicular to the
Almost.
spine.
Wow.
That's not quite the way they put it.
Perpendicular. I like that. It's good. Always geometrical.
Yeah.
Because
But
horizontal and
And also-
plane are both mathematical, aren't they?
I'm not finding any thing about horizontal planes on the Earth.
You see this here? If you look in the live chat, Merriam-Webster, you can check this up for yourself.
Yeah.
It says definition 1, definition of level. A device for establishing a horizontal
Yeah.
line
Oh,
or plane
all right, yeah.
by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal by movement
I've
to the
heard of
center
those.
of a slightly... Right, well, that's spirit level, right?
Yes, I
Okay,
agree
brilliant.
that you can establish
Fantastic.
a
So
horizontal,
here we
yeah.
go for the next one. A measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. Right, so that is what the tool does. It establishes a level and you measure the difference in altitude away from the surface, because the surface is called elevation and altitude is away from that. Wait a minute, Hex, I've not finished yet. This is a 1, 2, 3, right? A 1, 2, 3 system. So a level, the spirit level, is a tool for doing that, and then level is a means of establishing a difference in altitude. And then this is the one that you never heard of before. Strange. It says number 3, a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Ouch.
Water seeks its own level. So that's particularly talking about the tool, a water level, and the surface of the water level, because it's one body, establishes an even altitude, and they call that a horizontal condition. So, I mean, it's not really a medical condition or anything, is it? You know, it's like a condition. It's one of those things, you could call it like a law, like a law of hydrostatic equilibrium, to establish a horizontal surface of even altitude, like water level seeks its own level. That's what it means in that dictionary, isn't it?
Yes, but either that surface will only be approximately flat, or let's see, where are we going?
I don't think so. Horizontal condition. It doesn't say approximately or anything there.
Yeah, but most measurements and in most instances, we're only interested in for practical purposes.
Okay, well, that
really,
one underneath it then, I know I've done 1, 2, 3, but number 4 says an approximately horizontal line or surface taken as an index of altitude again. And then that one says charts were arranged at eye level. So that the eye level one seems to be a bit of an approximate one, because how do you tell where your eye level is? It's just approximate, right? You're not actually measuring it. Whereas the other ones earlier, they're tools that establish a horizontal condition, not an approximate. No, only the eye level one. Because there's some people that keep going on about the eye level. They don't seem to understand what the word level means in relation to eye. It's a bit tricky, but we're going to do that. We're going to show people exactly how that works and how levels work and all of that. Sorry, you can carry on now.
Yeah, well, these things are approximate. In most cases, we don't worry much about the small differences between a flat surface and the surface of the Earth.
Slope.
Curve
Flat.
of the Earth.
Flat or slope? Is that what you're doing?
So,
No. Oh wow. Do you think you can? You don't think you can measure a curve, do you? Do you? I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. I've never heard of anybody that can do that. But do you think you can?
Not with a ruler.
Oh. Do you think anyone can measure a curve?
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I
Go
do.
on. How would you do that? How would you describe a curve first? Give us your best description of a curve. No?
I'm getting a little tired now. I'm not really interested in going around
My
in
missus
circles
would
with
get
definitions and stuff.
knackered at trying to work out how to describe a curve either, actually.
You can't even describe a curve, Hex. Really?
He's getting tired. Don't trouble
line
him.
that-
I mean,
line
like,
that
it's a
is
tricky
straight.
question.
Or plane.
You
This
can't
is
curve a
straight.
plane.
Okay, surface.
Is the circumference of a square straight?
Well, no, it's four straight
that
lines.
doesn't
with an
really
angle
work
to each
for a
other.
description of a curve, then, does it? Does a square describe a curve?
It's not a line, and
It's not a line. Now,
no, it's four lines.
you were asked to describe a curve, and you said a line that is not straight. I asked you if the outside perimeter of a square was straight. You said no. But
It's not a line, is it?
does a square describe a curve?
Does it describe a line? It's irrelevant otherwise.
A square? Yeah, a square definitely describes a line, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah, it describes the square of the line. Wow.
Square of the line. Are you talking mathematics now?
Talking about a square. Yeah, what are you talking about?
I was thinking of geometry.
Well, we were talking about how would you describe a curve. Have you got people working it out for you? It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, like you argue for something all the time, and when asked, you haven't got a clue what it is.
We know what a curve is.
No, I know what a curve is. I also know that you can't describe it.
What difference does it make?
It's fucking
know
hilarious, dude.
How would you describe it?
Oh, well. I would describe it by using a straight line.
That's sort of what I did too, since I said that it's a line that isn't straight. But how would you use it?
Well, how would you say, if I was to say I would use a straight line? You use something that isn't a straight line. That's crazy.
How do you use a straight line to define a curve?
Describe a curve. Do you want me to?
Or whatever.
Yeah, do you want me to? I'll read something out for you. It might help you out.
I doubt that.
Well, let's see if it sounds familiar, right? And that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre.
Yeah, but a circle is not a generic curve. I mean, it is a curve. But if I define a circle, then that definition is not going to apply to all curves. So I'm not defining, I'm defining a specific curve, but I'm not defining a generic curve.
So you would describe a curve by using a straight line? Well, I would anyway.
How?
It seems like I would by telling you the radius of the curve that you're talking about.
But curves in general don't have radii, do they? Or
yes, every curve has a radius that will describe that particular curve at that particular point. That's why we choose to describe the circle by a centre point and a distance from that centre. You should really have tried doing a little bit of homework. Just a little bit of the basics. So now, when you said you would describe it by saying it's not a straight line, and when I say I would describe it by using a straight line, do you want to choose your wording differently? Or would you like to go with would you have educated?
I'm still not sure what you mean by describing it with a straight line. Do you mean the radii? It's not a straight line. If you're talking about generic curve, you've got multiple lines, and even the circle, you can't just use a straight line. You have to take all the radii.
A radius describes the circle.
How many straight lines do you need to make a radius?
Radius doesn't describe a circle. It helps to define it, but you have to describe what you're doing.
Yeah, if you know anything about geometry or even took the slightest inkling, a circle's just a point mover.
point mover.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay.
Because it can't really be described from the outside in any way at all, can it?
Right.
Right. That's why you're struggling so much to describe it, because you haven't got a clue what you're talking about. You don't worry about it though. You're not the only one. Loads of people. Everyone, in fact, everyone I've ever asked gets surprised at how how to describe a straight line, and then how to describe a curve. It's something that's just pass you by. You imagine you already know it, but then when you go searching, there's fuck all there for it. There's no description. There's no idea. You haven't got a clue.
I'm more impressed by how good you are at avoiding explanations and changing the subject and
Which explanations do you think that I am avoiding?
well, you're definitely avoiding the acceptance of what globe Earth math, geometry, physics.
Sorry, globe Earth, math, geometry, physics.
Physics.
Give us an example of some
I
sort
was
of
changing
globe.
my mind. Physics, the fact that down is towards the center of the Earth, approximately.
Would you not call the surface of liquid water physics? Is that not like a physical thing?
It is a physical thing. It's not
But we
physics.
just
but
explained it as having a horizontal condition. And I'd suggest that that's provable also. I mean, it's up to you. If you think you can
I'd
prove
say that,
otherwise.
if leaving
I'd
out,
also say-
differences in air pressure and
I'd also say that I could
and,
prove a horizontal is a straight line.
differences. Well, basically, a water surface that isn't affected by other forces than gravity, downity, or whatever you want, is. I'm sorry, I've forgotten what the statement was. Is horizontal at every point. Yes.
Yeah.
But all these points, all these horizontals are not parallel with each other.
A horizontal is definitely a straight line and not a point, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say it was either. It's a direction from a point.
Oh. A horizontal is, a straight line. We did agree to that first. It's really weird that you've gone back
Did we?
again.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
agreeing to
we
that,
said vertical and horizontal are perpendiculars, and perpendiculars is the relationship of a straight line to another straight line. And the formation of one straight line necessarily comes with all of its perpendiculars. Geometrically, of course. And also, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Like geometrically explained, it's still straight lines. Both of them. Vertical and horizontal.
Oh, at every point around the surface of the Earth.
It's a straight line. So every point on that straight line will be on that straight line. In fact, it goes all the way further on, where you can say every straight line contained on a horizontal plane would be a straight horizontal line. Connecting any 2 points on a horizontal plane, right, would have a horizontal line on it. That means that every point is on that horizontal plane, and any 2 points joining anywhere on that horizontal plane would be a straight line that contained with the horizontal plane. So therefore, a horizontal straight line.
In theory, yes, if you can find a horizontal plane, then
we have tools for establishing horizontal planes, don't we? Called water levels.
No, you can establish horizontal at a point, and you can establish a plane which is horizontal at that point.
You really seem like you led by a model.
Well, so are you.
I'm just led by a geometric model, yes. My geometric model of horizontal being perpendicular to vertical is what leads my model, yes. So we can play
But vertical and horizontal
my
are not
geometric model dictates if you want. Would you like to play my geometric model dictates? Just for
Vertical
a little while.
and horizontal
We've never
are
done this
not-
before. Do you want to have a go?
Not geometric concepts. They are physical.
Yeah, but it's just a little short game of my geometric model dictates.
Geometric model. As
Yeah.
I say, I think we agree on
Do
the
you have a geometric model?
A geometric model. I'm not
Yep.
sure I know what you mean. I have an understanding of geometry.
Okay. Well,
How it
I would
applies
say.
to
Do you want me to go first?
physical space.
I'll go. My geometric model dictates that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
That's not geometry. I
course it is.
refuse to call it geometric model.
Perpendicular is a geometric term. Definition 10.
Vertical and horizontal
Euclid,
are not.
book 1.
Vertical and horizontal are physical terms.
Well, they are perpendicular. It's a way of describing reality.
At every specific point, yes, but not.
That's what I
from
say.
one
Anywhere
place
where
to
you
another.
are, or I am, or anyone is, vertical will be perpendicular to horizontal. Right?
Yes, but
Okay,
they.
so
but your
my
vertical
geometric model,
will not
I'll
be
state
same-
it. My geometric model dictates that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Right? Done. I'm done. You can discuss it if you want. Do you want to have a go now? Your turn.
My physical model dictates that verticals at different places are not parallel.
Wow.
Since they are approximately radii of the Earth. Which
you
is
say
a
your
circular
physical
globe.
model.
Yes, that's once one has.
It's like, but I've got a
one
model
can
here. I've got a
apply
model. Wait a
geometry.
minute.
No?
Come on. You said my physical model. I've got a model here. Is that the physical model that you're talking about? Because you did add physical.
I don't know what you mean by you have a model here. You're under the model.
globe model.
Your understanding of
It's a physical globe
Earth
model. I can
is
grab
not
hold
my
of
model,
it.
no.
I can grab hold of it. It is a physical model. Now, is that the physical model you are talking about?
No, I'm
Right,
talking
okay, well then
about,
I said my geometric model, but you changed it to a physical model. Now, I'm just
that's
asking
like
you to
asking-
confirm what the physical model that you have replaced geometric to physical from. Please show me the physical model you are talking about.
show you, describe it, or
No, show.
one thing I don't have a webcam, and for another, if I show you,
Can you not post
show you a
pictures? Are you
picture
not
out
allowed
my
to post
window,
pictures?
you'll just say that it's flat, and I
Right.
say that it's
So
curved.
you,
That's not
yeah,
gonna
but
help.
what you're doing is you're taking a picture of your garden, presumably, and you think that is a physical model, right? Is that if you're talking
No.
about
No,
outside?
I'm asking you what you mean by saying show you my model. That could describe it.
Just so I know what you are talking about, because
I'm
you said
talking about my concept of the world.
okay.
Like when you
so it's
say
not
that-
physical then, is it? You did say my physical model, and I'm asking you.
model, my
what
model
do you
of
mean?
the physics of reality.
Okay, right. So
That-
you're
that's
saying
just a different way of phrasing it. You can call it a physical model or a model of the physics of the world, or
okay. So you're saying that verticals, in reality, that you think, right? That because that's your model, the physical model that you're going. If you hold two plumb bobs, one in each hand,
yeah.
that they are not parallel? Would they not both be perpendicular to a horizontal underneath them?
Well, each one would be perpendicular to the horizontal.
If you just have one horizontal.
And
there's just one horizontal underneath them.
Measured at what point? Now, if
I have one horizontal
hand, they are close enough that it is really preposterous to talk about the difference in angle between them.
You said your physical model dictated that they weren't. So how do you now say that you can't do it?
I'm saying that the difference is small enough that you can't easily measure it.
Well, that's why I said my geometric model, right? Because my geometric model is perfect. They are perpendicular, means 90 degrees. No more, no less. Both straight lines, perpendicular, with a 90-degree angle, a right angle.
How are you going to tell the difference between a 90-degree angle and a 89.9999999 degree angle?
Because then all right angles would not be equal. It's axiomatic. It's already built into the geometric laws, axioms.
Yeah, but what use is it? There's no way you can tell whether
why it's called a
angle
right
is right or not.
Angle. It's called a right angle. They are always correct. They are always the same. Always. Never changing. Otherwise, it's not a right angle. It's wrong. Pretty simple.
Find or determine an angle to be right in reality. You can only do it on paper or in a computer or in your mind. Your geometric model has no practical purpose.
Architecture. Surveying.
Architecture does not have perfect right angles. Possibly
absolutely it does. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
They're not right angles. Dude,
they may be designed as
they
right
are
angles.
Right angles. If they are not right angles, then they are not right angles.
Well, that's a tautology.
Sorry?
That's a tautology.
Go on then, explain yourself for everybody that doesn't understand.
Tautology is a statement that is true by definition. It's pointless.
Like an axiom.
A non-right angle, something like that. Well, you often based off of axioms, but
yeah, that's why all right angles are equal is an axiom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show me a right angle. In reality.
Serious? A vertical and a horizontal. Just get any. Vertical
show
and
me
a
horizontal.
horizontal.
Vertical and horizontal.
What?
Show me a vertical and horizontal.
A plumb bob and a level.
They won't allow you to determine these things with perfect accuracy.
Absolutely they will.
They're
perpendicular.
Approximately.
No, they are perpendicular, right? There's no approximate about it.
Vertical and horizontal are absolutely perpendicular to each other.
And a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
With a certain accuracy.
Plumb bob.
It's not absolute. Any I can't think of the word. In any way or means.
Okay.
You can't measure or establish, I don't know about establish, you can't measure anything with perfect accuracy.
Okay. But you do know that it's straight, right? A vertical and a horizontal. Definitely straight lines, aren't they?
The theoretical concepts are, yes.
But you think in reality a horizontal is a bent line, don't you? You think a horizontal, you do, in reality is a circle.
It depends on how you measure it. That is how I would phrase it. Yes.
A circle.
Well,
A horizontal line
a
depends on how you measure it.
And a horizontal depends on whether you're talking about a line or a plane. Yeah, not plane, surface. Horizontal surface would be approximately a sphere, and a horizontal line would be approximately a circle. Yes.
Go on. You can take a mulligan on that. There's no need to.
Go on. I think
Just
that's
repeat it
pretty
one
obvious.
time and then take a mulligan. Yeah, laugh. You need to laugh, and then take a mulligan. Repeat it. Take another mulligan, and then restate it. Can you repeat it?
Break and why?
Can you
Recording it?
just go have a go again? A horizontal plane
Is some,
as a surface
a concept that I find of surface.
Yeah.
Changing from plane to surface
no, a horizontal plane as a
is
surface
a concept that I
is
find contradictory. It is completely useless.
what, a horizontal plane as a surface.
In the same way that a green plane with a red dot on it is not a red
let's
dot.
just
A
go with
plane
what shape-
where you have measured.
What shape is a horizontal plane?
What shape is a invisible pink unicorn? What color is it?
Okay, you just said what shape is a horizontal line?
Well, it's the same thing as or similar to a horizontal plane. I find them useless concepts. They don't exist in reality in any
You did just
meaningful
earlier
way.
say, didn't you, that a horizontal line was a circle, a 2D shape, and a horizontal
I might have said
plane
that, but,
was a sphere, a 3D shape. So you
Yeah, well,
you turned a
obviously-
line, a
was obviously
1D in
confused
geometry,
because
into a
line-
2D.
Lines are straight, and so are planes. So it's a well, no, a line doesn't have to be straight. It depends on how you define it. You can draw a curved line, can't you? How do you define line? And how do you tell whether it's straight or not?
A line with no signifier would be a straight line in geometry.
Line with no signifier.
Yeah, just
Signifier.
line. A line is classed as a straight, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, you have to say
Well, not
the
necessarily. It
curve.
can be a comparatively strong, slender cord, like a clothesline. But so what?
In geometry, right? A clothesline.
No,
Really?
not
Yeah,
geometry.
I've never used clotheslines in
in the
geometry.
dictionary.
All right.
Okay. But if I take a pencil and a piece of paper, and I put the pencil down, move the pencil over the with the point against the paper, move the pencil across the paper. What have I created?
Oh, you've been drawing some pictures.
Well, not a picture, just a simple squiggle.
Don't know.
I'd
you
call
didn't
it
tell
a
me which way
line.
round you had the pencil or anything, did you?
Yes, I did. I
You
said
had it flat
with a
On
point
the paper.
against the paper.
Which point?
So if I leave a
The point
quote
of the rubber
line
on
unquote,
the other end.
but it isn't straight, what is it?
Oh, you're making it. You're saying it's not straight.
Yes.
Okay.
If it were straight, it would definitely be a line. I
Yeah.
suppose since it's just a random squiggle, it's not really useful to consider it geometrically, and so non-geometrically, it would be a
They
line.
probably wouldn't then, would they? How much?
Geometrically, it wouldn't be a line. But
Yeah.
what
I
would it
don't.
be?
I don't think there's a geometric term for a squiggle.
There isn't.
No.
A non-flat plane would be a surface, but you don't think there's a
Sorry, a
word for
non-flat
non-flat-
plane would be a surface.
Non-flat plane. Or
non-flat
whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
non-flat plane-like, whatchamacallit.
Like a
squiggly line,
3D
like,
surface.
What?
Like a 3-dimensional surface.
No, a surface is two-dimensional.
No, a plane is 2-dimensional, or a flat class is 2-dimensional. A sphere is a 3-dimensional. Like, we've been through this many times. Surely you've heard of this one before. There's a difference between a circle and a sphere. A circle is what we call a 2-dimensional shape because it's flat. It's on a plane. That's 2D. 2 dimensions. Length, breadth. Only. Once you add the 3rd dimension, you can travel into that Z-axis. Into the 3rd dimension. Like a sphere. That's why spheres roll. They roll because they are a 3-dimensional object on a 2-dimensional plane.
But in a surface, you cannot go into the 3rd dimension. You are stuck to the surface of the surface.
A sphere is a 3-dimensional shape, though, isn't it? So it's bounded by a surface. The surface is the bit that signifies it as being a sphere. You look at it by looking at the surface of the sphere and saying, that is a sphere. That sphere is a 3-dimensional shape. It's not a circle. It's a sphere. I can see it.
Merriam-Webster has several definitions for sphere. A globular body, ball, a solid that is bounded by a surface. So it's not, according to that definition at least, it's not the surface that's the sphere. It's the contents of the surface, the inside.
No, the surface is bounded by a surface. Yeah, it's a solid shape. It does say that. A sphere is a solid shape, so therefore it exists in 3 dimensions. Solid geometry.
Yes,
Book
but that
11.
doesn't mean that its surface
is bounded.
Exists. The surface exists in 3 dimensions, but it is not 3-dimensional. It is
bounded.
2-dimensional.
It's that what bounds the sphere. Are you saying that if a sphere doesn't have a surface, it's not there? If you take the surface away from a sphere, it magically just disappears, right?
No, in general, it would apply a new get a new surface. If you sand the surface off a billiard ball, then you'll still have a surface.
In reality, a sphere is a 3-dimensional shape, and the surface is the bit that we see. Therefore, that is the 3-dimensional thing that we are looking at. The surface.
No.
Yes.
The surface is, I believe, the surface is a 2-dimensional object in a 3-dimensional.
Everybody knows
space.
2D is a plane surface, length times breadth. They're the 2 dimensions. It's ridiculous that you're thinking even more.
If you're talking about
You're talking about a mathematical concept, not a real thing in reality. A sphere is a 3-dimensional shape, and you touch the surface of it. Now, if you want to think of a conceptual, just the surface, bounded, right, sphere, shape, bounded by a 2-dimensional surface, well, that's up to you. But you are not understanding what a 2-dimensional surface is. You are really, really, really getting it wrong.
I'd say you're getting it wrong there.
I know.
But you seem to be switching back and forth between geometry and
I live in reality. I'm saying a sphere, a ball, in reality, if it's physical, is a 3-dimensional shape. I'm saying that. You seem to be getting a bit confused.
Of course I am, because earlier you said that sphere was a surface. I see that it can
No, I said
be the
I
bounding
said
surface of
the
a sphere.
surface is what bounds this object.
Merriam-Webster's definition 2C2
Wow.
is that a
Yeah.
sphere is the bounding surface of a sphere. Now that sounds
A
slightly
sphere is the bounding surface of a sphere.
That sounds slightly circular, doesn't it?
No,
I like it breaking this mind.
is a sphere. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
A sphere is the surface of a sphere.
What did
You'd
you
think
say?
a sphere was a sphere. A sphere is the surface of a sphere.
What did you say?
A sphere is the bounding surface of a sphere. That's what Merriam-Webster says.
Okay, that's what I said. A surface is which bounds the solid. It's the redefinition of a surface from book 1 in book 11 for solid geometry.
Yeah, but it's using contradictory definitions of sphere.
It's not. It's making it pretty certain that the surface is which bounds the solid, being a sphere. Do you want the definition of a sphere? Do you know it?
Yeah, I just read several of them.
It's like the revolution of a semicircle about its diameter, which stays fixed. That is.
Now you're back to geometry.
I'm describing
you
the
just-
three-dimensional sphere.
You just said a little while ago that the sphere was a physical object.
Three-dimensional object. Yes. Yeah.
You said it was
A
physical
three-dimensional
or
object.
You said it was physical or words to that effect.
Yes,
You
it's
said
3D. Everything in reality is 3D, isn't it? Everything.
But first,
Because we both do live in reality, don't we?
First, you say that you are talking about.
Can I just check?
geometry,
We
then
both
you're
just
talking
live in the same reality. Now, from now on, we are going to say whether we are talking about reality or geometry, right? We use geometry to describe reality. I do anyway.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Now off you go.
Are
you talking about reality or geometry?
I'm not sure at this point quite what I was talking about. I was talking about the definition of a sphere.
Yeah.
And
No.
that
So are
can
you
be
talking about?
either.
Are you talking about geometry or reality? The definition of
Well-
a sphere. Go.
Which definition?
I'm asking you, are you talking about geometry or are you talking about reality? Which one are you talking about?
Some of these, I think some of these definitions are real and some are geometrical.
That's
So,
why I'm asking you to define what you are talking about.
Well, since I was talking about all of the definitions, or
Well, you
several of
can't.
them,
You're the one that's conflating the two then, not me. You.
No.
Yes. Please state what it is you are talking about. You're talking about a sphere, okay? Are you talking about the geometrical conception of a sphere? Or are you talking about a sphere in reality?
It depends about the context. At the moment, I was talking about the called dictionary definitions, and they are both. I don't remember whether I was talking about a sphere earlier, unless I was responding to what you were saying.
Did say
But
solid in the
Earth-
definition you were talking about. So
The
I was
Earth-
talking, you were thinking
I
you were
was talking-
talking about the real sphere, solid. But then you started talking about the surface of the solid.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. There were several definitions.
Are you talking about a geometrical solid? Or are you talking... Well, actually, you can't be talking about a geometrical solid. Book 11 is reality. And what happens in 3D, that's reality, right? So when you're talking about a solid, you are talking about a real thing. aren't you?
I'm not sure. I think that can be a geometric
A
concept.
geometric solid.
Well, not a solid.
Solid geometry, book 11.
Okay.
A sphere is part of that. Three dimensions.
No.
Yep. So, do you
think
think you
we've
got...
got-
How do you think you did with the...
I think we've gotten off
canal?
track.
Yeah. We were on the canal, and then you decided to go onto the surface because of the surface of a sphere, which you assumed the water was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
a
I
physical, isn't it? The water is definitely physical, not two-dimensional.
I think I did a pretty good job of explaining the real globe physics concept of
The real globe
how a
physics
canal works.
concept.
Yep. How?
Go on, then. Just go on. Just
I did-
explain that, because I think I might have missed that. The real globe physics concept of what?
Of how that canal works and why you are wrong in suggesting that there is any problem for globe physics. But of course, I got nowhere in getting
Does
you
it-
to
does it say-
understand that.
Vertical would be perpendicular to the surface at all points.
Or a perfect theoretical geoid or sphere or
Geoid. It
oblate
would be
sphere.
perpendicular to the surface at all points on your geoid. I like that. That's good.
Oh.
You don't imagine your geoid's got a shape to it, do you?
No, it's an oblate spheroid.
In your imagination.
Well, in reality, but I don't expect you to accept that. But
Well, horizontals aren't circles in reality. You do realise that, don't you?
yeah, that might be a bad way of phrasing it. But
That's the
there
way you
is no such
phrased it
thing
like
as a
that earlier.
as a plane that is horizontal everywhere. It can only be horizontal at a single point.
On your model. Do you want to just add that in?
No.
No. So would that mean that if we could find people who can establish a horizontal plane, what would that mean to you? I bet that'd be bad, wouldn't it?
I would think that would mean that we're using different definitions
Of
somehow,
horizontal
or
planes.
approximations. One can certainly have an area of a plane that is approximately horizontal over reasonable surface distance.
Yeah, like because they obviously, when we do surveying and we do differential leveling and we have to go a long distance, all right. You know, there's always like a slight, we call it an accuracy or an error. Which one do you reckon? Because when you
And
look,
they're opposites, aren't they? One of them is how correct you are, and the other one is how wrong you are. So it's same sort of thing.
do you think?
I don't know about the exact definition, but well,
Right. Well, one would be a check at the end when you go to close your loop, right?
yeah.
And then the other one would be like an accumulation. So if you're measuring and you're measuring close to a millimeter, but let's say you're a 1.05 of a millimeter, right? That's
Yeah.
close, but it's not on the millimeter. So you've got 0.05
Yeah.
difference. Well, the next time you read it, it might be 0.095.
yeah.
But you would still read it at the millimeter. So those two would cancel each other out, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Okay, I guess now I would suggest that an error is the difference between a single measurement, or I suppose the accumulation of an average of several measurements, and reality, whereas the accuracy would perhaps be how close to the real measurement you could expect to come.
Okay. So when you were doing it,
I'm not sure.
you do a plus and a minus on the one that we were just talking about, and they would normally cancel each other out along the way, wouldn't they? It was only when you get to the end that you go to close your loop that you get to find out how accurate you are, right? Because if you've had any errors, then you know, don't you? Like if you're 2 millimeters off, would you say that's an accuracy or an error?
For my an accuracy or an
once you
error.
Close your loop at the end and you're 2 millimeters difference.
If you got a difference, it can't be an accuracy. It would be an inaccuracy in that case, surely.
So would it be an error? Would you be in error of 2 millimeters, or would you be within an accuracy of 2 meters? 2 millimeters.
I wouldn't know if
That's tough, isn't it?
Whether the error was 2 millimeters.
It's really weird to work that one out, isn't it? What the difference between accuracy and error is.
2 millimeters. I know that there's an error of at least one. Well, do I know? Well, there's an error one way or the other, but I don't know what.
But if you kept doing it and you were always within 2 millimeters, right? Then you would say that's an accuracy. If you did it 8 times and you were always within 2 millimeters every time, that would be an accuracy of 2 millimeters, right?
Well, so I'll call it that. It sounds wrong somehow, but I agree with the idea. Yeah, that.
Okay, so but if one of those times you were 10 millimeters out, would you say there's an error been made somewhere? Or would you say one of them was more accurate than the other? See, there's a difference between an error and an accuracy, right? And that's the difference. Whereas an error is a mistake, and an accuracy is just how good you are at doing the job. You know, like how accurate you are. But it has to be tested multiple times to find an accuracy. Whereas you would normally find an error within your calculations, wouldn't you? Within your checks, you would find an error. And overall, you would find an accuracy.
Could, of course, be an error either in the calculation or in the measurement. Could have misread.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yep. But that would show on paperwork, wouldn't it? The error.
Not necessarily. You'd find that your result.
I'm talking old school here. I'm writing down backsites and foresights and working that out myself at the minute in my head.
Yeah.
Old school.
I don't think you could always tell exactly where you had gone wrong. You might have to if it was if there was too much.
If it was an error in the calculations and wrote down in your backsight and foresights, you'd be able to see it, wouldn't you?
Well, you could redo the calculations, and if you got a different result, you'd know that you were.
Yeah, you had an error in your calculations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not an accuracy.
But if you've misread the value, then you might not be able to tell unless you redid the whole thing. So you could probably get some sort of idea as to where the error might be. And
so can we agree then? Can we agree that an error would be either a mistake or a calculation problem? I suppose you could call it a mistake. Whereas accuracy is a do you say, observed, right? It's a practical thing. You have to physically do one, and the other one can be calculated, or it's a mistake, right?
Okay.
Could be a physical mistake.
Could be.
Good. You sound like you're knowledgeable in the surveying. Have you ever done any surveying?
No.
No.
Let's say I have.
So, all of this stuff that you're doing now, then you're talking about, it's just imagined, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and I think the basics
Imagining.
are pretty easy to understand. Basic principles, that is.
But I don't think it's that easy to understand, because I'm pretty sure not many people actually understand what level is, especially some of the people I've been talking to recently on Twitter and in debates. I had a debate with George Nutsack the other day, and he really doesn't understand surveying. Comes across like he does. He hasn't really got a clue.
Yeah.
Yeah. He made some howlers. And there's another guy, a guy from Maine, that George actually threw under the bus. That was great. Pardon?
What kind of howlers? Like claiming that the Earth wasn't flat, or?
No, he had his crosshair set below the level of the water, and he just kept telling everybody, and he's convinced himself that the land and everything raised up. It wasn't him making a mistake with the crosshair. We tried to tell everybody that everything lifted up because he
wasn't actually measuring it level.
He can't be measuring it level. No, I don't think he set it up properly.
Well, yeah, that's sort of what I mean. Yeah, it wasn't the line that he thought was level wasn't.
Yeah. Do you know how to?
No.
Do you know how to?
Oh, that's a practical
set up
thing.
stuff?
I wouldn't know how to do that. Sorry, do I know
how to set up an auto level? How would you establish that a level was actually level? How do you imagine? Because it's like a bit of a puzzle. Yeah. In reality, if you were to make a tool called a level, how would you establish that device was actually level?
Well, I think I'd start by taking something simple like a bowl or a small plate or something, and fill that with water, and would expect the surface of that to be straight or level. Did you say if I'm making a tool for measuring level, or just? Yeah. Well, I'd start with that, and then I'd use that as a starting point, and
a saucer of water,
a spirit level or something, or a pendulum with a try to make an auto level out of a laser and a pendulum, plumb bob, or something. And
how do you make sure that the laser is perpendicular to your plumb bob?
Compare it to the water surface, and measure in both directions. And so let's see. I don't know how I'd tell whether it was going.
Would you put it in the middle of the water level and then look at either side? It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how you'd establish that it was parallel to the surface. But
you do realise parallel is two straight lines, right? It's like perpendicular. Parallel is just two straight lines.
But if I have them in the same in the vicinity of each other, then they would be ought to be parallel. But that's what we're trying to do.
We're trying to check level.
Yeah. Well, you'd measure in both directions, but how would you tell that you have the same height in the middle as in the depending on the construction, one might be able to turn it upside down, and that would give an indication of whether it had the same direct straight line in both directions, or whether there was some angle at the instrument.
Yeah, you can't turn a water level upside down or an auto level, can you? That wouldn't work, would it?
No. Well, I might be able to do with an auto level, but
you think so? An auto level?
Well,
have you never seen the compensator mechanism within an auto level? You know,
Nope.
the bit that makes it auto.
nope.
Oh, right.
Let's
Well,
say I have.
you can't turn it upside down. I'll
No,
sort that
no.
one out for you.
It's not. No. Level. Well, I guess I'd probably find a lake or something that had a large, long shore with not much in the way of waves and things, and put a stick at either end and see if I got the same. Put this in the middle and see if I got the same height at both ends. But I'm not sure I got into
you would have-
exactly how I would make the apparatus. Well,
You
I
would
did
have the
say
centre the same height as the ends.
what?
You said you would get two sticks, put them at each end of a lake, and then you would get in the centre, and you would make sure that the sticks at the same height, right?
I guess that wouldn't work.
Wouldn't
Well, see,
work.
wait a minute.
Wouldn't that make it a straight line?
Well,
That's what I would think anyway.
I say that the measuring equipment would be at the same height. I did. That was an error. I shouldn't have. But if one gets the same value on both sticks, and then one is in the middle, then one should have a horizontal. Be level.
Wow, all the way across.
No, at the point where the measuring equipment is.
Oh, but you say that it would be at the same height as the sticks at the other end.
Well, this should be the same height at both ends.
Yeah.
Middle.
And the
would-
centre.
No.
Oh.
Not in reality.
So, but it is checking that the sticks at each end are level. But not the bit in the
No.
middle where the level is. That's really. I'm sure. Are you sure? I take him.
But I'd need. Well, I don't want the same height in the middle, but I would have to have some way of telling that I was measuring in the same, well, in opposite directions in both directions.
Do you think?
Because if I had yeah.
Do you think in both directions, if you've got the auto level in the middle, could you look up in both directions?
Well, if it was a properly made auto level, then you shouldn't be able to. But
Isn't that what you had earlier when you had a horizontal raising up at 8 inches over a mile? So if you turned it round in the opposite direction, like you just did with your stick, would that not make it go up 8 inches on the other side, or would it make it go down 8 inches on the other side if one side's going up?
No, that would be. If I'm measuring over a mile, then yes, it'd be. Or from measuring a mile in either direction, then the measuring equipment, if it is level and straight, would be 8 inches lower than.
Lower?
ends.
How do you have the horizontal
the ends
going higher
would be-
before then?
what?
You're
Oh, no,
contradicting
that's right.
yourself, dude.
That's
Come
right.
on.
No, ends would be higher, and the
Both ends would be higher than
middle.
the center. That would definitely not make
not
your
the third-
auto level a plane, would it? If it we're making like a cone shape, an inverted cone shape.
Oh no! I'm not saying
that can't be
the
level.
surface. I'm not saying that the sea level is higher.
I'm not talking about the
At
sea
the
level.
ends.
We're just talking about an auto
The
level.
the
in your
measurement on the
lake.
sticks.
Where did you go to sea level
If-
from? We're just
If
on
you
a
measure
lake.
the stick,
Sticks on the edge of a lake.
lake level, water level.
There's just the height of the sticks. I mean, nobody talks about it. You
No,
only said about a
and
lake.
And the sticks, well, I did say measuring on the shore of a lake.
You just put
earlier
some
anyway.
sticks at the shore of a lake. That's all you said.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think you measured anything, did you? I can't remember. Did you measure?
Well, I would be measuring, and the length of the sticks should be 8 inches more than the height of the auto level.
In the middle.
Yeah.
So the horizontal slopes upwards from the center of the lake.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't put this in the center of the lake. I was thinking of finding a straight stretch of shore, but
So the horizontal is a straight line that rises up 8 inches above the
at
surface.
either end.
Yeah. Above
Over
the
a
surface
mile.
of the
Yep.
water.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you realise that having the horizontal as a hypotenuse leaves a gap for the shorter distance to be the straight line, the run.
Sorry, what is the hypotenuse again?
It's the
You were clear.
it's the side opposite
No,
the right
no,
angle of a right angle triangle.
What did you
I
say?
don't-
You said the something or another would be the hypotenuse, and you spoke perfectly clearly. I've just forgotten what you said. It's
You're learning.
It's been a long
Who have you got with you?
pointless talk.
Who have you got
What?
with you? Who have you got
Nobody.
with you?
Nobody.
Nobody. Okay, so you said you have a horizontal sloping upwards from
both
the
ends,
device
Yes.
in the middle.
Yes.
Now, an auto level is a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
I would disagree, but I
Wow.
think
Wow,
I've said
go
that
all
often
the way
enough
back.
that
An
we
auto
should,
level. What? What does an auto level do then? Can we just get that?
establishes level at the point it's at. It establishes level at its position.
Level
and you
being
Perpendicular to vertical, or did you
which
have
is
something else?
horizontal.
Vertical is not horizontal, no, but they will level it.
Perpendicular, you said.
Yeah.
Right, well,
Vertical.
perpendicular to vertical is horizontal.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Why
level.
did you just disagree?
I was being pedantic. I said you said perpendicular to.
No, you said
And I said
perpendicular to
level.
vertical, and I said horizontal, and
Well-
you said no, which it is.
Well,
right. So okay, but let's go. We've got
It
we've got an
sounded
auto
like you were
level.
saying, yeah.
We've got an auto level that establishes horizontal. Can we say it's horizontal?
Yes. Yes.
But then you said that horizontal rises at 8 inches.
Well, horizontal doesn't rise, but if you extend it to a plane or line, then the plane or line rises.
Okay, would that be
It's-
shown by the crosshair within your auto level?
It would be shown by the crosshair falling higher on one of your measuring sticks. The further away you move it
No.
without changing its altitude.
No, the measuring stick is just a measure of the land to the horizontal surface established by the auto level. We're just talking about the horizontal. Now, you said it raises up. So, by saying that, if you only measure that on a measuring rod, are you saying that the land always drops away 8 inches, and that's why you think the horizontal rises?
If the land is horizontal, that's why I was doing this at the shore. I was
the
talking
land's
about
horizontal. The auto level will have a horizontal that rises up 8 inches away from the horizontal land. Are you crazy?
No.
So which horizontal are we
extension-
talking about? The horizontal or the one that
extension-
slopes?
The extension of horizontal at the position of the outer level, which is established by the outer level, rises up 8 inches over a mile compared to the surface of the lake, which follows the curve, which remains horizontal at every point.
So the horizontal raises above the horizontal that's horizontal all the time that curves. Your model
No,
is
the line.
fact.
The line that is horizontal at the center rises up above a
The center of the line.
curve which follows the horizontal all the way. It's horizontal at every point.
Wow. So is the curve horizontal different than the straight horizontal? Or do you not have a straight horizontal?
I would and have said no.
So
You would not.
there's no such thing in your can we say reality?
I call it reality.
In your reality then, you don't have horizontals. There's no such thing as a horizontal line.
Well, I would say there was a horizontal, but not a horizontal line or plane. You can measure horizontal at any point, and you can extend that direction for any distance, making a line or plane. But that line or plane would only be horizontal at the point where you've measured or established your horizontal. I have a hard time believing that you don't understand what I'm saying. I believe that you are just playing dumb, more or less, refusing to let on that you understand it, or perhaps even refusing to understand it. But it really is a simple concept. Whether it's ridiculous or not is a different matter, but
It only is a concept, Hex, and it is a bag of shit.
You have horizontal lines, not
Oh, you
parallel
say.
and curving, sir.
So you say.
Before you call us ridiculous, your horizontal lines are curving.
So
Exactly.
that's reality.
Hex,
That's
you're the
what
first
happened.
person to... Well, you're not the first person to say that, but you
But
do
we knew it
realise
was coming.
2 years ago we said the only way out you've got is bendizontal. It's a ridiculous concept, and here you are.
We
Oh,
predicted you would be here today, Hex. We
I-
predicted.
I
He's on
thought-
to him.
And here I thought you had invented the term just for me. You mean it's...
Do you think?
you've
Do
used
you?
it before.
I just want to know for my personal benefit. This has nothing to do with the show, and you don't have to answer. Are you educated? Like, did you go to college?
Yeah, I didn't actually stick with it much, but
So fair enough.
I've
So
gone
you
to
attended
high
college.
school and college, and I have read. I've read an awful lot about.
I heard.
physics.
Yeah, you're well read. Do you have anybody you can contact in the mathematical or geometry department and ask them if horizontal ever curves? Just so you know what reality is.
Well, I know what reality is. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it very well, but I don't.
You said
think that
horizontal
matters.
lines curve.
I said that,
Pretty
but
straightforward.
depends on how you're defining a line. I know that
No.
How you're
geometrically-
defining it.
You're defining it. I define it as horizontal straight, not curving. You define it as curving.
Yeah, but
Pretty
that
straightforward.
isn't a matter of definition per se. That's a matter of
You said it was your reality.
views of physical reality. What I'm talking about is whether you can have a line, whether or not you can have a line that isn't straight. In geometry, we've got line defined as being straight. But what I want to know is what is a quote line unquote that isn't straight? A curve.
Horizontal line.
Well,
A
it wouldn't
curved
necessarily
line?
have to be a curve, but okay.
A line that isn't straight is a curved line. Zigzag, not straight.
Curved line. So it is a line. Well, a zigzag isn't curved; it's bent. But whatever.
A zigzag is angular, actually. It's not bent. So, could you
Horizontal line
indulge?
is not
Same,
curved.
same idea.
Could you indulge me, just as a matter of my interest? Are you practically minded? Do you like to make things and do things, or are you more academically minded?
In principle, I'm interested in making things, and I've sometimes got materials to make things, but I seldom get around to actually.
Making things such as what would your making things be?
Oh, well, way back in school, I wanted to make a laser. I didn't actually get any parts for that, and I did buy a kit for a early pre-PC computer and solder it together.
How long ago was the laser deal? How many years?
Oi, what would it be?
More than 20.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what's the last thing you made?
Last thing I made.
Yeah, that answers it. Never
I
mind. You don't.
okay. Okay.
No, I got my answer. Please don't say
Yeah.
anymore.
It
All right.
wasn't like last week or yesterday.
No.
Let me
No.
consider the
Yeah,
passage of
yeah.
time.
And whatever it was something extremely simple, like a
So,
wall hook
so
or something like that.
in summary, just to answer my question, you would describe yourself more academic than practical, yeah?
I suppose.
You said you read a lot, and you have read a lot, and you do read a lot, but you've made absolutely nothing.
No, I haven't really read much for quite a while now. I mostly just watch things on
Watch YouTube videos about
YouTube,
drain
yeah.
surveyors and people who can't set up auto levels and theodolites properly, yeah?
And then come here and try and repeat it to the best of your ability, which
Mhm.
I
is
don't
okay,
know.
by the way.
I don't think I've seen any indication of people not setting up auto levels.
Can I be honest with you? What you're doing here, trying to repeat what you've heard on YouTube, you're not good at that either. You're getting that wrong. You're not even repeating their. Yeah, as you cut me off. I mean, it's almost ridiculous.
Don't think I'm repeating things I've heard so much. I'm thinking things through and trying to.
You just admitted you get everything you know now from books, things you've heard on YouTube. And now you're here trying to repeat that back to us. Your knowledge you've gained from other people off of YouTube on this subject. You've admitted you've never set up a water level. You've admitted that you don't build things. So you're just trying to repeat your knowledge back to us, what you think you've learned lately,
Not
right?
really. I'm making
Then you're
my
double
own,
speaking.
trying to do my own explanation of things. But okay, the fact that the Earth is a globe, that is something that I have
Not
learned.
a
No proof of.
Way
No proof
before-
of.
Not
Wait.
No proof of and no measurements of. Yeah, we get it. We deal
Not-
with many like you.
Not if you are conspiratorially minded, then there are none that you would trust. But
You have theories. At best, you have theories. of what
Theories
you
and
think you know.
theories and
I've got,
And you call it
thousands-
reality. You're calling it reality, sir.
I've got
Please.
thousands of years of scientific
Yeah,
progress.
awesome. I'm glad.
You are
I'm
trying
happy
to
for
throw
you,
that all
but don't
away.
try and force it on other people, man, because you're wrong.
I'm not trying to
Your
force
reality can be
people.
yours. That's all fine and dandy. But when you come here and try and tell us and use us for your entertainment, I think that's ridiculous.
and Hex,
I take offense to that.
Hex, you got to bear in mind that there are people in this server that use the tools you're talking about, we are talking about, practically day in, day out, every day of their working lives. And you are trying to come here and tell them that they're wrong? Get with it, mate. Wake up.
You are horrendous misunderstanding or misrepresenting globe earth concepts that you are trying and miserably failing at debunking.
These people
Like
don't
Hump
use
and
the
Curve.
concepts. They use the tools practically every day of their working lives, Hex. Do you not understand that? They're not talking
I'm
about
wondering
concepts.
how
They're
that
talking
is
about
relevant.
everyday practical usage of the tools and the geometry that we are talking about here. And you come here
Are you actually
with
measuring?
absolutely nothing in your toolbox and try to tell us we're wrong. Well,
Are
I've got two
you
words
actually-
for you. Go away.
It's just to
Are
be
you
honest with
actually
you, I'm in my
measuring
work truck
your-
right now. I'm in my work truck right
Or-
now. I have two theodolites, one auto level and a laser level, spirit level, and 7 other types of levels. I use them every day. I used them this morning. I have 3 crews working today. They all use these levels.
Yes.
We create horizontal lines every day of our lives for a living. And you're here telling me
So
that you know more because you've read.
how would you use them to determine if the Earth is flat?
You create a horizontal plane over static water and measure the drop through the water. Is that precise enough for you?
And you do that?
These-
You do that over a mile?
Yes,
and,
it's very easy. You
not
could do it.
trying to-
Let me tell you how easy it is. You could do it.
Are you talking differential leveling or measuring in?
You pick the type of leveling you want me to do, and I can create any horizontal for any distance. Other than the one that you've heard on YouTube. The only one that doesn't work, sir, is the one that you've heard works on YouTube, which is the one shot from A to B over long distance over water. And the same people will tell you that you can't do observations over water long distance because they're obstructed by things. The same people that are telling you you can take those measurements are the same people that are telling you that the photography over long distance over water is screwed. You're smart enough to really think about this, right? I've wasted enough time with you. Good luck, sir, in your life and your reality. I wish you luck.
But I am really curious as to how one would go about curve or lack. Because I have the suspicion that someone might of the flat Earth persuasion might be using differential leveling and assume that they have shared straight line segments like.
I thought
Bev
you
has
said
been
you
talking
didn't know anything about surveying.
things-
Have you just picked
Well, I've
this up?
learned
In
that.
fact, he's been
I'm wondering if you think that different
Oh. Is that my voice
bring
going?
X-ray horizontal line over distance. Hey, you're breaking.
Yeah, I've got red.
Yeah,
line
Hex,
here.
I think you need to drop and come again, Hex.
No, we don't need Picking up.
Steve.
Yeah, this channel's got really low
Yeah, whatever,
sound.
man.
You're breaking.
Yeah, we need to move the server.
I'll do it if I can remember how.
Yeah, on the level's fine.
Settings.
I'm getting 3 bars. This one's gone down to 1.
It's
I just
overview,
figured
isn't it?
you'd had enough fun with each other. Birthday.
You're still.
I can't move the server.
Robot next. Drop and come back.
Yeah, we need to move the server.
Who's feeding you, Hex? Come on, spill. Who's feeding you the...
Rumpus, come on.
This technology isn't. I'm only getting sense.
Whatchamacallits? Yeah, Discord's messing us about. It's alright though. We'll be good in a minute.
We've completely lost internet. We are the whole area.
Yeah, on the
So,
level's okay.
Your robot too.
Yeah, on the level is okay. 3 bars, so it's something to do with the
Okay.
server or something.
Up until this point.
It's just gone.
Right when a guy that's never done leveling is going to tell us about differential leveling.
Well, I'm asking you, would use differential leveling over a long distance? Will that establish a straight line between the start point and the end? You're using outer level or something, and only measure one line, doing like they did when they supposedly measured the American arc of the parallel and doing triangulation and so forth.
Sounds like ass, man. DP, can we go over the nips?
Oh well,
Yeah.
this technology isn't working. I'll try again later. But
Hang on, we can jump to another server. Do you want to go to Nips, Bev, and see if that's any better?
Can we not change the server?
I've tried.
I've just changed it.
Oh, well done, Emma.
It's on automatic at the moment.
It's still
Got out
reading
the
the
shower.
red. Is it? What's the voice connection for everybody else? 1 red bar.
It should ease up for everyone in a minute because I've now put it on one server. I think it's probably bouncing around loads.
He sounds good to me.
Sounding a little bit better, but
Well,
I've still
it's
got,
changed now.
Can you hear
So.
me good?
I've got a 1 red bar.
Yeah. Still not quite. Yeah, it's still not
Starting to get better.
perfect, but it's better.
Yeah.
You still with us, Hex?
yeah,
Hex?
I not. Yeah, but not.
Right.
Up
Yeah.
more lines now.
Oh, I've got 3 bars now.
That's it. 3
There we
bars
go,
on the
we've
back.
moved the server. All good.
Aha! Now it's green.
Mhm.
Three
Yeah,
green bars.
yeah, we've moved the server.
Emma's just fixed everything, don't panic.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, alright, that's enough of that.
We won't call you a slow worm.
Or a snake.
all of us guys going, we don't know what to do. It's bad. We need Emma.
What we do without her?
Teach us. Can't wait.
Oh. Are you of the opinion that differential leveling over a long distance gives you a straight line, establishes and maintains a straight line from the start to finish?
No. Like, what do you mean? I really misunderstand, because I don't think you know what auto leveling is
The
or
fuck are you
anything.
talking about?
What YouTube video did you get that verbiage from? Because in surveying terms, that made no logical sense, sir, what you just said.
It doesn't. Can you
No,
explain
absolutely.
how it doesn't?
No, I am not your entertainment. No, if you want to talk about what you think you know, go right ahead.
Well, I can see how if you get different altitudes, then you're not actually having a straight line. You'd have stepwise. But suppose you did this on a beach or along a canal at the same altitude everywhere, so that you got the same measurement on the foresight and the back sight at every step of the way. Would that indicate that the line you were measuring was straight and level, horizontal,
Wow, Sly, that's bad.
and flat?
Are you asking me if a tool specifically and a method specifically designed to create a horizontal line, if it would create a horizontal line if you use that tool and that method? Yes, sir, it would.
What? But we're not talking about one line here. We're talking about multiple lines end to end.
We're talking about a tool.
Line segments.
We're talking about a tool and a method designed specifically to create a horizontal line. And you're asking me if done in the correct way, would it create a horizontal line? My answer is yes. I don't know how more clear to make it.
See, can you see that there in Hex? You know, in the chat.
I've got the chat closed here. Let's see now.
If you have a look in the chat, it's got like a known elevation and a datum. Mean sea level line at the bottom, and then it's got those little turn-ins for where the auto level goes. You call that differential leveling, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I understood it.
Okay, so
my question,
where is the straight line that you imagine that is going to produce? Like, you were asking, do we imagine there's a straight line? Well, there's quite a few straight lines. There's 1, 2, 3, 4,
I changed that.
5.
I changed my question. If you did this along a seashore or canal and had the same altitude at every point, so that you got the same measurement on both the foresight and backsight, I believe it's called, at every step of the way.
No, there's.
Would that
can
be
you
a
see
straight
that?
line?
Can you see that? Then?
Sorry?
Can you see
what?
that? Where they're doing it? You know, you said the same distance for the foresight and backsight. Can you see anywhere in that picture where that
Same
distance
height.
is mentioned?
I'm asking, what if you did it on a seashore and got the same elevation everywhere? What would happen then?
Like, I'm trying to get you to put the point where is the straight line that you're talking about? You're saying if you were to use...
I'm talking about if you did this along a canal or seashore, would you get a straight line from start to finish?
The datum for your start datum, would that be the surface of the water at one end?
I don't know what datum means.
Well, why are you trying to ask us what the hell we're doing with differential leveling if you don't know what datum means? Like, you do realise that the whole point of differential leveling is to move a known datum elevation point to an unknown, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
However,
if that
do
is
you
the purpose, what
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Do you realize that on the globe Earth, elevation follows a curve? So that's why I'm asking, if you measured the same elevation in multiple steps along a level surface, would how would you know whether that was a straight line like you'd get on a flat Earth, or if they were at angles to each other, giving you a curve on the globe Earth?
Right. Well, you do know that elevation is measured as a difference in the vertical, right? In reality.
Yes, which in reality is from the surface of the sea level, from the surface of,
Yeah, it's
from
in
the
that
curve
picture.
of the
You see
surface of the water parts of the globe.
In that top picture, it says mean sea level, Dayton. See it? In the top picture.
No, it's pretty small. Backside,
It's
foresight,
it's
RD, datum. Oh, mean sea level. Yeah.
that straight line at the bottom.
Yes, it's drawn as a straight line, but
Yeah.
How would you determine you did this in reality, how would you determine whether the sea level was straight or
where the
curved?
level is a straight line.
Yes!
You think there might be... Oh, well, do you think you could use... do you think you could use geometry to prove something like a straight line?
If you had some measurements or something to go off of, or if you're using pure theoretical geometry,
What about
and
like
therefore have
shared-
defined something as a straight
shared
line.
straight line segments? What about that? You think you could use that?
You could, if you could demonstrate that. Well, you might be able to if you could. First, you'd have to demonstrate that you had them, and then you'd have to demonstrate that these shared straight line segments were parallel or extensions of each other, and not angled, respective to each other. Not the shared one. I mean, obviously, if two line segments are shared, they are same. But if you have two sets of shared straight line segments, then how do you determine whether the two sets are in line with each other, or if
Did
there's
you
an
just
angle
shush?
between them?
If they have a shared straight
Did
line
you just go
segment,
sh-
that's how you do it.
Me? No.
Okay.
No. Because you kept talking about shared straight line segments with your water level test.
Alright guys, 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Did you just sorry, I missed what you were saying a minute ago, but have you talked about the double backside?
He doesn't understand what
I don't know
differential
what that
leveling
is.
is, but I mean, if you want to have a go at
okay.
trying to explain it, that.
Nice one, Bev.
I've seen
It's quite simple. What you do is you establish a point, this datum that you're going to extend, and you say if you put 2 points forward, 50 meters and 100 meters, and have them as marks, like stakes in the ground. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether you actually
Are they
do
all
that.
on the same? Are they all on this? Hold on. They are all on the same plane, yeah.
I missed that. They broke up.
Sorry. Yeah, those pegs that I banged in and made them precise with looking through the auto level, they're all on the same plane. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I've lost track. You're talking about what? Having four pegs, one say 100 meters before the auto level, and one 200 meters before, or 50
No, not 200. Just 50 meters in front and 100 meters.
50 and 100.
That's two pegs. Yeah. Yeah.
And 50 and 100.
And then you can look back the other way if you want. Oh, it's breaking up for me, so I'm not coming through, am I?
Well, I can hear you fine at the moment.
You are coming through spot on, but X keeps talking over you.
Oh, it's good.
Well, now
So
you're-
head down to one spot on.
Does anyone feel this is the way home to me to go through this, or do you think it's possible that we can get an understanding?
I'm
Yeah,
back
he's
to
not
one-
going to
one
understand
bit.
this spot on. He's just going to try and obfuscate. You can tell it already. He's testing you. He's testing you
I
by
haven't really
interrupting
heard
you.
much of what. Yeah, well, that doesn't bother me, you know.
Yeah.
If it is what he's trying to do. I don't know. I don't know if I'm breaking up for him or not. But you clear now?
It is a little bit echoey where you are, spot on, but we can hear you.
Now I'm back to all green lines, so it goes up and down.
So are you going to let Spot On finish his sentence before you interject, Hex?
Sure.
Well, yeah, we'll try and just if you can understand that this first simple stage of creating a horizontal, then I think that it'll be good for you to understand. If you don't already know.
You were breaking up again, but as I understand, you've got four pegs, and you're looking along two at a time, forward and backward. Okay, what do you do for your next
So what you do is you look through the reticle, and you see a cross there.
No.
You put a star on top of the bit of wood, the first datum, and if it reads 1 meter, you go to your next one, and that reads 1 meter. That means that is in the same height as the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can turn it like 180 degrees, and you look at the other way on the linear, and you can go 50 and 100. You've then created 4 points that are all on the same horizontal. Yeah?
Sort of. Yeah.
Sort of.
And what do you do for your next step? What do you move?
No, hold on. Because you said sort of. We need to clear that first. Clarify whether or not there's a horizontal plane created by the auto level which is designed to do that job.
Well, if you haven't been here before, you may have missed that I don't consider a horizontal plane to be a useful concept, since I believe that horizontal follows the curve.
Yeah, he's
You
full,
can measure
full
horizontal
bendizontal. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing I can do for you. Sorry, mate.
So, as a true proponent of globe physics, I believe that you can measure horizontal at a point, but
That's
if
not
you
good.
then move somewhere else, and measure horizontal, you'll get a...
Yeah, no. Hold on. There's more to it. Hold on, there's more to it. The next stage. You ready?
Yep.
So you move the tripod into a different position, yeah? And you look back on your last... you move another 50 meters onward, yeah? From the last point you took.
Yeah.
You look back and you see your last 2 measurements, 50 meters and 100 meters. You've already got them pegs down. You know what they are. You put your peg on.
Yeah.
So you put your measuring stick on them and you go, oh, they're both in line because I'm on the same horizontal plane because they're the same measurement up the start. And that might be 1.2 meters and they're both reading 1.2 meters. So you turn 80 degrees, you put a datum in where you stood, you put one in there, same, 1.2, next one, 50 meters forward, 1.2, 100 meters, 1.2. That means now you've got... Do you think I've extended the same line, or has that changed? If you look back 2 points and they're exactly the same, not going off the last 1 point, the last 2 points.
Yeah. Well, I could see how that would work, but I wonder whether that's done in practice. This picture, these
my
pictures that you
goodness.
posted,
Yes, it's called double rodding. It definitely happens in reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
oh, it's horrible. The pictures you posted
Just gone
don't
again.
show that, and I looked up a online tutorial for differential leveling, and that only mentioned 2 posts or sticks, one before and one after, and then
Double rodding is for more accuracy.
Yeah, but
It shows like
how
Spot
often
On was
is that done?
saying, it shows a shared straight line segment. In fact, it shows multiple shared straight line segments, because what you're forgetting about is the center of the auto level as being another point of reference for the shared straight line segments. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I agree that would do it if that's done consistently.
Brilliant.
But I wonder how often that's actually done. The thing is, my problem is that on a globe, at least in theory. One thing is that on the globe, the angles and whatnot that are involved are very, very small over reasonable distances, so they might not be noticed.
Do you know
But
what I've noticed?
on the globe,
I've noticed you say the
I'm
globe more than flat earthers. Yeah, a lot more than flat earthers. I thought flat earthers were obsessed with the globe, but you seem like you are. You're not a flat earther, are you?
Could I finish this thought?
Yeah, I just want to check. I
you
just
can go on.
want to check. You're not a flat earther, are you?
Nope.
Okay.
So, anyways, on the globe, when you move the auto level, it being an auto level, will level itself to a different angle, so that it wouldn't give you the exact same values for the same post when measured forward and backwards.
Did you just say an auto level was at a different angle?
Yes, since
what would that angle be referenced to?
To the local plumb, local vertical.
And it's establishing a perpendicular to that. So it's a different. What's the different angle? Because I'm sure that's a right angle, isn't it? You're saying one right angle's different than another right angle in a different. I'm not too sure. Go on.
You've got
concentrate on the different angle.
Your levels are tangents. Parallel to tangents to the surface of the globe, and therefore you've got an angle between them. I refuse.
An angle between two horizontals.
Yes, since they are tangents.
What is that angle reference to?
Reference to?
Yeah.
When
you make an angle, it's the inclination of one line or plane to another line or plane.
The curve of the Earth, the local verticals.
You can't make an angle to a curve. There's no such thing. I'm not so sure. I know you haven't done much geometry.
I was talking about a tangent to the curve. You can have an angle to a tangent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then. So you're going to call both of these tangents, and there's an angle between them. But you're going to call both of the angles, the tangents, horizontal. So you're going to say a horizontal has an angular difference to a horizontal. What are you referencing your angle from? Because it's an inclination of two different lines, right? From one to the other. Are you saying that the horizontal line has an angular difference when you reference it to a horizontal?
If they're measured in different places.
Really? So a horizontal, when you measure an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal, you end up with what angle do you think you would end up with?
I'd have to look that up, use a calculator or something. But I absolutely can't.
Find that out for us now. What is the angle between a horizontal?
How do you have any indication of how long we've been talking about this?
About 3¼ hours. Well, maybe even longer than that.
Plus many hours in previous discussions. Plus, if
you can give us the crescendo now, where you tell us how to measure the angular difference between a horizontal and another horizontal, I'd be great. Go on, give us that.
I completely refuse to believe that you are dense enough that after all this time, you have not understood what I have said.
Why are you ad homing? Nobody here has ad homed you. And you have to run away and hide behind ad homs. So come on, stop it.
Seriously,
play nicely.
No way you can be dense enough that you don't understand this.
He is asking you how you measure the angle between one horizontal and another, as you have claimed.
He has asked that or similar.
And you tell him he's dense.
He has asked that question. Or similar questions.
Because many times, because you haven't given an answer.
Hours and hours.
Because you haven't given an answer. And you cannot give an answer.
The answer is very, very simple. on the globe, whether you believe in it or not, the model states that down is approximately towards the center of the Earth.
My model dictates yet again.
That is the difference between our viewpoints. You refusing to discuss models is...
It doesn't
frankly
work on a
ridiculous.
sphere, though, does it?
What?
That doesn't work on a sphere. Like,
What doesn't work
down
on a sphere?
is not towards the centre, is it?
On a large enough sphere with gravity
The
creating
tangent
bound,
point
it
would
does,
be the bit
yes.
where it touches the surface at the bottom. Not in the middle, at the bottom. At the
There is
very
no bottom.
bottom. Yeah, of course there is.
Bottom
A
is
ball,
in the
a
center.
sphere, would roll on the floor. The floor would be the tangent. Newtonian physics.
There is no floor
Newtonian-
in space.
Newtonian physics.
There is no floor in space. The Earth is
Well, you're not
orbiting
talk-
the
well, what are
sun.
you talking about then? Are you talking about geometry, a sphere? Or what are you talking about? Fantasy?
I'm talking about the physical reality of the globe,
Your
and you don't have
Belief
to
system.
believe that it's true, but it really
I know what I
is
don't have to do is
impossible
apply
for
some
you to not be able to
bullshit
understand it.
geometry to reality because you've got an imagination. It doesn't fucking work.
It's
Time to
your-
get
sorry.
real.
It's your imagination doesn't work. You
I know
really,
where down is. I know how water
No, you don't.
flows.
No, you don't. You claim you do, but you have thousands of years of science that contradict your claims. And I've
The water
no reason to
flows
think-
downhill. Down.
I was going to ask you that. How does water flow, Hex? How does water flow?
Towards the center.
towards an equipotential around the globe Earth, or on the globe Earth, or in, or whatever.
Towards the center of the sphere, the presupposed sphere in your imagination.
Given
Can
the
I ask
chance,
him-
yes, more or less.
Can I ask him a question?
I'm going to be having my tea soon. Okay, go on.
Hex,
No?
you're in front of a 20-mile lake, circular lake. You're looking
No, I'm not.
north.
I understand what you mean. Yeah. Sorry, north.
Imagine.
You're looking north. Is the
Yeah.
water dropping away from your vantage point?
Depends on how you define it. It drops down from. If I'm looking horizontally, it drops down from my line of sight, but it's still at the same altitude.
Is that a yes or a no?
It's just changed altitude to
No.
elevation, right? It was
Is it?
elevation before.
It's an explanation of physics of the globe Earth.
The
It-
water in the
doesn't
lake, Hex, before he
Yeah.
tries to pull a quick one, the water in the lake is not at an altitude, is it?
Sorry?
The water in the lake that Brian's just got you to look at is not at an altitude, is it?
I would say yes, depending on where the lake is. It could be hundreds of meters above sea level, or it could even be somewhat below sea level.
Okay,
or it
Hex,
could be
Hex,
at sea
okay.
level, or
Yeah.
Totally,
But you
totally
realise elevation is the land and the water. Altitude is above that. So the water of the lake would not be at an altitude unless you're talking about a water level. The tool.
you.
It's
you talking about
immaterial.
yourself now, or
It's immaterial anyway, but
Yeah.
is the water
Why-
in front
why
of you
are you
dropping
stupid
away from your horizontal? Yes or no?
Yes, but that does not mean that it is getting lower. It's my horizontal that is getting higher. And
How
it's
can a
dropping
horizontal
away
get
from
higher? Sorry, Brian.
because what do you call it if you can't use altitude or elevation? The height of something is referenced to, or whatever you want to call it, the
Do you know
well,
how a
the sea
horizontal
level.
is? Do you know how
The,
a horizontal is
surface of-
defined? Do you know how a horizontal is defined?
No.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah,
Not
sorry,
really.
Brian.
Hex,
We'll come back to that.
you're looking out over a 20-mile lake, and now you're
already
saying
said that.
on your horizontal, the water is dropping away from your line of sight. Correct?
Depending on your definition of dropping, yes, it is. Well, it is lower than my line of sight at
It's
20
lowering
miles.
from your line of sight. Yes. Okay, we will stick with that. Okay, now if you can, and I don't know whether you can, get 3 other friends and put one looking south, one looking east, and one looking west. What are they seeing?
The same thing. Are you getting back to the supposed paradox of the Baller's Canal in a different
Are
form?
they all seeing the water in halfway across 10 miles dropping 66 feet into a dip in the middle? Is that what you're saying?
No. Have you ever heard of the hump?
Then you have a problem.
I'm saying that they are looking up towards a point
I
above.
thought you said
at a
it was
higher
all
level.
dropping away. I thought you said it was all dropping away.
Dropping away from your line of sight, which is rising.
Do you see how ludicrous this indoctrination you've been put through is?
No, I see how ludicrous you're running rings around reality
You
and
cannot have that situation.
playing on.
It is ludicrous to even think that you can have that situation. It is flat, and you're all looking over a flat plane.
I don't think so. No.
No, there is no I don't think so. That is reality.
It isn't.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, all
You
right,
have
Bry.
been
Bry,
brainwashed
he's doing
to
this on
believe anything
purpose.
other.
This is simple logic, right? You don't need to shout at him because he's doing this on purpose. He's the one that cannot see. He did exactly what we expect, right? You got him to look. He found all of them dropping, and then as soon as you did it, boom! He's talking about the hump because we know
Turns
drops.
into a hump all of
Yeah.
a sudden.
2 drops equal a hump.
You can't use logic
nutsack
without
paradox.
some sort of presuppositions, and
Yeah, that's
your
your
presupposition.
paradox, right? Can you not see it?
Who do we think it is? Let's take a bit of a what's it? Who do we think? I think it's Brenda.
Well, I think it's Sly Sparkane, isn't it? Sly's
think
the one
it's
who's most
me.
butthurt.
I'm gonna go with Sly.
me.
I'm gonna go
I
with
think
Sly.
I'm me.
Anybody else in with me for Brenda? Because he's got that Brenda twang to his voice a
Well,
little
he might
bit.
just be really
Really?
friendly with Brenda.
How friendly.
Very friendly. That nervous laugh.
He's been rumbled, mate. Go and
Oh,
tell
that
your
wasn't me.
Go and tell the people who pay you this truth is coming out.
Redman, your camera's on.
The truth is coming out. Tell them to look for a new job.
I think the truth came out. Millennia ago.
Can you now go back to the definition of a horizontal for me, Hex?
I'm getting kind of tired. I'd have to look it up. But I would like to point out the definition of altitude. Altitude is the vertical elevation above a surface, such as sea level. There's
Yeah,
no
we know this.
There's no reason why
And
surface-
elevation being.
There's no reason why a surface such as the surface of a lake cannot be above another surface like the sea level.
So what's your point?
My point is that
Surely
I
the
don't
surface of that
see- I
lake
don't
is then
see
at
why
an
a lake-
elevation,
Yes,
not an
Boring.
altitude.
Slice, spice, whatever
seem
your
to
name
be
is, you're getting
using
boring.
altitude and elevation more or less synonymously,
No, we know the difference between altitude and
Oh, yeah?
elevation.
and they are.
Well, you just claimed that the surface of a lake that isn't at sea level is at elevation. I corrected you. Sorry, at altitude. I corrected you. It's not
But what-
at altitude,
what
it
is
is
the
at
difference?
elevation.
And why is Merriam-Webster wrong when they say that an altitude is the vertical elevation of an object?
That isn't on the surface.
Yeah, and this lake is presumably not at sea level.
But it's still on the surface, so it is at an elevation above sea level.
Okay. Elevation, I can use that. So what difference does it make?
Well, it's just your way of obfuscating the definition of a horizontal.
I still hear
No,
Brenda. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not obfuscating. I've been trying to explain how I see it, but you just refuse to listen. Let's say horizontal. Didn't we agree that was perpendicular to vertical? And
That is its attribute. What is its definition?
Unless he plays Brenda as well.
Yeah. I was
I'm
going to
not sure,
ask.
but
I'm going to have to go for
Yeah,
my
I
tea. Can I have one question, right?
Go.
Hex,
Oh no.
how stupid do you think we are?
I don't know. I have to think that you must be.
I want to know why you
pretending.
speak. I want to know why you speak the way you speak.
There was one follow-up
How's that?
question to go with it. Can you contrast with how stupid you think we are with how clever you think you are?
Sort of normal, I'd say.
You say you're normal. What about us? How stupid do you think we are?
In reality, or how stupid you are pretending to be.
I'm just what your impression of us, like when you come in here, how stupid do you think we are?
Well, you certainly failed to understand basic principles of physics and so forth. But I presume that's more refusing to understand than not actually being capable of it.
Newtonian physics.
Yeah, and the relationship between the so-called hump and the so-called drop, and the fact
Which
that
you
both
just
of
conflated.
both of the, sorry,
Which you just conflated with
how did I
Brian's
complete them?
with Brian's mind question that he had for you regarding the lake. You just conflated the two. First of all, you had a drop from each side, and then you had a hump from each side.
I don't think I mentioned a hump, but they're both the curve. They're the same thing viewed differently. If you look,
How can you
horizontal-
view it differently from the same location?
If you look up, say I'm standing on one side of the lake and you're standing on the other. If I look up over your head, I will be seeing a drop from my line of sight down to you. If I look down through the curve of the earth,
How are you supposed to do that?
then you'd see that as a hump.
How
Well,
are
I
you supposed to look through your supposed curved earth?
Oh dear, oh Lord.
I would like to inform
Easy.
Hex that he's all out of
Very
moments.
easy. You just aim your sight downwards. Now,
And look
seeing
through.
anything.
No, now it's
Wait,
not going to be
wait.
perpendicular. Now it's not going to be
Seeing
perpendicular. It's
anything.
gonna be
Oh my
vertical
lord!
down.
You're
Seeing
ding-dong.
anything through
out
the
there,
earth.
out of being.
You're out of mulligan, sir.
Yeah,
Fresh out.
fresh out.
Seeing anything through the earth was a different matter. That would be pretty
It's a
hard.
shame, Hex, that you're sort of hiding your real personality, because you should take credit for this nonsense, an act that you're putting on. You really should.
I think
It
if it's
is
an act,
But it
it is
doesn't fool
amazing.
me. And I'm sure it
Yeah.
doesn't fool anybody in here. We all know that you are part of this deception. Everybody does. So you're not fooling anybody. Don't think for 1 minute we think you're an actual person.
See,
We
you
know
think
you're not.
you came here to entertain us. Little do you know. I mean,
we
you-
are the ones
you
that are
came here-
laughing.
Yeah, we're being the ones entertained. You came here for
So am
entertainment.
I. So am I. I wouldn't be here if I didn't find some kind
We're
of
not acting,
weird-
sir.
weird masochistic
Yeah,
way.
whatever. But
Got
we're
no
not acting.
measurable-
man.
You've got no measurable curvature. You've got no measurable spin. You do not live on the ludicrous spinning ball they've told you.
Ryan,
Story.
Ryan, you didn't tell him.
exactly
Ryan, you didn't tell him. Your pamphlet that you used to use, it sucks now. Go find something else.
What exactly makes
He is
it?
well read.
Are you able to answer that question? Why is the idea of gravity any more ludicrous than magnetism? Both are invisible forces that act at a distance, and
One is
no,
demonstrable, the other
No,
isn't.
no. Magnetism is provably a thing. You cannot prove gravity at all.
I
Depending
could
on the
if
medium
I-
the object's in, depends on whether it goes up or fucking down.
So
I can put an electrical charge to an item, and it will appear to get less heavy or have less weight or more weight, whatever you want to call it.
do you really think that things floating disproves gravity in any way?
Do you really think that there's someone antipodal to you right now, standing by the seashore with water holding on?
Not really, because I think my antipode is in the middle of the ocean. But
Okay, but there's water in the middle of the ocean, right?
yeah,
That's being held on by the gravity force.
Which
from
is the weakest
center of
force,
the
by
Earth.
the way. It's the weakest force, they tell us.
so there's an awful lot of matter.
So it holds millions
So it adds
and
up.
millions and trillions of tons of water upside down.
No,
Fucking lunatic.
no,
And I did hear Brenda then. I
Yeah.
heard Brenda. You
Down
fell
is-
into your Brenda then.
Down is towards the center of the earth, more or less. Therefore,
Not
the
fooling
water is
anybody.
always on the top surface of the
Stop.
surface of
Stop, man. You know no one here believes that crap.
Lots of people believe it.
Here, I said here. Are you hard of hearing?
Oh,
Here. No one here.
Yeah.
You don't have to preach to us, right? We've been
Sound-
preached to long enough.
sound quality here isn't always
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
perfect. So that
Yeah,
no,
right.
yes, I missed the here. Okay, yeah, nobody here.
Did you miss the stop preaching and you're out of
nobody,
mulligans?
nobody
Did you
here,
miss that?
or most people here don't accept reality. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, right. Your reality. You're exactly right. I do not accept your reality
Oh,
at all. Not one bit.
yeah.
I can't relate to someone who sat around for the last 20 or 30 years reading and watching YouTube videos, not building anything, and coming here where everyone is practical and in reality, telling us what your reality is. No, I do not. But thanks anyway.
Oh dear.
I appreciate you coming. You've made my day just go by so nicely. It's been hilarious. I've never seen someone use so many mulligans in one day.
Ev, at least, when he's talking about his water level test, isn't really discussing it very practically, and he certainly doesn't.
I'd be willing to bet that's something else you've never used, and
He's never used anything.
At least
Probably
I
hasn't even
realize
used a
what would,
screwdriver.
I realize how one would have to use it in order to tell the difference between a globe and a flat Earth.
But you've never
Whereas-
actually practically used one.
No,
Have you ever actually practically held one?
No.
No. So
have you seen anyone ever use one?
No.
YouTube.
YouTube.
Well,
See, that's us. Wait for it. That's us
dear.
laughing at you, sir. No
Dear,
offense.
oh dear.
Please don't take offense to that. But it's
I
just
don't-
reality, right? Our
Dave.
reality.
I don't care if it takes offence or not.
I mean, this is getting
yeah.
this is getting to
He's
the point
only an
where it
actor.
could be on a reality show. You put this on TV, and
This
It
is
would
not
be
a
amazing.
real. This is not a real human. He's acting out a part, so it doesn't matter what you say to him.
could be.
Did
He uses that nervous laughter in a certain
Hey,
way.
Hex,
yeah.
Hex,
Or
I've
they
got a
don't
question
like
for
being
you.
rumbled.
Hex, right? If we played back what has been said this afternoon to just a general member of the public, right? No concern whatsoever for the subject matter that you think this pertains to, right? Who do you think they would think has come out the fool?
I think it'd be you.
Really?
Yeah.
With your bending horizontals, your curving water, your all the other bullshit you've come up with this afternoon.
You drop the
Horizontal
turns into
planes
a hump.
curving.
You mean all of the
Things that you
BS
claim
that
that you
you
can't
said.
demonstrate.
all of the mainstream science that I accept?
Things that you
Mainstream.
claim that you
drop
can't
hump.
demonstrate. Whereas everything we have claimed is practically demonstrable and has been practically demonstrated on more than one occasion.
I don't think so. Every time.
Surveyors create a horizontal plane of reference every day of their working lives. Do you not
I did it
understand that?
today.
I'd say that most of them probably don't do it over large enough distances to
That horizontal
whether
plane
it
is
is flat.
projectable indefinitely. You agree
Oh,
to
you
that?
say? Well, I say you can extend a plane, but as I've said many times so far,
Indefinitely.
it is not horizontal indefinitely.
If it
You know-
starts off horizontal, it's got to finish horizontal.
No, why?
Look up the definition of
Oh, wow.
horizontal.
I
There
can't
were
listen to the twat
definitions.
anymore.
Of
Yeah,
even
drive for 3 hours, Brian. It's been
Some,
brutal.
some of
I
them
can't
were.
put up with it anymore, mate. He's
of
fucking.
even altitude having no part higher than another.
And another.
Yes, but
Horizontal.
since higher on the globe has to do
Having
with the distance
no
from-
part higher than another.
The horizontal line doesn't care what's under it, sir. It's in free
And it-
space.
And it does not curve.
Ever. Or it's not horizontal.
That's
Don't
what
you
you're
get it?
saying.
No. Oh my
You
goodness,
talked.
sir.
You talked
are
about
thick.
definitions of horizontal. There are
You are
several.
You're just thick.
There are several definitions of horizontal
You think
that
I
have
made
to
up the
do with
definition
parallel.
or created what a horizontal line is? You said
Several of the definitions of
you. You
horizontal.
should just go on mute right now.
Several
No, bring
of the
one.
definitions of
Bring one.
horizontal.
You're claiming different definitions. Bring one. How many definitions have been put in the chat for you this afternoon? And
And
how many have
how
you
many
brought to the
definitions-
table?
How many definitions are there that talk about being parallel to the curve of
That has
the
nothing to
water
do with the
part?
subject.
Why not?
Horizontal
Shut
line
up.
curving, sir. Show us a definition. Show us
Fine.
one definition that shows a horizontal line curves. Go ahead. Until then, I think you just need to maybe I don't know.
It didn't say
Start drinking
horizontal
with it.
line. It said horizontal. I believe.
Show me a horizontal plane curving. Horizontal line curving. Any straight line curving.
Why?
You know how when you said
why?
they measured the curvature of the Earth, they used angles? Remember that
Why
earlier today?
are
They
you?
never measure the curvature of the Earth. They calculate the curvature of the Earth. Know the difference? You even said it. Have to use calculations, charts,
Oh.
and tables about refraction to get the curvature of the Earth with an assumption involved.
You are talking about surveyors. Don't surveyors use calculations?
Talking about everyone who says they've measured the curvature of the Earth. It's not a measurement. It's a calculation with an assumption of curvature and a refraction table that has to be used. You agree with that? That was your argument 3 hours ago, sir. Calculation. When I asked you for a measurement, is the voice clear enough for you?
Why are
Did you hear it?
Why are you so angry?
He's not
Because
angry.
This ain't angry.
Oh,
This is
sounds
me
angry.
getting my point across.
Nice false laugh. Why do you have
I'm
to pretend
not,
to laugh like
I'm
that?
not getting any point.
Why are you
and,
why are you pretending to
What
laugh
was that?
like that? That's just pathetic.
what,
I bet
what
you
do
can't do
think
that
I'm
again.
doing?
Laugh like that again. Laugh like that again. Right now.
There
Do
you
it
go,
again.
pretending.
It's fake, right? Because nothing was funny said. You just bursted out in laughter,
It's not
right?
a
And when I
particular
asked you
thing
to
that's
do it
funny.
again, you know why I asked you to do it again? To prove that you faked it. You're an idiot, sir.
Why do you think I faked it? And why do you think you can
Because
prove
nothing
it?
funny was said.
You to laugh again when
There's
nothing
not-
funny was said. And you did the same laugh, sir. It's fake. Provable.
There's not a there may not have been a specific thing that was particularly
Sir.
funny.
With all due respect,
whole-
you're not even smart enough
whole
not to laugh
situation.
when I ask you to laugh when I'm proving that you faked laugh. That's not smart of you, sir. You need to read up on psychology and how people control other people. You just got outsmarted by someone who thinks we don't live on a spinning sphere like
You haven't demonstrated that you have proven that I have faked laughter. Now, if you recorded it and found that they were identical, that would prove that I wasn't actually laughing but was just playing a recording. That would be fake. But I don't think that's what you'd find.
Stop being an idiot, please.
Why? I'm just trying to fit in here.
Why? Why stop being an idiot? You can carry on if you want.
I don't suppose any of you have any explanation of downity, if you don't mind me using that term. Whatever you think makes things move down, up and down.
Downity. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. What would you call it? I would call it gravity.
They are in their state of equilibrium. They are where they are supposed to be. And what?
What equilibrium? What makes them? What compels them to try to be there? What determines that that's where they're supposed to be?
They're at the furthest downity point they can reach. They are at an equilibrium. And what?
Or the least downity, or they go up. But that doesn't answer anything.
Well, do you know what? To be honest, we don't really care about your downity or
as long as it isn't gravity.
No, it's not something. It's not something we really worry about here. The same as like you could ask about Coriolis or any of that other bullshit. We don't care. We just stay in the real world and what we can. There you go again.
But that is funny. That is funny.
What we can practically measure, what we can practically demonstrate, and most importantly, probably, what we can repeatably measure and practically, repeatably demonstrate. End of story.
I haven't seen any examples of that
if
that
you
have
want to
been
know about
thoroughly
downity,
debunked.
you haven't debunked anything. All you've done is come with claims that you can't substantiate or back up in any way.
I didn't try to debunk anything. I was
Well,
wondering.
you just said you
had an
debunked. You just said you
What?
debunked. You said I debunked.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I say I haven't seen any examples of your practical measurements that haven't been debunked. But
Really?
that doesn't have anything to do with my question of what causes things to go down.
Who cares?
Well, I'm curious.
Things go down. End of story. Who cares why?
Gas go down, go boom.
No, I didn't say that, did I?
No, forget who it was. Some other idiot.
Are you calling me an idiot now?
What?
Are you calling me an idiot now?
Well, I said earlier that you're probably pretending, but I can't really tell. Anyways, I think I've probably been here long enough, and as usual,
Yeah.
I've
You
got
have been entertainment.
and entertained.
We'll start you out at 10 mulligans tomorrow. You seem to need more.
Well, goodbye.
You're not going to wait for Bev to come back?
Before you go, can I ask you a question?
Yeah?
Do you know the real Bob Dole? Have you heard of him?
Heard of a Bob Dole, but I don't know about whether the real one is the real one or, quote, the real one, and I don't know what that has to do with anything. But so, you're breaking up.
He hangs around at Brandon. You know Brandon?
I don't know.
Brandon, the show Brandon?
No.
Okay, I'm just wondering because you sound an awful lot like him. He has a brother, I think a younger brother.
All my brothers are younger than me.
Anyways, just asking, and no problem. Thanks for answering.
No problem. Well, I'm not expecting Bev to say much of anything reasonable or answer any questions, so that
Bev's having his lunch at the moment.
No.
He's eating, so
Yeah. Well,
if you want Bev
Right.
to answer some questions, you can always hang around.
what good would that do?
Well, you said you don't expect when Bev actually has answered every single question you've put forward.
Not in any informative way.
That suits your narrative, no.
He deflects and
He does not deflect.
oh no.
He
changes
answers
the
questions and he gives definitions and he gives practical examples.
He gives a lot of definitions of things that I didn't need definitions for.
Things that you were stuck on, you mean?
Sorry?
Things you were stuck on that you were reaching for understanding on.
No. He
Yes.
his definitions and stuff were mostly on the geometry of straight lines and parallels and perpendiculars and so forth.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Straight lines,
But we
perpendiculars, horizontals.
agree.
That
We
is what
agree
we're
on all
talking.
of those. What we
Okay, so
disagree
we
on-
agree. So horizontal is a straight line.
No.
The straight line is
Horizontal
is a straight line on a
is
horizontal
not
plane.
a
There we go.
geometrical. Horizontal is not a geometric concept. It's a physical concept, and it's the physics we disagree on. We agree on the geometry. We don't agree on how it applies to the physics or how to apply it to the physics. Or I
But
don't
you
know.
have been given practical demonstrations of how that definition applies to the physical world, i.e., through surveying, from not one person, Mr. Ricky Alive, but two people, being Mr. Spot On Level. Also, so there are two people who have, at separate times, I don't believe Spot On was actually here when Dave went through his practical demonstration of the use of the tool. So independently, they gave you the same practical examples of how these tools are used, and still you deny it.
I don't know. I've seen much in the way of practical demonstrations. There was a explanation of how it could be.
How
You-
it is used practically
Do you have
every
any
day of
example
their
that,
lives.
tutorial or something? Because I found one tutorial for differential.
You want a tutorial on how to use a. You want a tutorial on how to use an auto level.
How to use an auto level to determine that the Earth is flat? Yes.
Nobody's. Why do you have to bring a shape into it?
Because that is what we disagree on.
Because he's
Largely.
obsessed.
We don't.
Force gravity.
We
and,
don't disagree on it. Hey. The purpose of an auto level is to measure elevation change, i.e., not flat.
Now you're just being silly. Are you
No, that's
are
being
you a
practical.
bumpy earther?
Oh, come on.
You call yourself a bumpy earther now? Well,
Is the Earth not bumpy?
yes, but
Well, there you go. So you're a bumpy Earther too.
God dang, man.
Globers and flat earthers agree that the Earth is bumpy.
Well, that's
Oh, yeah.
we've got some
You're-
common ground then. Brilliant.
Flat earthers
We'll start off
believe
there. That's good.
flat
Good
earthers
ground. Common
believe that
ground.
It's a bumpy plane, and
So the
in
Earth
reality,
is
it's a
measurably
bumpy
and
sphere.
observably not flat. Then Hex, yeah.
We all
That's
agree.
That's not how flat is used in
And
The Earth is measurably and
definition of
observably
flat
not
earther.
flat. Then
Bumpy
Hex.
elevation
Not
changes.
entirely
Not flat.
Yes.
flat.
Yep.
Seen from space, the difference between flat and smooth is
Who's seen
minuscule.
I've never seen Earth from space once in my life.
No, me neither.
I'm sure you've seen pictures of it. You just
Yeah, I've seen pictures of gorillas and Loch Ness, and I saw a TV show yesterday about what's that big hairy creature that lives in the woods? Piss off!
Don't you believe
Emelo?
in gorillas?
Sasquatch.
It's an Emelo.
Emelo, yeah.
Don't you believe in gorillas and Loch Ness?
Spear Earth Sasquatch.
I've been on Loch Ness.
Can we?
Congratulations.
Since we've
Loch-
agreed,
I-
Hex, that it is bumpy, right? Both sets of people, even people who live in reality, have mountains and valleys, right? So we've got that. Can we agree that an elevation change is a measured change in the vertical? Is that the same on the flat Earth as a globe Earth, as well as it is in reality, like we measure?
Probably. I'm too
That's
tired
brilliant.
to get into the details.
I'm loving
of
it.
definitions and so forth.
Yeah, because you don't
And,
really know much about surveying, do you?
You were somebody was complaining about you're Bev, right?
Yeah. Me.
Well, I have a hard time hearing the difference between people. You weren't here earlier, so it wasn't you who was saying whatever it was I was thinking of. I forgot, but
You sound really
So
tired.
another-
sir.
Yeah.
Another
Yeah,
point you're
alright.
trying to make that
Yeah,
you can't get
okay.
across.
no,
Yeah. Time for sleep, Hex.
I've been
I
great.
know what I
Pop in
mean,
again
and-
sometime. I don't want to waste all of this time, and I don't want you to
Yeah.
feel angry or anything because
No.
you get tired. It's your best. I go and get some sleep, man.
I told him the mulligans start over. They start
Yeah.
fresh every day.
I know what I mean, and if you had any interest in it, you could figure it out.
Can I just say though, right? Because I am recording this, and when it goes out, can I just get a confirmation
sure.
that we haven't paid you to come in here and act like a muppet, have we?
Nope.
No, you've done
No.
everything you've done of your own accord, right?
Yeah. Sounds
everything
stupidity
you've
to
said-
think that I could.
Everything
Do
you've
anything
said
you
is
want there.
because the globe model dictates it, and not because somebody's paid you to come in here and say that to make us look good. Or have they? Has somebody paid you to come in here and make us look good?
No.
Oh.
Well, I've said it because that's what I believe the globe model is, and I believe the globe model is true. So, okay, globe model dictates it. I guess that's close enough.
Good. Thank you very much.
So you believe. It's just belief for you.
Oh,
Well, that's what you said.
knowledge.
You said believe. You used the word belief.
I'd have to listen over to hear exactly what I said, but
Believe me, you said belief. You believe
I
the
believe
globe
that I have
model to be
knowledge,
true.
I know that I believe, and I know that it's true.
What-
And,
Well, knowledge implies experience. Like it's within the definition. Do you have practical? And they've asked you many times. Do you have practical experience? You said no. You have no knowledge. Just
so
believe.
you don't know that Australia exists, for instance?
Why are you
That's under?
obfuscating? Why are you
I mean,
obfuscating?
obfuscating. That's a serious question. You say that knowledge is based on experience. What experience do you have of Australia?
I
This
can
is
say I
a-
have an understanding that Australia exists.
Yeah, and I have an understanding that the Earth is a
No, you
sphere
don't. You
and
said you can't know
going through
anything.
space.
Earlier, so Australia doesn't exist to you? You don't know that it does? Because you
I
can't
didn't-
know anything, right?
I didn't say that Australia didn't exist. I
You
did
said
say
you
that
can't know anything.
with absolute certainty. And
So,
I
with
stand by
absolute
that.
certainty, does Australia exist? See how dumb your argument is? I mean, it's
No,
just circular
no.
reasoning.
No.
It's actually ridiculous. Yes, yes, yes. In reality, Australia exists. In
Yeah.
reality.
The Earth is a sphere.
But that's just your belief. You've stated that on more than one occasion.
No more so than the existence of Australia. My parents went to Australia, or so I believe. But
So they led you to believe.
My
Well-
parents lived on a flat earth their whole life.
I still have the hat here somewhere.
Yeah, so Australia exists and flat earth exists, right? Bumpy earth, non-spherical, not
No.
curving water. I've been on a boat my whole life. So have my parents. They never went over a curve in a boat on water. Never.
And you believe in Australia because you have a hat.
Hat. And your parents went there.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, you just said it, sir.
I was playing along.
You're playing along all right. You're playing a character. You're using us for entertainment. I really don't appreciate it. For one. I mean, it's entertaining for us. We record it, and people hear this, and they hear you. And because of you, people look into what they know you're wrong about. So thank you for that. When you say all this dumb crap, people hear it, so they're more apt to go listen to us and go check out for themselves, which is what we ask people to do. And because of you, more people are doing that. So for that, thank you.
I doubt that. I think
you doubt everything that doesn't go along with your narrative. I've heard you. Even with facts right here on Voice Channel, you deny it and then laugh. It's a tell.
What?
You know
what
that's a
facts?
tell, right?
So-called facts that the Earth is
4
flat
hours of us showing you, telling you practical examples, definitions, proving to you that you've never measured it.
So,
right? So you just believe that it's a sphere, right?
Have
It's
you
just
ever
a belief
measured
of yours.
Australia?
Have I ever measured the Earth? The water
Australia.
not curving? Yes, I have. No, the closest I've been
said
to
Australia.
Australia is Fiji. I flew over Hawaii. I've been to Hawaii several times. I flew over a large body of water to get to Fiji, and guess what? It's
It
not
looks
curving,
flat.
sir. I flew in an airplane over a plane in the air.
Or so you thought.
No, so I know. I was in that plane. I was there. It's reality. First
And
class
you
on
know
the way
that now?
there. Not first class on the way back because they were having a coup. There were chickens on the planes.
Oh.
Reality. The chicken was there. You understand what I'm saying? Reality.
No.
Not your fantasy world.
The chicken was there with you in the plane over the curved Earth.
Yeah, no, over a plane. Airplane.
Oh, in a plane.
Yeah, if you could show me curved water, I'm happy to come back on your side and act as stupid as you are. Yeah. Maybe I could develop a dumb laugh.
Can't show you anything because you'll just dismiss
I know
it
you
and hand
can't.
wave it
No.
away.
No, you could show me the method that you use to measure the curve, and I could go do it myself. But guess what?
Yeah, but you wouldn't.
Cannot.
wouldn't.
What do you mean? You're just assuming that, right?
How rich would we be, Ricky, if we could do
Dude.
that and put a test out there? Then, like, we'd be the most famous Globers ever. You
Ever.
guys would be fucked. You would be, literally.
If you could prove
You'd be like a
something
no
that's been known
one
for
in this.
millennia,
I asked you for the method to show curved water. You didn't give me a method. You said if I could come up with a method, which you can't, you, meaning me, wouldn't go test it. That's a moronic statement, sir.
really?
Yes, really.
Yeah, we're the ones that are doing the testing.
Are
out
you?
Yeah, you're the one that is doing fuck all. We are actually going out there and testing this shit. And the fact that you
in
can't give
general,
us anything other than bullshit horizontal is a circle is ridiculous.
You can't even give me a method to go test. All you can say is, if there was a method, I'm sure you wouldn't go test it. That makes you a moron, sir.
Not if it was effective. But
You can't give it. You can't provide that test. There is none.
What exactly have you done in the way of demonstrable testing? I know that Bev is
Repeat it.
talking
You ready?
about
You
what?
ready? I'll repeat it for you again since you didn't listen earlier. I created a horizontal plane over static water and tried to measure the drop from that horizontal plane. Guess what? There is none.
Have you shown that in a YouTube video or something, or are you just claiming that this is
Yes,
what you
and it's
do?
something that you can repeat. Now, I'm meeting with a client here, so I'll be back in 15.
Yeah,
Have
you
fun.
can, of course, you can do it yourself. The stuff that we do here, stuff that Ricky has done, it's not.
Yeah.
It can't be given to anybody else as a proof. You can't do that with proofs. That's not what happens. Proofs have to be gained by the individual. Yeah, really, absolutely. Yes. Nobody is going to give you a proof that you will be able to take and say, this is my proof. You have to work. There is a certain amount of effort that you have to put in to gain your proof.
I think if with that mindset, there would be very little in the way of scientific progress.
No.
I don't
Euclid
think- I think
is a
you'd still
book
be in
of proofs. Now, have you ever worked them? Do you know what that proof means? Have you gained any of the proofs within Euclid? Any at all?
I don't see what.
Well, they are wrote in a book. There is a full book of them. Now, do you own those proofs, or do you have to put some work in to gain those proofs for yourself?
Why would I be interested in those proofs as long as all you are doing are misusing them?
I'm just
claim that
explaining
you are
to you
showing the flat
that
Earth.
nobody can give you a proof. You have to gain it yourself.
As I say, I think if with that mindset there would be no scientific progress, or very very little, because
What is
nobody
science?
can test everything.
What
could
is
test
science?
some- Science
Is that the compete
method for gaining knowledge.
Yeah, and repeated testing.
Yes, but
Okay, so
everybody does-
people
everybody-
don't just sit around and say, "Oh, well, they've got a proof. And what do we do with it? Oh, well, it's wrote down there. Well, should we test it for ourselves?" They do, don't they? They gain their proofs for themselves. At least the scientists and the people that actually do the test do. You don't, do you? You just imagine that you have the proofs for something that you are unable to explain or convince anybody else. You can't show anybody else the proofs that you've got because you haven't got any.
Nobody can test everything, so you have to take some things as
Name us something that you have done for yourself that you proved something, anything, to yourself. Name that test that you did where you proved something to yourself.
I can't think of any at the moment, but I still say, so what? I haven't seen any
You
flat
haven't
earthers
done
do
fuck all,
anything
are the words you're looking
using,
for.
that aren't demonstrably logically invalid.
Bev, that's
Yeah,
another one that said it hadn't did nothing.
yeah.
Another one.
They don't even know what
Too
proofs are. I mean, like, the amount of times I've said we need to keep going over the proof and what it means to people and how you get it. How do you gain your own proofs? I bet you don't even know what a proof is, do you?
Are you talking about mathematics now, or physics?
Yes, an
or,
actual proof.
I don't think science really deals with proofs. It deals with evidence.
That's what you think. But
Proof is
that is your very sad misunderstanding of what proof is. Proof is gained from a statement that is then validated by what is known as a proof. Once you go through that process, you validate the initial statement as either true or false, thus gaining your proof of the initial statement. Now, you can do that by many different ways, usually through logic, and then the logic is applied to real life tests that you apply the logic to as you practice it to gain your proofs of the statement. Now, it all depends on what the statement is, whether you gain your proof or not. You have to, like Emma famously said, mind your P's and Q's. You have to get that initial statement right and then the following logical statement. It has to make sense for it to be formed into a proof. It's a tricky process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I can feel a modus tollens coming on here.
I really think I'm too tired to continue. I think.
I know. My missus does that. My missus gets tired when she gets a bit too mentally stimulated.
Go and have a little lay down, Hex. It'll do you good.
I don't think you'll be able to prove anything about the Earth not being a globe if you can't understand the
geometry is all about shape, and geometry is definitely provable, right? It's the basis of proof.
So line and form, I believe.
You can't use geometry to prove anything about reality without connecting it to reality. Somehow.
Book 11, solid geometry. There you go. Boom. Reality, solid geometry.
If you just assume that
not assuming anything,
a horizontal plane can be extended forever and still be horizontal, then your geometry will, quote, prove, unquote, what you put into it. But
that horizontal plane can be established.
Established.
So your argument has just fallen down.
You can measure horizontal at a point, and
horizontal is not a point.
Horizontal isn't a point; it's a direction. But it's measured in a point.
Is it?
I would say so. Yes. If you use an auto level, for instance, you place it in a position, and if you use a water level, then it has a center, which is.
Hang on.
Where
you said horizontal is at a point, so you placed an auto level at a point. Do you think that's where it is measured?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, the measurement.
What do you mean? Sort of. Clarify.
The measurement takes place between your posts at, say, 100 meters distance, but the point where you are establishing that the outer level is the point where the outer level is. It's the center.
Right, so you have the auto level as your begin point, You have a staff measurement at 50 meters, as an example. This is your second point. You have another staff meter at 100 meters. This is a third point. That is 3 collinear points, which establishes what?
A line.
A horizontal plane of reference is the word you're looking for.
If you only have 3 points, you're only establishing a line, aren't you? But,
which is extendable indefinitely and is horizontal due to your use of the auto level. Do you not understand that?
Actually,
It's
3
horizontal.
points. 3 points describe a plane, don't they? That's
yeah,
how
and
they
we're
tell
only,
you.
well, not if they're in a line. And then you can have an infinite number
Yeah,
of
but an
planes.
auto level turns around at 360 degrees, right? So you can make a reference point anywhere.
Okay, but then you
But
need
that
another stick.
also includes the center point where the auto level is. So that's one. And then if you take a back sight, 2, foresight, 3. Ooh, 3 points.
No.
3 coplanar
3
points.
points on a line. 3 points on a line do not establish a plane. You need another point which is not on the same line. So
I'm
you
sure
need,
you've got 2 measuring sticks, haven't you, Bev?
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah,
like the
so-
same
so
plane,
this-
for 3.
This can be done.
all of the
For
points on a
Yep.
horizontal plane will be straight, won't they? Like if you put 2 points.
A point can't be straight because a point is doesn't have a direction. It's just a point. It's dimensionless.
Thank you very
So
much.
So it's not a plane then? It's
You
not a
just
line, then?
contradicted yourself, ding dong.
And you have just contradicted everything you've stated about a line.
Sorry?
You've just
Yeah, you just
contradicted everything
fucked
you've
up.
stated. You just fucked
Where?
yourself royally.
Where? I never claimed that a point was a plane.
Yeah,
You
you
claimed
just
it was
said
a
a
line.
point is dimensionless. It's a nothing. But you claimed
No.
that's what horizontal was. You're crazy,
No.
man. Absolutely crazy.
I said that is where you
And I
measure.
say man a
horizontal.
bit. You know, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be.
You are misrepresenting me. I said
No,
that
you fucked
measured-
yourself. You fucked yourself royally.
I said that you measure the or establish or whatever the horizontal in a point or at a point. I guess. I never said that the point was a plane.
No, you said that a line was a point, horizontal at a point, and then you've just said that a point is nothing. So you have fucked yourself.
How is saying that a line is horizontal at a point saying that a line is a point? It's you're just grasping at straws.
And why are you running in circles?
Yeah, he's
I'm trying to
obfuscating
figure
now.
out where you're
You
misunderstanding.
don't want to be
it.
doing this. You'll Penrose yourself if you're tired, man. Don't be doing points and lines and planes and stuff at this sort of time.
I suggest you go get some sleep.
That's a bit too early for that.
Oh wow.
Just need a rest and some supper.
Yeah, this is
But,
it's mentally
I-
challenging, right?
Unless I misspoke, I did not say that a point was a line.
No. We were saying
No.
we were talking about
were saying
an
that
auto
I-
level having 3 points. It can measure anywhere. So that establishes 3 coplanar points at least, easily, every time.
Yes.
Yeah,
but,
backsight, foresight, and
is-
position of auto level. 3
Isn't-
coplanar points.
Isn't 3 coplanar points a tautology? Since 3 points,
No, it's a mathematical description.
you can always draw a plane through 3 points. At
Yeah.
least one plane. So, how could 3 points can't be not coplanar, surely? Or
Yeah,
am I
that's the
misunderstanding
point of it,
something?
isn't it? Triangle. 3 coplanar points. Triangle. 180 degrees.
Not-
Bish bash bosh. Geometric proof.
Bam!
If where is your third point? If you have foresight and backsight, and
1, 2.
180
Ready
each
for the
other,
third one? the position of the auto level, the eye of the person
Then
looking
you don't
through it.
have a triangle
Three
or a
coplanar
plane. You
points.
have a line.
Three
You have a
coplanar
line.
points.
3 coplanar points is a tautology. It's meaningless.
Coplanar. Do you know who started that off? Jesse Kozlowski.
3 points.
Jesse
are
Kozlowski.
always
I'll
coplanar.
find it for you. It's one of the best clips I've ever got. Because he was talking about the bridge. You know, Rakia's bridge. On
That's
over
me, by the way.
Lake Pontchartrain. Through that bridge. He said the one end of the bridge, the other end of the bridge, and the point in the middle, 3 coplanar points.
Bam.
And that, you know what a plane is, don't you?
Yes,
So
but
that's
I
brilliant.
repeat, 3 coplanar points is
Bam.
practically meaningless statement, since you can
It's
always
mathematics.
draw a plane through 3 points. Any
Exactly,
3
that's
points.
the whole point of it.
Congratulations.
It's a mathematical proof
You
of a plane.
You're just running around the bush. You
Establishes a plane, and a
have-
plane is a 2D
does not
surface.
establish a plane, not if they're in a line.
Doesn't curve.
You can have an infinite number of planes through a line.
All parallel, can't you?
No, since they'd
Not
all
curving.
be rotated around the line.
None would
You
be.
are
Not being horizontal though, right?
You're talking. Well, one of them would be in the
Oh yeah,
point we're talking about.
yeah, because there's only one plane, right? One horizontal plane allowed per point. Because if you keep
What?
going on that horizontal
no.
plane, then it's always horizontal, right? Horizontal planes are always parallel to each other, aren't they?
No.
How can you only have one horizontal plane at a point then? Are you sure you know what
You
you're
can
talking
have a
about?
different horizontal plane at a different point.
Yeah, parallel to it. All
No,
horizontal
at least not
planes are
necessarily.
parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore,
And each
all
other.
horizontal planes are parallel to
Yes,
each other.
The horizon is different in different places. So therefore, these horizontal planes are also different. And on the flat Earth, they
Always
would only
parallel.
on the flat
Always.
Earth. On the flat Earth, they would always be parallel, but in
No,
reality,
in reality.
No, in reality they are
Nope.
parallel. Yeah, there's logic,
No, no,
there's
no.
sound logic to go with
it's
it.
not logic. It's your presupposition that
No,
the
no,
Earth is
there
flat.
is sound logic to go with this, is what I said.
Not really. If you
Yeah,
start,
you don't know what you're talking about, obviously. You've
If you
never
start
read
with-
Euclid, you don't know what proofs are, and you've don't understand how we have
Says-
backing in Euclid with reality.
says the person who talks about 3 coplanar points as if that was a meaningful statement.
Jesse Kozlowski said it. Like, do you not think
Does
it's
he?
meaningful? Do you know who Jesse Kozlowski is?
Have you just chucked Jesse
I've heard
Kozlowski
the
under the
name.
bus?
If he
You just
if he
chucked
claims,
Jesse under the bus.
do you have a quote for that?
He might not know. Do I have a quote?
Yes,
For Jesse?
saying something about 3 coplanar points.
Yeah, there you go, in the chat. Boom! Let's get going. Do you want the song as well? Should I put the song up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In geometry, this is from Wikipedia. In geometry, a set of points in space are coplanar if there exists a geometric plane that contains them all. For example, 3 points are always coplanar.
Yeah.
Therefore, the
3
statement...
coplanar points.
Bam!
That's what I'm saying. It's a pointless statement since 3 points are always coplanar.
Yeah. Yeah, but like when
Oh,
we're
there's
talking
no-
about a horizontal plane, if you have 3 coplanar points, then all of them are horizontal. They're all on the same horizontal. They all have an equal
plane can't be horizontal.
elevation.
I mean a point. Sorry. But if you have 3 points on a line, you can't establish the plane.
Yeah, you can.
just move one to one side.
Just move it. Yeah, there you go. Look, he's got some brains, DP, you know, man. Whew. Especially if you've got a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. You
And
just
can swing
move
through
one of the bits around.
360 degrees. Handy that, isn't it?
Sure, but all we've been talking about so far have been measuring from one post to another with the instrument in the center, therefore in a line.
Yep. Well, you say foresight and backsight. How do you presume the foresight and backsight are in a dead straight line? Like, they might not be. Have you never seen some of the stuff? Did you not look at all of the things I was doing in the chat? I'll put it out again, should I? Just in case you didn't understand it or didn't see it. Differential leveling.
I'd expect that you would make sure that the instrument was calibrated properly.
Oh, would you? You know about calibrating instruments, do you? See, look at that. Can you see that differential leveling in the chat?
Yeah.
Well, where's the straight lines there, or it looks like he's got multiple points from one.
Yeah.
So you can see the original one, and then he gets that as your backside for the datum, and they just keep going. But like, where's the straight line? There's none. They're all just coplanar, aren't they?
What? All the points?
Every time he transitions the auto level as they're going along the way, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 coplanar points.
Oh, okay. I guess that is measuring with several sticks at once.
That's what you can do when you do auto leveling, especially differential leveling. That's why we use coplanar points, a horizontal plane, right? It's always setting up a horizontal plane, and every time it does that, that horizontal plane will be parallel to the plane of the horizon every time.
Yes, but the horizon, like vertical, is on the real globe Earth different in different places. And
so you claim.
Well, vertical is always perpendicular to the plane of the horizon also, isn't it?
Yes, but since
that's because vertical is always perpendicular to horizontal. So it works the same. You can use exactly the same logic to prove that all horizontals are parallel, to use that all verticals are parallel. Isn't that weird? Because they're perpendicular, which means they have a very distinct geometric relationship between them. Being straight lines, of course.
You can't get that using logic unless you start with the presumption that horizontal is always in the same direction, or that vertical is always in the same direction.
No, we just get it from the basic principles of logic.
You can't use logic to get that.
Yeah, you do. You only need to make one link with it, and that is that vertical and horizontal, plumb and level, are perpendicular to each other. Therefore, you can make the geometrical relationship that you can use geometry, which talks about perpendiculars and parallel planes, and all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. You can use all of that sort of stuff to prove, actual proof, mathematical proof, the truth of the statement, all horizontals are parallel.
No, you can't.
Of course you can.
You need to start with the presumption that they are.
No, you start with the initial statement and then come up with a proof for that.
No, you can't.
Wow, that's a good comeback.
Yeah. Best one of the night, that. No, you can't.
How do you think you would go about doing that?
By formulating a statement and providing the proof for that
all
statement.
horizontals are parallel, for instance.
Oh, are they?
No matter where.
That's a good start.
No,
Go on, where are you going to go with that?
I was giving you that as a statement and wondering how you would prove it.
No. You see, you don't do it like that. What you do is you say, what could we say? We could say if a straight line. Have we got that? We're starting with it. I'll put it up here. Pictures. Are you sure you're ready for this? Are you sure?
Oh, I don't know. What should I expect?
Okay, right. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's is there anything wrong with any of the words that are used in that statement?
Don't think so.
Good. So, would you say that that is a provable statement, or would you say that is?
Yeah, I think Euclid's probably done it. Oh, well, this is from Euclid, so that I'm
Proposition
very
30.
certain he is. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Okay. So there's a proof there of that straight lines which are parallel to the same are parallel to each other. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So a horizontal. This is where we're going to get stuck, aren't we?
Yep.
Is a horizontal a straight line?
What is a horizontal? As I believe I have said, I think that horizontal is a direction. Well, it couldn't be. I don't know about a direction since it's
Is it straight though?
Directions
we're
and,
trying to make a little bit of a connection here to a proof
Yep.
within Euclid.
Yeah.
So, is it a straight line?
As I say, I'm not absolutely certain what the definition of a horizontal would be, but
I gave that to you earlier, Hex. Do you not remember?
This is a definition of horizontal. I was asking about a horizontal.
Yep.
I think that was in there somewhere.
I'm getting you a few. I've got a few of them. Don't worry.
You don't remember the definition of horizontal I gave you earlier?
I say.
Is that your selective memory? Is this why you need a little sleep?
I say I'm not asking for a definition of horizontal. I'm asking for a definition of, quote, a horizontal, unquote. That's a different thing. Horizontal is direction or whatever, and a horizontal is, I'm not sure what it is.
Lazy.
You're trying to differentiate between a horizontal and a horizontal. Wow. Well, that's obviously
But
different. It'll
you
probably
don't know what
be
a horizontal is.
the inflection in the a. Horizontal.
Not
Is that
the
different than
inflection.
horizontal?
No,
Well,
but
okay then.
a
We'll
horizontal.
just go with we'll just go with these horizontals. You can find a definition of horizontal that you want. So go on, see if you can find a definition for a horizontal and where it specifically separates it from horizontal.
A implies that it's a thing. I'm sorry, I'm horribly bad at grammar, so that I don't know the word.
A implies it's singular.
And an object, or it could be a conceptual object or something.
A rainbow.
What?
A rainbow.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
not
thing.
an object. It's not an object.
Not a physical object, and like
And
horizontal,
it's
it is.
singular. An apple. One.
And a
Singular.
rainbow, like a horizon, is different for different people.
Semantics.
If you're standing next to me, you won't see the same rainbow I do. It'll be in a slightly different place.
Somebody who's trying to make a differential between horizontal and ahorizontal without the understanding that horizontal is a position in reality that is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now it's a plane. So can you have a plane or a straight line on a plane? I ask you.
Sorry, I got...
yeah, you. Massive
distracted
semantical
looking at
argument
definitions.
is screwed. There's no such thing as a horizontal.
Okay, but you used that term, so I'll assume that was a an error. Okay, so you'll have to repeat the question then, since I was trying to figure it out using a horizontal, which I believe was what you said.
Okay, well there's here you go. In the adjective, in the last one I've just give you, a thesaurus, it may help you. It says a horizontal surface. It's got even little quote marks, as though it was expecting for you to have said something like that. It's got the A within the quote marks. Is that the A horizontal that you were talking about?
The A in that refers to the, did you say plane or surface? So it doesn't.
It replies to adjective
horizontal.
1, horizontal, parallel to or in the plane of the horizon or a baseline. Then in inverted commas, as if you're saying it.
Yep.
Yeah. A horizontal surface.
Where is that? I see the
example at the
vertical
bottom.
perpendicular at right angles to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal slab, perpendicular height.
Thesaurus, adjective, definition 1, horizontal.
Yeah. Bev was talking about the last definition. Oh, actually, that's part of the same definition. Okay. Horizontal. Yeah, I understand what horizontal is. So that what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez.
You were saying something about horizontal. Can you not remember?
No, I've often repeated that horizontal is measured at
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
From tomorrow.
Yes, but horizon, like vertical, is different from place to place on the globe. So
And
therefore,
horizontals will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
At the same point.
And
Always.
the point is
Always. Everywhere. At any point.
At
A
any
horizontal will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
At any point, the
Yes,
horizontal
exactly. Any point. Thank you very much.
At any point, the horizontal at that point will be parallel to the plane
The
of
whole
horizon.
plane.
At that point.
The
That's not
whole
what it
plane
says, Hex.
will be
The whole
parallel.
plane will be parallel to the plane of the horizon at
Yes.
the point. At the
Thank
point
you.
where at the point where the horizontal was
No, the whole
established.
plane. The whole
No,
plane.
Nope.
Yeah.
the
Nope.
whole. Hang on. Let me recap this. You said the whole plane is horizontal to the horizon at the point.
where the horizontal was established.
You said the whole plane is horizontal to the plane of the horizon.
Horizontal or parallel with?
Yeah, the whole
I
plane.
should have been
All
parallel.
of it,
but I
yes.
said horizontal.
You can't have a point being parallel to something, can you?
No,
That's
but-
ridiculous.
As you've already stated, a point is that which has no parts.
I never said that the point was parallel to anything. I said that the plane is parallel at that point.
You said the whole plane.
The whole plane. So if you
Yes,
move your
the whole
position on
plane-
that plane, the whole plane is still parallel to the plane of the horizon, no matter where you are on that plane. It's pretty simple.
It's parallel to the horizon at the original point. It won't be parallel.
Anywhere, and that original point can be anywhere along that
Wow.
plane.
I
done,
don't think you're ever going to get any sleep tonight. I'm sorry.
Probably not. But at any other
Whatever
point,
you do, Hex, don't turn to drink, please.
Yeah, don't. We've had many people turn to drink. Don't do
at any point other than where you established the horizontal, the plane will not be parallel to the horizon.
You've just contradicted yourself.
It is.
I'm not. I said it's parallel to the horizon at the point where
You said the
plane
whole
is-
plane.
Yes,
is
the plane
parallel.
is straight. So if part of the plane is parallel to something, then the whole plane is parallel. But it's
To
not
the horizon. Yeah, well
All of
done.
it.
to the horizon.
Because we've got
Well
another one as
done,
well.
Hex.
To the horizon as measured at the point on the plane where the horizontal was established. If you move
The whole
then
plane is parallel to that horizon.
Yeah.
at the point where the plane was established to be horizontal. If you move to a different point, both the horizontal and the plane of the horizon at the second point will be different from.
It's not a plane then, is it?
Will not be parallel to the plane.
It's not a
Sure
plane
it
then, is it?
Sure it is.
How can it be?
How can it not be if it's a plane?
No, I asked you how can it be a plane?
Because it.
If all points on that plane are parallel to the
spread out
plane of the horizon,
at
and
the
you're
point where it was
moving and
measured,
claiming it's not, how can it be a plane?
because the horizon is not. Different horizons are not parallel with each other. Therefore, one horizon, the horizon seen from a specific point, can be parallel to the plane, but all other horizons will not be parallel to that plane.
You must be struggling. Like, don't Penrose yourself. But can I give you another couple of things? Because
Could you explain what penrosing is?
it's when you sort of do your head in. You overthink something with your cog dis. Right? You have a cog dis. And you don't listen to the cog dis. You keep trying to justify the cog dis, and it leads you into a place that it's not comfortable. You just shouldn't really do it. I don't like it.
I'm sorry. I know you repeated that word about 5 times, but what was the word? Contest or context probably. That must have been it. Okay.
Okay, right. So we've got, you've heard of Euclid at least, right? Maybe you've heard that.
You brought him up, if nothing else.
Yeah. Well, it's the foundations of mathematics, right?
Oh, okay.
Built, structured on logic. Not,
We agree
not
on-
numbers.
We agree
point.
on the mathematics and geometry, most likely, but we don't agree on how they are.
You have some sort of an idea
what,
that there's something wrong with the postulates and something to do with parallel lines and straight lines. Is it? Do you have a problem with the straight line?
No, I have a problem with the presupposition that horizontal is a straight line that is always parallel to any other horizontal.
Okay.
And
Well, can I just give
any
you
vertical?
this one proposition? Book 11.
Yeah.
It says that one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. Means
Here you go, bringing this geometry that we agree on into the picture.
Yeah, but
and
there's
not-
other people. There's
not-
other people listening. Don't worry about just
not
you. Right?
showing-
If it
not
seems too
showing
simple
that-
for you,
Yeah.
if it seems too simple for you, don't worry about it, because I'm sure other people will be getting the idea of it. But
It's
you
not just
understand
simple,
the context of it, right? No, one part of a straight line, like a segment of it, right, cannot be in a plane, and the other part of the straight line without it, as in not being the same plane.
And this has absolutely nothing to do with vertical and
Oh yeah, it does.
horizontal
It does.
and how they
It
refer
absolutely does. You just
apply to the
because
plane.
you're trying to, your cog dis is telling you this is maybe a little bit painful for you.
You need to make the presumption that all verticals are parallel with each
No,
other.
I've just made
Or
the
something
statement
equivalent.
that a straight line can only be within the plane, right? It cannot be partly within a plane and partly without it, outside of that plane.
Yes, but
Okay,
a
right,
different
okay.
straight line can be. And
Well, we're not talking about a different straight line just yet.
Yes,
We're
we
talking
are.
about, right? But this is where the logical process goes, because the very next one, right? It builds upon what we've just done, right? So now we
It's
know
more
that straight
irrelevant
lines.
concept.
Now we know that one straight line can only be in a plane. Now let's take that one straight line and take another straight line and cross them. Right, now can both of those straight lines be in a plane together? They are
Yeah.
in one plane.
yeah,
Okay, now if we join the bottom ends of those straight lines and make another line to like sort of make a joining cross with a triangle at the bottom of it.
what is
Yeah.
the bottom end of these lines? We haven't
Imagine an
Separated
X.
the-
Imagine an X,
yeah.
right, on a page. Now join
Yeah.
the bottom two to make it like a triangle with an open glass bit at the top.
Okay, well
It's like it's some
page
sort of, I don't know
has
whether
a
it's
bottom, but a plane does
Right,
not
but
necessarily have
like,
one.
if you're not following, you're
particularly
trying to go and run somewhere else, right? So these two straight lines that we initially made an X,
Yeah.
they can be in the same plane, can't they?
Yes.
No matter what we do, they would all be in the same plane. No matter how
Yeah.
much you twist them or do whatever, same plane. Now, if you join those bottom two ends,
Yeah.
joined together, would all three of those be in the same plane?
Yes.
Okay, so now what we've got is a way to make a straight line and combine three straight lines to prove a plane.
Okay. Was it ever in doubt that planes exist?
Well,
What do you mean?
that you could have a plane, yeah. But you could do that with an auto level, right? And make a horizontal plane in those few different points, which would make all of those lines within the same plane. And if you were doing it with an auto level, then you would say that plane is horizontal. Like it's a proof within reality of the geometric statement. The geometric statement comes along and helps us form the logic to give us a proof that all of those points would be on the same plane. It's fantastic the way it helps us with this geometry. How closely it's linked to reality. And that's just the first two propositions of Book 11. And as you know, well, you don't know because you don't know fuck all about it, but you should do, because Book 11 is solid geometry. And solid geometry disproves non-Euclidean geometry, doesn't it?
Yeah. What? Sorry? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, so you're using the auto level to basically create a triangle, so that
No, that was just in that example. I was showing you how Euclid and the propositions within the proofs, can help us in reality. I've got an auto level, but I'm not going to use it for any of these proofs because, I mean, it's pretty obvious that's an obvious proof.
Well, now, if the curve of the Earth is very, very gradual, so that for all practical purposes, if you're staying within a couple hundred meters or something,
You mean like non-existent?
everything will be horizontal close enough. But if we're talking
Wait
about
a minute. Whoa. Hex, you're doing this again. The curve of the Earth. Do you mean like a mountain? Because I've seen some mountains that are really steep, not gradual at all. It's like they go fucking straight up. There's some like cliff faces. Have you ever heard of cliff face? They're normally on mountains. Pardon?
You're talking about curve in water?
Amongst other things.
Oh, you talking about curve in water level, are you?
Oh, shit.
That's different. That's not like the Earth, is it?
He knows he's out of mulligans, right?
How can I be? I don't think I've used any, have I?
Oh, yeah,
You've used them all, believe. You are actually...
Contradiction count is in the maybe double figures by now.
Yeah.
I've never
Well
seen
over par on every hole.
Just heel kick the ball out the wood a couple times.
Okay, well, if you use an auto level to make a triangle, and I realize that you got an X with a line at the bottom, but if we ignore the upper parts of the X, then you've got a triangle. Yeah. And that, I'm not sure it would absolutely have to be, but it would be, well, okay, if it's at least if it's a equilateral triangle, then that plane would be horizontal I believe that plane would be horizontal in the center of the triangle.
The whole plane would be horizontal. That's the point. We just proved that to you.
Any point on the triangle. Every point.
It's the triangle that forms the plane, Hex. Do you not understand this?
I think he's getting it.
But that still doesn't mean that...
Doesn't mean what? Come on, get it out.
Plane is horizontal at all points or no points.
Oh, Jesus.
To get that, you have to presume that
all the points on a horizontal plane are on the horizontal plane. Yeah, I know. It's really... I mean, like, I must admit, I do assume that. When we talking about a horizontal plane, I assume that every part on that horizontal plane, there exists a horizontal straight line that you can place anywhere on that horizontal plane.
I do as well.
I disagree. But you might be getting somewhere.
I disagree with like 3 or 4 people that use them on a daily basis.
I'm not going to give you shit as proof for disagreeing. I'm just going to move on and start babbling about something else and try not to use any of my non-existing mulligans.
Hex, can I just, Hex, because I haven't really heard it all in and out, but can you tell me, can you see the, between geometry as explained in the last hour or two, the perpendicular relationship with, real life verticals that we can use perpendicles or plumb bobs to create, and we can create horizontals in reality, like the verticals, with a water level. Can you see the relationship between the perpendicular and geometry?
Sort of, yeah, but you can't do a geometric proof showing that all verticals are parallel, for instance, without...
Yeah, but hold on. What happens if everywhere that I've ever been, I've created a parallel vertical to another? And I've done a lot of that. Do you know what? I've been laying bricks, right, for about, how long has it been? I don't know, 25 years? Yeah, that's why that I've been using these tools for that long.
Over how large an area would you say you have laid bricks? I mean, if from one house at one extremity of your travels to the other, how far apart would?
Oh, you know construction sites. You know the answer to that. I mean, I haven't done any.
Still here. Is he honestly still here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, how far apart are the furthest construction sites that you have worked on?
How far apart?
About 50 miles or.
Well, some of them are like literally up the road, and some of them are further away.
Yeah. Okay. But have you in any way verified that the bricks at one site are parallel to the ones at another site? The up and down direction.
Would you ever would you ever doubt it that if everywhere you went and you like dropped a plumb bob and it did exactly the same thing as it did every other time you've ever done it? Would you not think that they would just all be vertical, parallel to each other?
I can answer this question.
Think that. If I thought the Earth was flat, then obviously...
No, you haven't got to think anything. Don't forget about the thinking about whether it's some sort of shape or not. Just literally think, like, if you were to just, everywhere you go, you just get a plumb bob and it just does what it does, down.
Let me give him an example.
Why would you ever think that they would... Sorry, go on.
I'll give him a practical demonstration and something he can think about. So, in 2016, my city flooded. And when I say flooded, I got 8 feet of water in 3 of my houses. Everyone in the city flooded. Every house. You can go along to every house and look at the brick ledges, and it's horizontal lines where the water made a mark on every house, right? Now, these houses are at different elevations, but they're all horizontal to each other. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't think horizontal to each other.
The water found its horizontal.
Makes sense. I presume you mean that the horizontal at each place is parallel to another, but I don't see how you have determined that. Obviously,
how could that horizontal be parallel to another? That would involve the water being stepped.
Water did it, not me.
Each horizontal would be parallel to itself, but
and each other. So that would mean the water's stepped.
How would you determine that? Why does it have to be stepped? It could be
how ridiculous are you?
My sides are still hurting from the last time. I can't.
But seriously.
The thing is with Hex, when he laughs, I don't know if he's actually really laughing or if he's fake laughing. He's that good at fake laughing.
It's a fake laugh.
He can do it on
Not
call.
really.
It's fake.
Might be.
Yeah, really. You
might
just
be a
did
little
it.
nervous, but
It's
I
fake.
think I'm sort of.
Have you enjoyed your time here, Hex? Have you enjoyed your afternoon or evening?
No.
You've enjoyed getting your butt kicked.
Did he say no?
Let's do it.
I think he said yeah.
If you're not getting paid for this, man, you should be.
You said you were in Scandinavia, didn't you?
No.
Right. Well, I was in Denmark a couple of years ago, right? And I worked on Facebook data center, right? And it's a big capital H shaped building, right? And the slabs are about, I'd say, 250 meters wide and just under half a mile long.
Yeah.
And they were perfectly dead, flat, smooth slabs. Horizontal.
And you determined this how?
That's the way they were built. That's the way they had to be built.
Otherwise, what happens is some buildings have expansion joints. Can you imagine it? Like you got like a 5mm joint at the bottom, and you got like a 50mm at the top. I'm sure it'd be noticeable if it wasn't horizontal.
And there was also the connecting part between the two as well. which was horizontal on the opposite direction in the plane.
Is Hex one of these people that think that you can't create horizontals in reality?
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends on what you mean by a horizontal. You can
Oh, Jesus.
The globe model dictates everything that
determine
Hex
the
does.
direction of horizontal at any point, but they
Why did you just use a horizontal? I thought you didn't think there was a horizontal.
Well, if you said horizontal,
No, you
that's
you
the way.
said
Yeah, I'm reacting to the way you are using them.
Well,
He
you
said
don't need to. You
horizontal.
don't need to use my words.
He's
to
learning. He's learning. It's all right.
react.
It's good. It's a learning process. He's being educated by us.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that any flat plane can only be horizontal at a single point. However,
Well, these were horizontal all the way along their length and all the way across their width.
To what level of accuracy?
Oh, you wouldn't
Don't
believe
say
the-
absolute, because
this
I'll
is
just laugh at you.
Facebook we're talking about, and Facebook don't do half measures. Believe me.
So I suppose
Why
you want to start
would
talking
they
about
care?
LIGO. Is that where you want to go next?
Yeah, does he
I don't
really
mind.
want to talk about accuracy? Do you know? I mean, like we know you don't know anything about geometry or surveying or anything like that, but you want to talk about accuracy. What sort of accuracy do you think these tools can achieve?
I don't know, but why would Facebook care about a couple of millimeters here or there over, you say, a mile or half a mile?
Any construction cares about a couple of millimeters, not just Facebook.
I doubt that.
Well,
And,
like you say, you have no practical experience of anything, so your doubt is not my concern.
But supposing they do care, which would they prefer having? Flat or level?
Accurate.
They got both.
Not to an absolute accuracy. They are.
Well, that's your claim. Why don't you go to Denmark and prove me wrong?
They will use a horizontal baseline in order to do whatever you want whenever you want to build. Ask Rakia. I mean, he does it all the time.
As I say, the difference.
You can make a slope, you can make a curve, you can do anything, but you have to have a horizontal baseline to base everything you do off.
You can have.
If we want the water to flow off, we make it an elevation change, a slope. If we want the slab to be horizontal or the building to be horizontal, we take a benchmark. If they want it to be a certain elevation above that set benchmark, we create a horizontal plane with no slope. Funny that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Every day. I'm pulling up to another job site right now. Same thing.
Do you have any data on what kind of accuracy they consider acceptable?
Do you?
You mean the accuracy where water wouldn't flow off? Yeah. Very accurate. Water tells all. It will tell you every mistake you made, everywhere. If you didn't put enough slope on that driveway, believe me, that water will pool up and cause a bird bath, is what it's called. Same thing in a slab. To the millimeter. That'll be the last part to dry. You know why? Because water seeks and finds its level.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're presuming that level is flat. But
no
presumption.
No, I'm not.
Presuming.
Suppose you
whenever hold on, Hex. Whenever you ever seen water that isn't level, once at rest.
Level. Well, I guess water would be level, but that doesn't mean it's flat.
Oh dear.
You are presuming you're.
No presumptions.
No.
You are
It's
talking
you.
to people.
It's you, Hex.
You are
You're
talking to people.
presuming.
And you are talking to people who use levels every day of their lives.
And
Over
how-
multitude of distances.
How do you determine whether the level is the same at one place as at another? Whether they are
We're going to do
horizontal with
tests.
each other?
We've got tests coming.
This is getting circular.
You know what
This is
most
so
people.
circular.
You know what
Want to know
most
the
people.
best way to check it? A
Sorry?
water level. The best way to check your work would be a water level.
Yeah. You know what
water
most people in
level-
here. Go ahead.
Go on, Buster.
I was just gonna say, you know, most people in here, Hex, have actually done this thing themselves with the water level, checking things. I mean, it's like most everybody in here has done it. That's all I got.
Yeah, we didn't just stumble in here after reading a paragraph online.
Yeah.
Said,
yeah.
"Oh, look at
I'm watching a few YouTube videos.
yeah."
I don't know where in this world one man can go into a room full of whatever, I don't know, a dozen people that have got experience in what they're talking about professionally, and argue with them that they don't know what they're doing or haven't really haven't quite sussed it out.
Oh, that
Yeah.
is the way it appears. I haven't seen anything actually by most of you, but I know that Bev is certainly misunderstanding the so-called hump and drop of globe model, and it seems to be impossible to correct his misunderstanding.
Did you go to the
in-
whiteboard and did you go through the hump and drop? Have you been through that yet?
I've seen that. Yeah.
What do you think that Bev doesn't understand about that?
And I forget who was it. That might have been Bev too, but someone was talking about how this lake
Who's Bev too? Who's
a hole
trying to
should
come
be
round?
funnel-shaped. Who was it who talked about the funnel-shaped lake?
He wasn't talking about a funnel-shaped lake. He was talking about your misconception of what should happen and your contradiction.
No, that's your misconception of what would happen in a.
No, you said
enough
that the
clover.
observer from the centre of the lake and an observer from the bank of the lake would both see a drop towards the centre.
What
One-
you are
one towards the other
misunderstanding
towards
is that
Sure.
the drop is not between the level of your feet and his feet.
No, you
drop
stated what they would see.
Yes.
They would see They would see the water falling away from them. That would be their experience. Now, the guy in the centre sees the water falling away from him, and a guy on the lake shore sees the water falling away from him.
That is because they are leaning away from each other, so that they see the same curve
That's ridiculous.
as dropping down.
That is ridiculous.
No, it isn't.
Sure.
How can that be if everybody is supposed to be on the top of their ball?
Nobody.
No one leans over anywhere. They're all on top.
Nobody is on the top. Everybody.
Oh,
can,
nobody's on the top now.
No, but everybody can think of themselves as being on the top.
Oh,
But
that's
if
nice.
that is really a
That's nice.
We're all equal. We're all equal.
is-
Nobody higher than anybody round here.
that is
Yeah.
an
I
oversimplification.
would have said someone in the Arctic would be like higher than someone in Australia, surely.
Yeah, they'd have to be,
Depends-
wouldn't they?
depends on-
If they
that-
were all on the top, then the
That would-
ones that
that
are
would-
higher would have to be higher than the
That
other
would
people.
That would depend on the quality of their drugs, I think.
Nice
the-
obfuscation.
For someone who really understands the model,
Or
there
up or
is
down and
there
all that
is
sort
no
of stuff.
top or bottom, unless you want to call the whole surface the top or sea level or whatever.
So there'd be no up or
And-
down then? There's no such thing, is there?
And if you wanted, you could call the center of the Earth the bottom, but it really doesn't.
How can the center be the bottom?
Center be the bottom. That's almost as stupid as putting the horizon in the middle of the picture with the mountains behind it. That'd be fucking retarded. Why do you not realise that what you are saying is stupid? Why do you not realise that, X?
Because it isn't. It depends.
You just have to say it.
You
have to say it.
The center of the Earth is the lowest point that one could, in principle, reach. I mean, obviously, it's not possible to dig down.
So if you drilled a hole right to the center and you jumped down it,
you'd get burned to death rather quickly. But if you're imagining things, then okay.
Do you know the maximum depth they've ever, like, I don't know if you don't want to go, I know, but it'd be rough just asking them. Like, do you know how deep they've gone? You know. What's the deepest they've ever drilled or gone down?
8 miles or 20 miles or something, I forget.
Right, and what sort of percentage is that, you know, in
pretty small.
Your model? Pretty small or absolutely fucking minuscule?
Why do you insist that everything has to be done hands-on? Someone has to...
What do you mean hand-on? Like, you know, hold on. Your model, yeah, is literally reliant on an 8-mile fucking dig. Excuse my language. Yeah?
No.
That's it. You don't know more than that. No one knows more than that.
Cavendish or Aristophanes.
Yeah.
You run away to the stars again.
They only know what's 8 miles deep in that hole in that area. Go dig 8 miles somewhere else.
They don't know anymore.
They're probably going to come up with something else.
No, they've got the information from, what's it called?
Yeah, you don't know.
Measuring the waves from earthquakes and things, and that shows that the Earth is
that LIGO? Does LIGO do that? It's LIGO.
No.
Is that where you're going to go back to LIGO again?
No.
Well, LIGO does that, doesn't it?
It does show curvature though, since it's got very straight,
perpendicular
concrete.
Perpendicular.
And they.
I heard it was the straightest thing in the universe.
Is Mobius here? Mobius is our man for the thingy.
Yeah.
Have you been getting hints and tips from Blake?
The measurements of the altitude, or whatever you want to call it, elevation, altitude of the ends and
Again,
middle
you don't
of
know
the
what you're talking about. You actually don't know.
Do not fit with a flat Earth.
Are you sweating right now?
The straightest thing on
numbers I
Earth
saw
doesn't match with flat Earth. Is that what you said? The straightest thing on Earth doesn't match with flat Earth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What numbers did you see?
Why would it? I mean, it's all straight lines. I mean, why would you expect that to match on a flat? Oh, wait a minute. Straight lines do go on flat things really well, don't they? Why would you assume, Hex? Why would you assume that it doesn't match up? Why's that?
Because it doesn't match with a horizontal sea level type thing. I believe
the straight lines don't match with a flat. Is that what
you're
saying?
Are you saying LIGO curve?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that on a flat Earth, with the altitudes or elevation or whatever it is of the ends in the middle, LIGO would be banana-shaped and not straight.
Why? Do you presume if it was a flat Earth, then LIGO would be banana-shaped? I mean, why would you presume that?
Because of the numbers I've seen for the
numbers.
Altitude.
You've seen some numbers, and that makes you think that LIGO would have to be curved if there were no mountains and valleys and everything was dead flat. Really? Is that so the balls roll to the centre, like Zanuck said?
You're back to the stupid claim that
No, you are.
It was
Talking
initially it was Zanuck that said, right?
Talking about the basic shape. the
Zanuck
basic
said, though,
shape
for LIGO, right? I have to keep bringing it back to this because everybody keeps saying it. You know, it's a straight line, blah, 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 blah. But Zanuck said that the balls roll to the centre. In reality, like not on a flat earth. He said, literally, the balls roll to the centre. He said that happens. He's seen it. He said you can go on tours and watch them do it. Now, I'd say that suggests a curve, wouldn't you?
What balls roll to the center of what?
Of LIGO. Have you never heard Zanuck and his famous quote about LIGO?
No.
Like you just said, it would be banana shaped. Well, Zanuck started all of this off when we were talking to him, and he said the balls
2 seconds, mate.
roll to the centre. Go on.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify which way is the banana? Is it like curved up or curved down? Sorry, just want to clear that.
Let me think. No.
Did you just say like some sort of like you didn't know which way the banana was?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He just
Oh, come on, Hex.
He's just repeated what someone has said. Banana shape. He has no clue.
You assume that it's following the curve of your assumed ball. That's why it's banana shaped. That's what the numbers you saw.
No, it doesn't follow the curve. That's why the numbers don't match a flat Earth unless it's
What
straight.
number? Straight then.
Yeah,
so
the-
it's straight and level.
Yeah, the
then.
claim was.
How could it be banana if it's straight and level?
Yeah, but just don't get him away from the point, right? We
therefore
know
the
it's
Earth is
straight, but
flat.
he said if the Earth was flat, then LIGO would be banana shaped.
Yes.
Well, that's the ridiculous bit I want to try and clarify. Now, can
Me
you
too.
tell us which way is this banana shaping if, like you say, the Earth were flat? Why would the curve and which way would the banana shaped LIGO go?
The ends would curve up. I
Oh.
believe.
Yeah, so that's like Zanuck said, the balls roll to the centre. That's what would happen.
What was this guy's name? You say Zanuck?
Zanuck. Yeah. He's one of the voice actors that's been around this sort of arena for quite a while. I think he's everybody's like teething Glober. Everyone, you can destroy him easily. But from what you say, because you're obviously an expert at this, you say what Zanuck was saying is the flat Earth position. So when Zanuck was saying in reality the balls roll to the centre, that is the flat Earth position. So you and Zanuck together seem to have teamed up to prove that it's a flat Earth. You're doing really well. I mean, I don't know how you've managed to do it, but you came in here and you've said that the balls would roll to the centre on a banana-shaped thing. I mean, the balls would definitely roll to the centre on your banana thing.
Google is getting me a bunch of hits for LIGO and balls roll to the center.
Right.
But they are not talking about balls put in the tubes of LIGO. They are talking about gravitational waves and stuff in general.
Wow.
And they are using this standard illustration of gravity where you have a stretched rubber sheet or something and put a heavy ball in the center, which pulls it down into a funnel shape, and roll balls around the edge, and they roll into the center.
Spandex pants. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you think that's what LIGO was made out of in order to make the balls roll to the centre? Spandex.
But they are using that as an illustration of
what Zanuck was saying, of what Zanuck was saying, and what you were saying for how it was a flat Earth, right? You've helped the flat earthers today. I always thought you were that shape obsessed. You could quite well be a flat earther.
So there's nothing here as far as I can see about balls rolling to the center of LIGO.
You want to have a word with Zanuck? I'm sure we can get a word with Zanuck, surely.
Is he
We'll
a
clip this.
YouTuber?
I'll try and clip. I mean, we're 5 hours in, man. I'm going to have to put this on a few different sessions, aren't I?
Yeah,
But we'll
I'm
clip
sure.
this one out and say, shout out to Zanuck. You and Hex have done well to help the flat earth cause of the balls rolling to the center.
Is Zanuck a YouTuber?
No. He's he's probably been in quite a few YouTube videos. He's been in a couple of hours.
No.
But it's really old school, really. We
There's a
dispatched Zanuck quite a while ago.
ZANECK? Would that be the guy?
He's not on YouTube. Don't
Ask
worry.
your brother
Oh.
Bob, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
I don't have any brothers named
You should
Bob.
try going over to Gem Panda's server.
Oh no, this is something. This Zanuck is something to do with computer games or something.
Nah.
Gundam.
Nah, he might like to think he is. We're obviously thinking of a different person. He might be a voice actor, you know. Does he sound familiar? Have you never heard of his name before?
Nope. There's a Xanax as well.
So you've been around this arena and you've heard of I don't think you've heard of anyone, have you? You're new to this, are you?
I don't know. I never heard of a lot of the people you've been mentioning.
Oh,
As
we're
I
like
think I mentioned, it's mostly
Slice Barkane and
Simon
Jessica
Dan, Slice
Kozlowski.
Barkane,
Yeah.
I said Simon Dan, didn't I? Conspiracy Cats and
Fight the Flat Earth.
Bob the Science Guy, because Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Xanax is
Unirock. Have you heard of Unirock?
I think you mentioned him. No, I don't. Name rings a slight bell, but I don't know who that is.
Have you heard of Nathan Oakley?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, that was oh yeah. You've not heard of many of the, but Nathan Oakley. Ooh. What about who are the other big names? What's he called? Spasticus. What do we?
Oh,
Mr. Sensible.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard of him?
Oh yeah. I watch
What
him.
about Mactoon?
Not Mactoon, is it? Mictoon? Well, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Mactoon. He's
Two guys.
Scottish.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he had a fake. Well, I don't know whether it's a fake Flat Earther account or an actual Flat Earther account. He might be a fake Glober. It's hard to tell, isn't it, when these YouTubers get going nowadays?
I suppose.
Who's real and who isn't?
Mictoon,
Who's just
yep,
playing a
yeah,
character, you know?
You sure you haven't heard of the real Bob Dole?
Yep.
It's
Well,
kind
I-
of famous over at Brandon's.
For all the
don't know-
videos
don't know-
you watch,
don't know the brand
don't,
either.
you haven't heard of anybody.
Mm.
Well, not
That's-
the guys.
that's a bit of a-
not the people you are. Not some of the people you are mentioning.
But Sly, you know of Sly, don't you? And,
Oh, yeah.
And the Drain Surveyor, Kozlowski sisters, you know of them?
No.
What, Jesse and what's the other one's name? Can't remember.
Flat plane.
Bob Zenith? You know
Oh,
Bob
Flat-
Zenith?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Sly Flat Plane Sparkane.
Yeah, we established that I'd heard of him.
So you haven't heard of his brother Jesse?
Oh no.
No? Soundly?
Tim Osman?
That definitely sounds definitely sounds familiar, but I don't think I've
Georgia.
seen anything with him for
Nutsack.
quite a while. I can't even think of whether he's a flat earther or Debunker.
So all these videos you've watched, and you've only heard of 2 or 3 of the people that are in the videos you've watched.
Well, certain more than 2 or 3.
I bet you heard of Ruhif, right?
Yeah, but I
Whoa,
can't
there you go.
quite.
Look at that. He's a
remember
nobody
who
as well.
he
You
is.
don't know how most of them is, but you know about the
nobodies.
Aussie guy that tries to measure angles with an auto level.
And what do we say here, Bev?
I think that might be where he's got his surveying information from. It sounds like it, at least. Anyway, you know, if he's not watched most of the other ones, but and he like Ruhif definitely doesn't have any. He thinks definitions have no meaning.
That's
It's weird, isn't it?
odd idea, but
And wait a minute, Ruhif said that level is horizontal.
I would sort of tend to think that level is horizontal, but I
there you go.
I
Look
don't
at that's how
know.
easy it is. Wow,
Yeah.
just say Ruhif said it. Boom.
I don't know.
There you go. He
whether-
concedes to it all. Level is horizontal. Thank you very much.
Haven't I said that already before? I don't
And
know.
horizontal is a plane, no?
Yeah.
No, that I don't agree with.
Horizontal has an even elevation, no point being higher or lower than another. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is something I agree with more or less. I don't believe that it's a flat plane. I believe it's curves around the globe.
Or you need to break out the R. Kelly. You need to break out the R. Kelly one.
You
I
don't-
believe.
Yeah, you don't think a 2D surface wraps around.
Heavy breathing.
I don't feel up to discussing a difference between 2D and 3D and surfaces.
Oh, the difference between 2D and 3D and surfaces.
As
It's
applies
quite
to
easy. There's 2D surfaces and 3D surfaces.
Bev, that's a dagger.
I think if we're talking geometry, then a surface is 2D. Even if it's folded through 3-dimensional space.
Really?
The surface itself is still 2-dimensional.
Yeah, 2D's a plane though, so you've got a bit of a problem.
Like if you take a map and roll it up, the map is still 2-dimensional, even though the
it's then a
takes up-
cylinder, and a cylinder is a 3D.
It's not a cylinder; it's just rolled up into a cylinder.
So it becomes a cylinder.
Yeah. It's become cylindrical. 3D.
Surface of the map is still 2D. Though of course a real map printed on paper has a thickness, so that is technically 3-dimensional.
What are you rolling up? Is that paper or not?
Yeah, that map that you're rolling up.
Depends. If we're talking hypothetical, then it can be just a surface.
Yeah, it could be a turd. I just smash a turd out and you just roll it up into a cylinder.
Yeah, you see, you might
That'd
be
be
getting
cool.
mixed up here because the saying is
you can try
all maps are flat. That's the saying, right? Not all maps are 2D. No. Flat is a 2D surface, isn't it? In reality, and all maps are flat. If you roll them up, it's a roll. It's not a map. You need to explain it. You need to unroll into the plane. Make flat.
In order to read it properly, but it's still a map. Rolled up.
What good is a map if you can't read it properly?
If you have the printed side out, you could still read it.
Well, your arguments are getting worse. Are you sure you don't want to go and have a rest?
Yeah, I think you ought to.
Yeah, I really ought to.
Yeah.
This is entertaining.
Because you are definitely, as Dave said, you are definitely out of mulligans for today.
Is this is new for you, right?
That's what you
Rex?
keep saying, but
This is new and interesting. It's like a form of combat.
Still haven't seen anything rational from you.
You haven't
I'll show
presented
you
anything
something.
rational.
Can I try something on your departing? Can I give you a departing gift?
Yeah.
Can you see what I posted at 4:06?
At 4:06. Oh, o'clock. 4:06. Ooh. Are we talking about
It's
live
it's
chat
just the
here?
last
Or
one. Yes.
Yes, the last one on live chat.
last one? That's not. Oh, I see. It's his local time. Yeah, that's good, very good example of flurfer misunderstanding of whatchamacallit.
Whatchamacallit?
Can I just ask you
Real
a question
real
before-
physics.
Right, I just want to gauge where your head is at, if you don't mind. This is a thing that DP made this. Shout out to DP. Now, we have two boats, right? You're on one side and your mate is on the other side. Now, you see those lines there? You have a red line, a blue line, and a green line, right? Now, what do you envision that each person on either side, how do you think they envision the water? Or could it be something else? It doesn't have to be any one of those three choices.
Well, for one thing, if we're talking about what they can discern, they close enough to see each other, they might well not notice anything. And if they do, they'll probably just be at the bottom of the other boat is disappearing from view. But what you fail to understand is that both the so-called drop and the so-called hump are just the normal. If you are looking horizontally, you are looking over the head of the person on the other side.
No. You misunderstand. You're in the same height, same boat.
Yes.
You're on the same side of the boat. You're facing each other. You're about 5 miles apart. Do you both? Let me finish, please. Do you both see a drop? Do you both see a hump? or is it something else?
It depends. As I say, if you're looking horizontally and you're looking over each other's heads, I don't know if 5 miles is enough to be over there. Well, if your eye level is close to the top of your head, so yeah, you're looking up over the top of their heads. And so you see a drop. The drop is from your line of sight.
Drop?
Yes.
Let's have it. So both people see the water dropping in front of their boats. Okay, continue.
Wait. Well, okay.
Oh, you nearly slipped a character there. Like, watch out.
But that does not mean that there's an elevation change. The elevation change is between your line of sight, which, since vertical is towards the center of the earth, they're leaning away from each other, and so is vertical. So therefore, their horizontal is up. They meet at a point over the middle of the lake.
About the water, I think you misunderstood me.
And there is a drop. What?
Sorry to interrupt you. I think you misunderstood me. We're talking about the water, not their visual between each other. We're talking about how they see the water.
Yeah, but the drop they see is from their line of sight down to the water.
So they both see the water dropping equally.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And if they instead are looking straight at each other, they're looking down, and if they're far enough apart, they're looking through the surface of the water. I mean, probably won't see each other then, but they're looking at each other They're looking through the water, and therefore
So they're seeing a hump.
the curve as a hump. Yes, but
Right.
it's the same curve. It's just a matter of how you see it. And there's no elevation change over the surface of the water. The water follows the curve of the liquid parts of the globe.
That's a
There is no
horizontal condition,
paradox
that.
Yeah, there is no
Sorry?
curve to the liquid parts of the surface of Earth.
It's a
Well,
horizontal
it's,
condition.
you're in conflict with mainstream science.
No,
which
we
has,
went through that at the beginning. The definition of a horizontal condition is a equilibrium of a liquid state of thing at an even altitude, called a horizontal condition.
Yes, but
That's the how much curvature would you put in a horizontal condition?
8 inches per mile square.
Wow, you put a formula to a horizontal condition.
Oh, he's got the
Nice.
formula.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that should start on each boat, right? Like you said.
If
But
I could
you realize you
simplify,
said
yes.
both drop and a hump, Hex. Do you realize you said both?
Yes, you can see it either way.
So we have a drop starting at each boat, 8 inches per mile square, right? So we have like a downward curve on each boat. But then you said they see through the water, so therefore there's a hump there. Do you realize the paradox that you're in, Hex?
No, because it is neither a hump or a drop. It is just the
Reality.
curve of the Earth. Well, it is reality, yes, but it's
What?
the curve of the Earth, and it can be
So let me
seen-
get this straight. It's neither a hump or a drop, but it's a curve.
Yes.
I think you do need to get some rest.
Well, I'm done trolling you right now. I'm getting a little tired.
Seemed to me there was a semi-serious question in there somewhere. Oh yeah, how is it possible for there not to be an elevation change if there's a curve? If
Yes,
I could,
that's a good
If I
question.
could, yes. If I could simplify a little bit, if the Earth were a perfect sphere and homogeneous, and let's make it smooth just to keep things really simple. In that case, were you mentioning equipotential?
No, that was Bev.
Yeah.
I'm glad you prefixed this
would-
with an if.
Would be.
Do you want me to put
It
the
would-
horizontal one, the
no,
one that you were thinking
no.
of? Do you want me to get
And-
that level definition
that
for you?
would
I'll do
be.
that.
Oh, drat.
I'll
Sorry.
put it in the main chat. Yeah, are you all right with it in there?
Yeah. Well, then the well, and it'd have to be non-rotating as well. In that case,
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about
the
rotating. Does
potential
the
energy-
absence of it saying it's rotating mean that it's
in that case-
non-rotating?
No. And if in these simplified conditions, the gravitational potential, the value of the energy you can get by dropping something would be measured
It's only
from
the energy that was put into it to lift it in the first place.
well, it wouldn't necessarily have to have been lifted. It could have started from where it is, but is
But
measured
it still had energy
would
put
be-
into it.
would be measured from the center of the Earth, and therefore an
what?
equal potential is
What would be
at
measured
an
from the
equal
center
distance
of the
to
Earth?
the center
How
of
do
the
you
Earth.
do that? How do
do you
you
do what?
measure to the center of the Earth? Just give us a quick rundown on how you do that. I mean, you keep saying it. It's like these
didn't
things
say
you
you
were
could
saying
measure
earlier.
it. Okay, it's not physically measured, but that is the distance from the center of
What
the Earth.
distance is that? How do you measure that?
not saying you can measure it.
Okay
Certainly
then. So
not with a
don't stop
tape
saying
measure.
it's a distance then. If you can't measure it, it's not a distance. It's a figment of your imagination.
Are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely.
A distance is
Measured.
is there whether you measure it or not.
You don't know it unless you measure it.
Well,
That's the point.
I didn't say you knew it, but it's still there. And
Well, you're equating stuff to the
value-
distance to the
value
centre of
of
the
how-
Earth, which you have now stated has never been measured.
And you know it's never been measured, yet you keep claiming.
That's
that there
another
is a centre.
contradiction. That's another contradiction because now he's
No,
agreeing that
it's
no one
not
has
a contradiction.
experienced.
You are
Just
definitely out of
you-
mulligans.
Yeah, you said you don't know it because you can't
sophisticating.
physically measure it. That's
It's
experience.
you picking on details and refusing to
No,
understand.
it's
simple
us
concepts.
highlighting your contradictions.
No, you aren't. You are.
Yes, we are. Seriously, we are.
Obfuscating.
Just because you can't see your
Changing the
contradictions
subject.
doesn't mean to say nobody else can see them.
I don't think you are capable of seeing any contradiction there, since you
You've been picked out
incapable
on
of
many
understanding
contradictions.
basic principles.
We don't have to understand your basic principles
I know
to see your contradictions.
No, well, you would have to, but you don't have to
Oh dear.
understand them because you are content with just denying and refusing to understand.
Yeah.
Denying and refusing to understand.
Go back to that bit
No.
at the beginning. How fucking stupid do you think we are? Because we already know that you don't think you're that intelligent. So you must think we are fucking stupid.
You certainly act that way.
No.
I
sir.
won't. Can't really judge how much of that is an act and how much is real and how much is just.
At the end of the day, you have done nothing but been dragged around by your short hairs.
He's
Another
been
fake laugh.
educated. He's been educated. He knows it.
No, he's been educated with a pamphlet. All a pamphlet.
Did you get? Did you
see.
get
I
enough
thought you were-
information out of it today?
I thought you were suggesting that you had educated me, which is
Yeah, you have had an education today.
not really. I already knew that that there was no point.
Well, do you think?
You're not even going to admit that you've learned something this afternoon or evening?
I should turn my volume down. Speaking of the neighbors. Sorry, what was the question? I was turning my volume down.
Are you gonna learn anything today? Did you learn anything today?
I don't think so. You've acted the same way you usually do, and you haven't answered any questions with any real information.
What's that got to do with learning something?
Go back through the chat and look at all the citations, all the references, all the definitions, everything that's been posted for you. What have you brought? Nothing. Only opinions.
Presuppositions that you heard about.
Presuppositions. A belief in a bull model. That's all you've brought.
Yeah. That's your problem there, Hex. You're just presupposing everything.
Ha.
And you just listen to these people and you just take it for granted.
I seem to remember a song with contradictions and confusions in it.
Dedicated to Hex.
Oh yeah? Well, which one was that?
Feel free to promote yourself, Buster. No problem. No charge.
It's not been released yet.
Self shout out.
Well, you're pretty
Buster's
good at
ace.
music and singing. You probably should stick to that. But
Believe me, Hex, we are good at everything we do. Everything. Including making you look like a fool.
well, you are certainly good at refusing to
Believe in a bull model.
understand anything. I not asking you to believe in it, but I think it would be nice if you would make an attempt to understand it. But
do you not think we were
probably
there?
are
Do you
dead-
not think that we were all there? That every single one of us in here was there? We were on that ball. Do you not think that we have more? We have a more.
I've never been on
more of
that
an
ball.
understanding of
I
that
do not-
ball.
I do not think that you understood anything. You
really?
may have.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Really?
we're all thick and stupid in here.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's why we're here. We don't understand it, so we're here.
We don't even know why we're even here. We're that stupid.
No. Why is he here?
We failed our physics
DP, ask him
exams.
that. Why are you here?
Well, I don't know. As I think I mentioned, it's sort of entertaining in a
You don't know why you're here.
rather confusing,
Hex, can I just ask you something? Just
irritating way. Yep.
do you like be honest? But do you think that we don't understand? Like you said, we don't understand like your model and stuff like that. Yeah, that you bought tonight. But what? So I mean, do you actually think that we're a little bit thick and stupid for not understanding it?
Not. Just
I mean, the people that you've talked to tonight, in your reality, have you ever spoken to any people like us before?
who refuse to listen and make an attempt to understand anything.
Sounds like a lie.
And refuse to explain.
Well, you mean? Have you ever met any people that have ever questioned anything before, or have you just met people that have read the same things as you and agree with you?
I don't rather doubt that you are the questioning type. You are. You appear to.
If we weren't the questioning type, we wouldn't.
Hold on. I want to hear what he's got to say about me.
You appear to accept your flat Earth dogma and reject mainstream science without making any real attempt to determine which is which. It seems to me that your experiments are really attempts to get something that you can understand as confirmation of your beliefs.
Beliefs.
You know what a dogma is, don't you? You use the word dogma there. You know what a dogma is?
Sort of. I'm not sure I could.
Well, why did you use the word dogma?
Definition.
Why did you use the word dogma if you don't know what it means?
Because that's the way language works. You use words
that you don't understand.
You also use the word flat Earth as well. And like, I'll speak for myself, and I just don't think it's a flat Earth. And you know why that is?
What? Sorry?
Do you know why it's not a flat Earth?
Because it's bumpy?
Exactly.
That is a rather perfect example of how you are taking
topographical maps. Topographical maps and reality that shows it's not flat. And I'm in the wrong.
When people speak of flat earthers, they don't.
It's a colloquialism, is what you're looking for.
They don't tend to be referring to people who think the Earth is perfectly smooth.
Well,
they tend to speak of people who think that the basic shape of the Earth is a disk or infinite plane or whatever, and not a basically a ball, not a perfect sphere.
Which is a dogma. Your ball is the dogma.
Is that right?
So the mountains and valleys and things are rather irrelevant in that viewpoint.
Oh, in reality, yeah, they're totally irrelevant.
They are irrelevant to distinguishing between flat earthers and globers, because it's not where we differ in our opinions. We both believe in mountains and valleys and
So the Earth is
reverberations and
observably,
I don't believe in
measurably
it. I know.
not
I know.
flat.
it's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
The Earth is not smooth.
It's not flat.
Well, no, it's definitely not flat.
No, there's
Whether
mountains and
bumpy or
valleys.
not. Well, yes. So
There is a three-dimensional
Nobody-
texture
nobody-
to the surface.
nobody, or hardly anybody, thinks that the Earth is perfectly smooth. So there is no point in trying to distinguish yourself from globers by talking about the mountains, because we both agree that mountains exist.
Yeah, it's reality. Yeah, that's what we talk
Common
about.
ground.
We talk
Love it.
about
I love
reality.
it. This is where we should be.
Yeah.
This is where we should start off.
What?
Yeah, common ground, right? Like I said at the beginning, we both agree that water's level. We both agree that there are mountains and valleys.
Yeah, so there's no.
So there's not really
There's
that
no
much difference.
discussing those
The
things.
only difference is
It's like you wasting
you
your time
think
talking about the geometry.
you
since we
you
agree on the
think
geometry.
you think level curves, whereas we think level. Well, we know level is horizontal because we can prove it.
Yeah, sure you do.
Yeah,
Absolutely do.
that's the only difference, right? Reality is what it is. It's not going to change anything. It's just what's in your head, your conception of what you think level is. That's the only difference between us.
And I've never seen, let alone used, a curved level.
Yeah, they're in the skip.
They is broke.
No. Do you know what I started doing? I've collected all my old curved shit levels, and I'm going to sell them at the next Ballers Fair.
Yeah. The Ballers Convention.
Yeah. The Ball Truth Globe Tour.
Well, good night.
Yeah, night.
I might
Yeah,
might
it's
be
been
back.
good.
But,
Yeah,
Sorry?
come back, Hex.
Don't
Yeah.
forget,
I haven't
Hex.
gotten any answers to any of my.
I'll get the camera sorted, and we will walk you
Haven't
through
got
it
any
all
answers to
properly.
your questions.
Yeah, you'll be a leveler before
And
you know
don't forget, Hex, that a dogma is a religious belief system that's taught without fact or evidence. So that is your globe. Taught
No,
without fact
that
or
is-
And
evidence.
completely the opposite of reality.
No.
You live in a dogmatic belief system.
No.
Yep.
I'm
Afraid so.
prepared to,
And you are the one that brought the word dogmatic into it.
yeah.
Well, go in peace anyway, Hex, and have a good
Yeah.
night's sleep, mate.
Hey, same. Bye.
See you later.
Yeah. Take care, man.
Did you see the thing in the chat there about Mick West? He doesn't half look different than he used to, but he's doing UFO shit. Mick West's moved on to UFOs and explaining UFOs. He's the official. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work, seeing as they're meant to be releasing the UFO thing. So how is Mick West meant to be debunking UFOs while he's talking about UFOs? But in
Is
the
he
top,
debunking them though, or is he just?
I don't know. That's
Not
that's
debunking
interesting, isn't it? But the top comment is that he was meant to have done Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. The top comment. Not only has he done Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but he also looks a bit like Tony Hawk. I think he looks more like Bez.
Bez?
Happy Mondays, yeah. Doesn't he? He does.
Fucking
That's
hell.
who he could be.
Where have
That's
you
where I
got-
thought
where have
Bez
you
had gone. I thought that's when Mick West, when I seen him. Bez! Long time no see, mate.
Where you been, dude?
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future projects. Membership subscriptions available now, or come and get involved at Next Level Discord server. Thank you.